Fuck, I've no ashtray. Shit.
It flashed us on the
Share the screen.
so I
Share
went
the
ahead and
screen.
went live. I already did.
Sure.
That's what I was just telling you.
You're sharing my screen with you. You can see it.
Oh, that one.
Yes. What the hell? You hit the go live button, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
No, you're no good. Hello, everybody. We're live now on this channel. It is happening. It is happening. Rage, he had to go and sort, I don't know, a water pipe or do something or help somebody or something. I don't know what he was doing, but he's here now. He's here now, and it is the finale. It's the last chapter of Revelations 4, Series 4. So it'll be the finale tonight, and if Richard's up for it or whatever, if people are up for joining, maybe have an after party afterwards. But I've been looking forward to it all day. I've been looking forward to it all week with the series finale. So screw your friend. But yes, no, this is happening. It's happening now. So we're also trying to simulcast this. Richard should be live on his channel as well. Because it's a wee bit not normal time and it's finale, we're trying to get both channels working at the same time so we can simul stream this. So if anyone wants to pop over to Richard's and then pop back here, I'll be watching the chat here. I don't know if Richard's going to watch it over there, but yeah, we should be working on both channels, all going well. And I don't know, is my bot even working? No, the bot has decided to not work. Working good over there. It's THERE. Knock. Get your grammar right. Yeah. So, Richard, do you want to, I don't know, people on your channel, is there anyone there? Do you want to shout and say hello or let them know?
Peace and respect, Let's Farm, and also Metabun. Thanks for dropping by, guys.
Let's Farm's on your channel. That's all right then. It's all right, Let's Farm. You watch it, Richards. You watch it over there. That's fine.
If you have multiple screens, you can watch it on both, but there would be some kind of time lapse probably.
There mightn't be any much of a delay. They're probably going out at the exact same time. But anyway, doesn't matter. Richard, chapter 22. We have been working our way towards this for
amazing
30 odd episodes. What have you thought of the book so far, of the series so far, considering it's only your second time reading this?
Third. I did it once back in 2012. I did say twice once, and I was mistaken because I did this same series with someone else. Of course, it didn't turn out so good, and it was super frustrating, and that's why I agreed to do it again with you. What have I thought of the series? With you, it wasn't frustrating. And a lot more fun.
Love you, Tug. It was. I've enjoyed it. No, well, I think like we'll maybe take next week off, or we'll maybe not. I don't know. I enjoy doing the things on a Tuesday night, and enjoy doing this. So we'll maybe jump straight into Series 5, or we'll maybe do something next Tuesday. But we'll think of something. We're not going to disappear. I'm enjoying the Tuesday nights. If you're up for it, Richard, to continue on and do something.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so we've been reading Revelations. We're on the last chapter. The world's ended like 4 times.
True story.
Yeah. Richard, your beautiful voice. Go on ahead with your reading.
I left that in my other pants. I don't know even where my beautiful voice is. Not sure I ever had one, actually. All right, so Revelation 22, last chapter. Then we're going to have an after party, just so you guys all know that. And we're just going to open up the room and let people come in and have a good time. I think that's the plan. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and out of the Lamb. I just think it means that they have it and we don't, you know? And that if it is...
Is that show? Is that a typo?
It's not a typo. That's the way they spelled show back then.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's just talking about genetic freedom. It's the same as, the rivers of everlasting life or the fountain of youth. I think it's all the same idea from different cultures. Not
Okay.
provoking enough? I'll try again. And in the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nation. I think the fruits are the apostles, and the leaves represent the 144,000, the army of God, the first fruits.
Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, just that's an awful big jump. Like, it's clearly mentioning 12 manner of fruits.
Yep.
So I'm going with the 12 tribes and all that sort of bollocks again. I
Yeah,
don't
you can
see
go
the
tribes, apostles, sure.
right. The leaves of the tree were for the healing of nations. I would see that as tying in with the whole fountain of youth and health and tree of life sort of thing, rather than how do you know there's 144,000 leaves in the tree? Hmm? Hmm? How do
I
you know?
don't. It doesn't mention. But how do you know there
Exactly.
isn't?
But it's a big jump. Hi to everyone who's come over or been here. Hi, Spooky, Savage, Janet. We've got Mistake. We've got Assembly of God. We've got Ryan. Everybody's here. So thank you all for coming. Um, yeah, I see that as a continuation of just part one. I don't really see it as the way you see it.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, even as a part one, these things are stuff in heaven, and it's. Go ahead.
Why mention the time frame?
I don't understand.
Yielded her fruit every month. Why mention that?
I,
You know,
I think it's a repeating thing. Like it's talking about like month meaning a section of the year, and then of course a section of the year is also the zodiac, and those kinds of ideas. And since since the zodiac is 2,000 ish years per sign. Go ahead.
you, what's the point of the time frame? Don't explain the time frame. I know what a time frame is, and I can see the 12 months and the zodiacs and all of that. That's still a time frame. What's the
Yeah.
point of mentioning it if it's your interpretation? My
Oh, and
interpretation would be mentioning it every month, going for your monthly checkup, and then your wee fruit that makes you feel good
yeah,
or whatever. I'm
I think
seeing it more along
it's
that lines.
I think it's referring to how end times is a repeating thing. Of course, it's only once per Earth.
I'm going to incorporate that into my religion and disagree with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
And your religion says what? What is your doctrine on that?
demolish doctrine.
Yes, on in demolish doctrinism.
This is
Um,
just a continuation of the medical
Previous
benefits
verse.
that we're going to get.
Roger that. I think it is. I don't disagree that's it's kind of going further. But the whole mentioning a month thing, I don't know why. Other than that, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their. Oh, wait, I skipped one, didn't
Yeah,
I?
you
Oh,
skipped
yeah.
three.
And there shall be no more curse. That is the curse way back from Genesis 6, where we only live 120 years, because it's talking about long life. But the throne of God and the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him.
Right, hold on.
And of course,
Stop.
his servants
Stop.
serve him.
Okay. What is God and the Lamb going to be in? What is it?
Oh, not God the Father and heaven. They're in there
No, it
each.
says God.
No, no, no. That's a translation. It shouldn't be God there.
So it's the throne of the Father.
Yeah,
Why did the Father get a throne?
because he did this before he earned it, just like Jesus will.
But the throne is the idea of God. Is the whole? Is this? Are you talking? Is this in his own little seat and around the
That's what I
non-round
think.
table?
Yeah, yeah, and all of them together are the multitude that are the Elohim that serve the people
Oh,
under
yeah, yeah.
God.
I know your name. I know your name
Yeah,
breakdown. I'm just right. So you're saying
right.
they mistranslated God and it should be Father.
They do that a lot.
No, no, no. Is that what you're stating? And how do you come to
Yeah.
that conclusion?
Well, I could look it up.
Yeah, and it'll say Dios.
Yeah, yeah, but I have to go back to early Christianity and say what does it mean there, and since it's not talking
No, no,
about
no, 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 no. We talked about this about 3 weeks ago. You can put in any version you want because the Greek just says Dios, and you can stick
yes.
whatever you want in there.
So yes, so what I think makes most sense in here, since they're talking about the Son, they're also talking about the Father, and it got translated God, and that's just damn sloppy.
Right. So you're just disagreeing with them. It's not a
Yeah.
mistranslation. You're just
No.
disagreeing with them. All right.
Yeah.
Just to clarify the difference there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I'm sure in the original ideas that they were writing down, it meant something like God, but they already had traditions where the Father was God, even back then.
why do you
So,
have an issue with it being the throne of God and you want it to be the throne of the Father?
because they're talking about the Son here.
Just purely because of the Lamb.
Yep. Because doing a comparative and a team effort thing, you know, and the team is not Jesus and God. The team is Jesus and the Father. That's the team.
Yeah, but God's yeah. I understand your point. Yeah.
Right.
So that just because it mentions the Lamb, that's why you say it should be the Father.
Right. Of course, if it had a quote, like if there was a quote there that made commandments, then I'd say it wasn't the Father. And if it still had Jesus with it, which I've never seen, I'd have to like try to figure that out. I don't know what I would do with that.
And the curse being the curse of death.
Yeah. Which is chapter 6
What's
of the book
it?
of
I still
Genesis
don't
with the
get it.
fallen
Right. So there's
angels.
no more death. The
Right.
throne of the Father and the Son shall be in it. Shall be in death.
In heaven. In heaven. This is all talking about in heaven. None of this happens here. We don't get eternal life here. That would be nowhere in the story.
Yeah, I understand that. No. It's just I'm trying to see because they're making a reference, and it usually makes a reference to the thing that just preceded it,
Yeah.
and there's no heaven in just preceding it. There's
Right.
death just preceding it.
Right. You have to glean that from the whole of the context of the Bible, where we get ascended and then we get perfected. We get long life and stuff. I mean, I think it's prevalent enough that no person should think that in the, say for instance, in the Garden of Eden, that when they're offered eternal life, that happens in the garden. Nobody should think that. But people do.
And
I don't think.
his servants shall serve him. Now, why
Right.
add that bit in? That gives me
Because there's a
means
difference between the Father and the Son and who goes to what heaven.
what spaceship?
Yes, which spaceship?
And his servants shall serve him. Though that's servitude. It's mentioning like why put that
Yes.
in? Why must that be there? Why must we serve him? Why must this is I'm going to lean back again to the whole empire. Why is it
Right.
like? Do we feel deserving of this? Should we be like? What is your point of why we should serve him?
I think there's nothing wrong with slavery or servitude if it's voluntary and the person wants to be that, first of all. And then I would say that's the situation of those in heaven, that they want to serve mankind. And in serving the Father or the Christ, the Father, then they would be serving mankind, and some people want to do that, some don't. But I think generally we're humanists.
And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And you're just talking about the whole thing in your mind. You get to see that. Everybody gets to understand and gets the knowledge of the
Right.
universe and all that.
Yeah, that's what
Just
I would
as
say
a
about that.
breakdown for Bruce. Bruce, this is a show we usually do every Tuesday night. We do it over my channel, usually at 11 o'clock. But Richard was running a wee bit late tonight, so it ended up a wee bit late. And considering it's the finale, we thought we'd dual stream it to drum up a wee bit of interest for the finale and to see if anyone wanted to join the after party, because we usually do an end of series after party. So this was just to drum up a wee bit of, I come and watch us, But yeah, it's usually just me and Richard, and we go through scripture. We've been doing this for 4 years, and I don't know what we're going to next. I'm going to try and find something that Richard has never heard of or never came across, or
There's plenty of that. I can give you a short list of the stuff that I have looked at. Be easy.
No, I don't want that. I'm gonna go find something really weird and
That's what I
obscure.
just said. So you know what to not pick. I'll give you what I've already looked
Oh
at.
no, 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 no! I was freaking whispering you after you left earlier. Freaking Simos wanted to ask you questions, and you left, so they were asking me in the chat, and they were going, "Oh, he's the
As I
reverend."
was throwing on my jacket and leaving, I saw that you were answering okay. So thank you
Thank
for
you. I
that.
was just about to ask you that.
Yeah.
So I don't like to misrepresent, but yeah. Anyway, uh, exactly. Probably be an after party. Come in and tell Richard why he's wrong.
Right on.
So yes, see his face. Name shall be in their foreheads. That's the idea of they have the information. They've gained the
Right.
information. Yeah.
And for that to be consistent, I think the marks in their hands and mark in their forehead is the same expression. Although people go, tattoos and chips
Did
under
you
the
not say
skin,
that
and they
the
go
mark
all,
in the hands? Did you not say that the mark in the hands means that they're going to work more so
yeah,
than they understand? So they are
yeah.
different.
It's like physical slavery. Yeah,
Yeah, same context, but a mark in their hand means they're going to work. Mark of the forehead means they have the knowledge. Is that what you're saying?
right. They
Yeah.
agree with the idea, the concept. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And there shall be no night here, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Lord God. Now, this Lord God there, is that Deus or is that an addition? So you definitely know that
Okay.
it's
So when you find the words Lord God in the Old Testament, it's Jehovah Yahweh. I'm sorry, it's Elohim Yahweh. That is the powerful group of beings who assign value to the
council,
system Yahweh.
the council.
That's right. The angels that interact with Earths
Now, I,
specifically.
yes, I did. Yes, come on over. Yeah, Bruce is always welcome. What I was saying is Lord God. Now you're inferring that from the way that it's written in the English. So in the English, it says Lord God here, and they've got that translation. If that translation just comes from Dios, then someone's just done what you do with every freaking one and pick whatever you want, and they've just stuck Lord in there.
Right.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but this is really specific, so I'm assuming that they got the idea from the early Christians and wrote both words because the early Christians said to.
Right. So the fact that it's Lord God, you're saying that it's the ideas, it's the seven groups and things, and it's the actual God that you're talking about.
Right. It wouldn't the Father would be included in this group, but he wouldn't be exclusively the whole group, the whole thing.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it's the ideas that give them right. So this isn't talking about this is talking about enlightenment rather than physical photons.
Right. Right.
And they shall reign forever and ever. So these are the slave. No, this is the council. The council shall reign forever and ever.
Yeah, which apparently they do because each of them get their own heaven. They were a Christ before, and that puts them in this position of privilege, so they reign forever.
Okay, verse 6. Go for it.
And he said unto me, These sayings are faithful and true. And the Lord God of the holy prophets sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done.
Right. Shortly be done. What's happening now? We're already in heaven. Planets wiped out. We're in heaven.
Right, we're back at the beginning of the book of Revelation again.
No. At
Yes.
5, no night
Yeah.
here, no candle. You've got all the information. Remember, there's no
Right.
punctuation, there's no ending. We're just it's a continuation of the story. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he said unto me, in reference to a continuation, these sayings are faithful and true.
Referring
Lord
to the
God,
whole
holy
book.
prophets, sent his angels, blah blah blah, and it's all one statement.
Right.
So it's reading as a particular time at the end with things to happen after.
Right. Except it's not. It's not about things happening after. We've jumped back in time again. This refers back to the beginning of the book of Revelation itself, the whole book.
Oh no! Demolish Doctrine says that this is a story of the next planet being seeded.
Well, in Demolished Doctrine reading, it's skipping back to the beginning of the book, and it's going to verify that because we're going to get an overview of the whole thing in the next few verses.
No, that's all going to reference to the new earth that our Jesus gets to start.
With, well,
Demolish doctrine.
I think you need to work on the consistency of your religion.
No, I don't.
You don't. Just like
yes,
that. No,
because I love this, right? I love the way you put it forth, Richard. That's a good thing that you see your religion as it must be. Now, I disagree with the consistency of it, but you considering that, look, if you're going to have a religion, it must be consistent. Yeah, like that's a fucking thing.
It should be.
It should be, but it's not. No, I don't think
it's not right now. I know you're right. I wish they were consistent and made sense against reality, or at least plausible, but most of them aren't.
Hold on, I throw in a talking snake here and some donkeys to make this.
There's nothing wrong with the talking snake or the talking donkey. It's just not read properly by Christians. It's just badly misunderstood. These sayings are faithful and true. So it's like the Bible claiming the Bible's correct. That's not very meaningful unless it happens. And then the Lord God...
Again, we're going to diverge here again. Different religion. These sayings are faithful and true. I see as a reference to the ideas of God from your point of view.
Oh, no. It's talking about sayings. It says sayings.
Yes, the sayings.
Not spirits.
Right? There's still a group of phrases and ideas, and an idea can be described as a saying.
You sure can. Yep. But I think they're using a different word for a real reason.
Well, that's why you've got your own religion, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And the holy prophets, as in past tense, proper prophets who heard of God, meaning they would be righteous in telling the truth, and there's multiples of them, those would be Jesus's, sent his angel to show. In other words, the Jesuses got an angel to show them, so that he can show to the servants the prophecy, things which must shortly be done, which is end times.
No.
Yes.
These ideas of God, right, that he sent Jesus forth to teach everyone are very true. And he's going to go and do it again on the next planet.
Okay, yeah, but I'm sure he will do it again on that. But another one will do it on the next planet. But this goes back to Jesus prophesying that this generation shall not pass before every jot and tittle. So if he happens at end times, that claim makes sense and it would be correct. If he doesn't do it at end times, he's just plain wrong. And what the text says about any prophet who says something false about the prophecy, he's not a prophet, he's a liar.
Okay, right. So let's talk about Jesus coming next.
Right. Behold, I come quickly. From the clouds and all that. Him from the clouds, the Father.
Yeah. Totally where I was going.
Really? Cool. Blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book. Okay, if you were going to keep the sayings of the prophecy of the book, you'd have to have an objective view of what they mean, or else you're not keeping them. If you have some other view that's wrong, you're not keeping them, you're keeping something else.
I don't know if you can keep a prophecy. If you keep a prophecy, is it not self-fulfilling?
That's not the keep here. Keep like carry with you, like hold on to.
Right, well then what's the reference you're making?
Keep it in
yes,
mind.
I understand. Yeah, I'm disagreeing with what you just said. I agree with that statement, but what you said about before having an objective view of the prophecies means that you've already seen them happen.
Or at least understood them perfectly as they were explained. And that explanation was also perfect.
Yes, so as I'm saying, as the Father, you've seen it happen on your planet, so you're going to set it up to happen in this one, so you know, and you're going to keep the sayings of the book true.
No, he's talking to the next guy here.
Yeah, on the next planet.
Yes, of course, from his perspective,
so you agree with
which
me,
would be us now, which would be us now, or us in end times.
I think we're being semantic and fighting over nothing, but I'm saying it's the next
But
planet.
isn't it fun?
You're now saying it's the next planet. So we're in
yes, it's always
that my religion is more religious than your religion.
It's always about the next planet, but when you read it, you're assuming the position of Christ, understanding it from his planet. This is teaching him.
Okay, come on, go on. I'm
Where are we
scrolling
at
up. Be
here?
careful. Be careful.
8. And I, John, saw these things and heard them, and when I had heard and seen, I fell down to worship before the feet of the angel which showed me these things. I
Right,
love this, and he always
right,
says this.
right. Okay, verse 8. And John saw all these things. Okay, so the
Yep,
story is now over. So instead of doing a
yep.
one-line synopsis of entire fucking Revelations again, as you see it, why not just be one little sentence that says, and we're going to do it all over again on the next one?
Because that would make it really obvious and confuse the crap out of Christians and religious people, and it's
That's what
saved for Christ, not for them. That's my
I don't
theory.
know. I'm Jesus is there. Which Jesus, Spartan? Because if you're talking about our Jesus, then he's clearly on our planet. Like,
Right, he'd have to be here.
duh. Right. Okay. John seen these things. Blah blah blah. Fell down, worship before the feet of the angel. Blah blah blah. Then saith he unto me, See thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant, and of thy my brethren the prophets, and of them keep sayings of the book worship God.
Right. Jesus
Oh,
is
thank you
equal with you, not above you.
what?
Jesus is equal with you, not above you.
Hold on. They say he unto me, See thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant.
Right on.
Right. Don't just say right on and like
It's
there's
not
an
about worshiping. It's not about worshiping the past or worshiping the host of heaven. It's not about worshiping. That's not what it's about. It's about being brothers. It's about equality. It's about those kinds of things.
See thou do it not. What's that?
Yeah. See thou do not what you just did. Fall down and worship. Don't do that.
And of my no, hold on. Right. Now you're saying that a true prophet is a Jesus. Right?
Yes.
And of thy brethren the prophets. And this is a Jesus telling and making a reference. So I don't read this as him saying that he's the brothers of all humans. I see this as him saying he's the brother of all Jesuses.
That's fair.
And of them which keep the sayings of the book. And it's
Right
their
on.
job to make sure everybody underneath them does what they're told. Empire rules. Hi, Mark. Come over to my channel, Mark. It looks fine. Oh, do you know
Do
what
you
I
remember
haven't done,
Mark?
Richard? Do you
Do
know
you
what I
remember
haven't
Mark?
done, Richard? I haven't put the bloody book up.
You haven't put the bloody book up for your channel? You're
There
kidding
we
me.
go. Now it's up.
Oh, now I see it. There, it's over
Yeah.
there now.
You could have told me that, you fool.
Oh, well, it's not my job to run your channel. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, come over to mine, Mark. We've got like background music.
No, stay over here.
We've got
Um,
space. I'm actually in space in mine,
We've
Mark.
got cookies. It's better than space. We got cookies over here. Actually, Mark, this is the end of the book of Revelation, and this is the completion of an entire series that MathPig and I have done together. And the fourth series we've done, the fourth religious book we've done. So, and we're going to have an after party. Tell them to come on in and join the after party and pick on me. I like being picked on. It improves me.
Yeah. Oh, I can see you. You like them ladies with the high heels and all that. Yeah.
What? What are you talking about?
Dominatrix.
I like women who are in good physical shape but not muscular. Like they're fit but not like
At least, what did we
sinewy.
talk about this before? At least 2,000 years old, 2,500.
Yeah, I want a woman to be mature. I don't
Yeah.
want a child.
Yeah, 2,500 years old. Anyway, back to the
I've
other
thought
two.
about it, and I've talked about it some with a couple of folks, and I think I'd go as young as 500 years old. 500 years is probably old enough.
Yeah, you don't want that gap to be too big. Like.
I mean, I want someone who knows their way around heaven, can show me everything, and that would take some time to learn. So,
You don't get to go to their heaven.
what's that? If she and I come together as one, I can invite her into mine. Remember piercing the all in the ear thing and the slaves and how you can pick somebody and they can go to the other heaven?
No, I don't know how you got to that one. Do you have to fill out a form to go do a visitation?
No, you just swear allegiance. That's all.
So you swap gods.
Yeah, you can swap which heaven you go to for the sake of love and marriage and children. Sure.
Where the fuck did you get right? Okay,
It's in the
moving
slave
on.
laws. Look up all, the word AWL. It only appears once. Just look up the word all.
After party. We have to finish it first. It's already
It's
1
part
o'clock
of the
in
slavery
morning here.
laws. I'll show it to you later.
It's already 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah. Where are we at? Like 8? Yes. Found and worship and do it not. Yeah. Sayings of the book, worship God. So here the one who's... This is another thing, Christians just miss this because they need to. They say Jesus is God, then they see Jesus talking, and then he says, don't worship me, worship God, and they just completely blow it off.
What?
Because they do say Jesus is reciting this.
Right, say it again. Start there, stop. Sorry, my phone went flashy flash. I lost my trail of thought. Go.
Right. Okay, so if the one speaking in the book of Revelation is the one like unto the Son of Man, or Jesus, which is what
Jesus.
Christians do agree, right? A Jesus. They think the Jesus, which is fine.
Right, yeah.
But right here it says in 9, don't worship me, worship God. It says it.
It's just a fucking word in Greek that says Dios, and you can apply any translation you want to it. Right now you're saying God, and we don't know that it's God explicitly because it doesn't say Lord God.
That's right. Okay, but who's talking and how many choices you got?
Well, from your interpretation, this is a previous Jesus with another Jesus and some other boys on stage showing it to John, and sometimes he takes part in the thing and stuff like that. But this particular person, I would believe, is a past Jesus.
Okay, fair enough. So Jesus saying, don't worship me.
A Jesus saying, worship the ideas that we all... Like, the Christians said, like, Jesus in the Bible, and I'm pretty sure the Christians believe that Jesus says that you have to worship God mainly. It's... you. Only, what is it, Dad? You cannot come on to the Father only through me. It's not...
Through me, that's right.
It's not worship me. It's just I'm the way to get there.
Right.
And I still read it as that. So I'm not saying the Christians are wrong. I'm just disagreeing that it's not... I read it something similar to that.
Dang, you got 2 more viewers than I do.
Dang, I should have 6 and you should have none. Give them 2. Come on over here. Come on.
This keeps up, I'm going to shut off your stream.
We've even got a bot over here that you can play with.
Ooh.
Right, so
bot.
I don't disagree with the Christian reading there. Richard, stop looking at your analytics.
Huh? What?
Stop looking at your fucking analytics.
I was paying attention to the show. I was, really. Honest. No, I wasn't. No, I was listening to you.
Right.
So it just seems really...
I don't disagree with the Christian reading.
You don't disagree with the Christian reading. Well, your religion's messed up. That's all there is to it.
No, in this particular sentence, you say that the Christians say that like, I'm reading this as Jesus says you must worship God.
Right.
Is that not
and
what
yet
the
in churches you got Jesus worship music?
Yeah, because of the Trinity, man.
Well, that's conflating Jesus with the God. But if he says, don't worship me, worship God, how can they be the same being or person?
Because of the Trinity.
That doesn't work, man.
Oh, no, like, I'm not saying that it works. I'm just, like, you didn't say give me a reason that works. You like, give me a reason. The Trinity.
I love this. Nice quote, Mark. Are you groveling? I hate groveling.
With Monty Python Holy Grail, we've been described as religious tool time before. That was funny.
That's not bad.
Yeah, Jesus is God, but he's not the Father. See, Spartan understands it. He's a Christian. There you go.
Right.
Spartan, did you buy a mansion? I popped into that live stream today. Damn, you got a big fucking room behind you there, like.
Yeah, Spartan is right.
Yeah, check out Spartan. Spartan's doing an awful lot now over in Apocalypse here.
Except for where he put the word God right there. Jesus is not God, and this says Jesus is not God.
Yeah.
Because it's Jesus saying, don't worship me, worship God. So there must be a difference.
No. That's the wonderful nature of the Trinity. You can be different and all at the same time.
Be different and same simultaneously in lots of ways that don't make sense in reality. And he saith unto me, seal not the sayings of this prophecy. What? Of this prophecy. The one he's talking right now. So yes, it went all the way back to the beginning of the book of Revelation and started again.
Seal not the sayings of this prophecy.
That's right.
Right. As in don't seal
Which
not,
book?
As in shut the fuck up a minute. Seal not as in don't put in a box and put away.
Right.
You need to tell everyone about these prophecies because the time is at hand.
Right.
So where the fuck are you screaming about what the hell you're screaming about?
Because this book that is the prophecy is the whole book of Revelation. It's not the last prophecy he made here, which was, what was the last prophecy made here? Tree of Life. That would be the last prophecy made here. So this is all talking about just the Tree of Life. You're going to stay with that, man? Come on.
No,
You've got to bend on this.
No. Now you're putting fucking words in my mouth. I'm saying that it's a roundup of the end of the story and talking about moving on to the next one.
So just on the sly, you started agreeing with me. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't say I was agreeing with you. I said from the very start that it was all about moving on to another plan. And not a start again of Revelations. And I'm reading this as don't seal it up. Don't get rid of it. You think your story's over? Hell no. The story's just about to begin. Because now he's the Father. On the next planet.
I have to ask Maynard, is this a religion? Because we're looking for another show to do.
No, I have a few ideas out there. Don't give no.
Don't let them suggest things? Okay, never mind. We're not looking for a show to do. Wait, we're still looking for a show to do.
We are. Anyway, we have to finish this one.
We're working on it. Don't rush me, man.
Where are we?
Don't rush me. Oh, we're really close to the end now. Wow. He that is unjust, let him be still unjust.
Let him be
and he which is filthy. Yes, I know. Let him be still filthy, and he that is righteous, let him be still righteous, and he that is holy, let him be holy still.
Why did you read
In other words, you don't change everybody, whether you like it or not. But by the end of this thing happening, people have decided whatever they've decided, and just that's too bad. And there you go. Which is why I can't agree with universalists that all get saved. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give every man according to his work. According to his work. So not just grace, works. There's a big debate in Christianity about that, you know, MathPig.
Oh, aye. Yeah, do you get to heaven by works? No, I don't even, yeah.
Right. So the only one that the doing of works is fulfillment of the law. The only one who fulfills the law is the Jesus. That's why he's righteous, is because he fulfills the law, and then by that he is judged on his works because he's not given grace, because he's not innocent.
I'm still reading this.
Christians will read this and go on.
I'm still reading this as unjust and all the rest of it. We've got people on our spaceship who are all of multitude of different opinions. And behold, I've got my reward with me, right? So yes, Jesus got his own spaceship now. That's his reward. To give every man according to his work. So all the stuff that he did on earth, he gets assigned a position in the empire. I am the Alpha and the Omega. So I'm Jesus. I am the beginning and the end, first and the last. So I now get to go and start my own planet. Again, talking about the start of another planet.
Yes, I believe it is. Blessed are they that do his commandments. See, I told you, righteousness. That they may have the right to the tree of life. Right.
Hold on. Blessed are those that do his commandments. As in,
Right.
I read that as in, blessed are those who do what they're fucking told.
Yes.
So don't scream at me righteous. You were
No,
not
that's
righteous.
the definition of righteousness.
No, you are obedient. Hold on now. What you were describing is obedience, not righteousness.
You got to read Paul, MathPig.
I got to read poem.
Paul. P-A-U-L, Paul.
Paul. I don't care about
Paul.
Paul. I'm reading this as in blessed are those who do his commandments. Blessed are those who do what they're told. That's obedience. That's not righteousness.
Right. It's obedience, which is considered righteousness.
To Christians, that's fine.
Well, according to the Bible, which I thought we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm allowed to disagree with it.
Yeah, but you just can't justify it from the Bible when you disagree like that.
I'm not trying to justify it from the Bible. I'm just saying your definition of what I would consider righteous, I'm disagreeing with.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mark's not even like a Bible guy. He knows. So there. Okay, so just like when Abraham trusts God that even though he's an old guy, he's going to have so many kids, it's just crazy. And that trust is counted as righteousness. And then fulfillment of the law is considered righteousness. So in like manner, when it says things like following the commandments, doing his commandments, that's righteousness, which is why, again, I just think it's talking about Jesus there. And that gives him the right, not a privilege, of the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. That is the same as his name's written in the book of life. He can't be scratched out, new stone, white robe, etc., etc. He goes on and on about it.
I'm reading this again. Blessed are those who do what they're told, and they might have access to immortality. They may... What?
Sorry. Whoosh. There's a whip.
Do what you're fucking told. More obedience. Right.
Yes.
Again, we're back to the empire. That's what I keep pointing out. I don't care whether you say, definition of righteous and all the rest of it. You can call it fucking righteousness all you want. It's still an empire mentality of do what you're told. Are you doing the Star Wars theme tune really badly?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But it is only asking it of Jesus, and everybody else, they can do what they want, and it doesn't much matter, really.
The bot actually is completely random. The bot's completely random. Don't forget about Dick Punch. There's also Dick Punches out there, too. Yeah, no, I just see it as the whole empire, do it your fucking toil. Do it your toil.
Well, for Jesus, I believe you're right. He's got to do what he's told. Predetermined and all that.
Spartans all taking on the big shoes, like Spartans all MathPig. You just need to fucking do what you're told, you know. Right, come on, get to the end of this. Come on, we need to get.
Where are we at? I lost my place. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. Okay, so none of that crap anymore. I, Jesus. Oh my gosh, he says he's Jesus. No wonder people think so. Have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things. Here is a wide exception. I think angel here meaning the Holy Ghost. That is, he's prayed to Jesus. He's prayed to the next Jesus. To testify unto you all these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star. Not to be confused with Lucifer, although people try to confuse those two right there.
Well, it is the description of the morning star, so you can understand that.
I understand why, yeah.
And the Spirit and the bride say, come. Everybody loves to come. And let him heareth say, more coming. And let him in his all thirst come. And whoever will, let him take the water of life freely. Now it says water of life. Are you going to say
yes.
Waters or water?
Water. We actually drink it in heaven. This is what causes our genetic freedom, the water of life, which flows out from the tree of life and the two thrones, the part we just read up back there. Yeah, that water.
Okay, Richard, I'll let you finish it up. Go, because it says "for I testify," and I ain't testifying. Fuck off.
For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of that means hear and understand, not just hear it casually.
Yeah, we know that. Come on, don't ruin the moment. It's the freaking
And
last bit.
th is continues to hear the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book, of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifieth these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so, come Lord Jesus.
Right.
Even so.
Right here. Oh. Any man shall add to this book. Now,
Right.
if we are going to take it, there is a decision. Somebody must make a decision. And you can say, oh, the decision must be God, right? So the fact that the decision must be God, anybody can interpret this any way they want and say that they're not adding to it. But you would have to agree that a lot of people would say you're adding a bunch of shit to this.
They would say so, yes. But I do take this very seriously as possible damnation of my eternal soul.
No. You're space Jesus. You're fine.
Well, if I was Jesus, I'd be right.
If you admitted to being Jesus, you wouldn't be
Then
Jesus.
I'd be not Jesus. I'd be a liar.
So that's it, yeah, right. Series 4, that was the Book of Revelations. Has anybody in the chat any questions? Any of the regulars that have been here for a while? Anyone that knows more relative to this particular thing instead of just screaming alien overlords at Richard? Yeah, if anyone's anything they would like to ask, we're probably going to take a 10-15 minute break. And
I never said peace and respect to MathPig side chat. Peace and respect to you all.
The cool side chat. And Docs.
The faster moving, more people watching side chat, I'll give you that.
It's prettier over here with some music and all.
They just like your shiny forehead.
Look at it. It's not even that shiny. I need to shave my head.
Put some oil on that, man. What's up? That dry scalp. Put some skin lotion on that thing, will you?
I need to shave it first. It's all fluffy. That's why it looks bad. It needs shaved. Badly. Have to shave it. It's the child's birthday this weekend, and if I can.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I want to shout out to everybody that's seen my post last week on Twitter. I really want to thank everyone who helped towards that and stuff.
Sweet.
I don't like saying or asking or anything for help, but I really do appreciate everybody that did, and yeah, it made an awful lot of difference. We've got Cole and
every time one of us
taking on Richard's advice. I bought her a microscope, Richard. It goes from 40 right up till 500.
Nice range.
52 different pieces, comes with sliders. It's a metal base, metal stand and all. It's got different lights above and below. It's got a whole big microscope kit and everything like so.
She's gonna put everything under that microscope.
Yeah, I'm hoping lots of bugs. Her mother got her a giant dollhouse, so I don't know. It's like the dollhouse or the microscope, so there might be.
How much money you want me to put on that? Which one she spends actually more time with? How much you want to bet?
Oh, she does like that. She's doing the Pokemon thing at the minute, man.
We're taking odds. Let's start a pool.
Those are probably going to get fucking ignored for Pokemon.
Yeah, but of those two, I'll bet you that microscope gets 65 to 75% of the time. I'll bet you.
We will see. I bet you her mother makes me take it and keep it here, so she'll only get to play with it when it's here, which will diminish its usage.
Okay, of available time, that has to be factored into.
Yeah, I know. Right. Well, anyway, I really want to say thank you to everyone who does support the channel. It really goes towards helping. Like it's everybody's in dire straits at the minute, but yeah. Richard, hold on. I'll just post the freaking link in my chat. Richard's probably going to go and grab a smoke. So as I
Yep.
say, we'll be back in 15 minutes. We'll
Yep.
see about dual streaming again. Yeah, we should be able to do the dual stream. And
The
for
what?
flip's sake, we should still be able to do the dual stream.
Dual.
If you
Yeah.
want to, and
Oh, sure, it's
have them
fine.
both in. Yeah, yeah, fuck it. I don't care. Yours, mine, whatever. I don't mind. Go to yours, go to mine, whatever suits you. Uh, yeah, yeah. And other than that, thanks everybody for coming again and sticking with us through the whole series. And we'll be back next Tuesday. We'll think of something to do if Richard doesn't have to run off and save another house or save another friend. But yeah, we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. Hang around and yeah, we'll open it up and see if people can want to jump in, say hello, make fun of Richard. And with that,
SPM, I brought up your comment when you first clocked in, and I gave you my bow, I gave you my humility, and you must have missed it. But I'll give it to you again. I'm not proud of that.
yeah, so I don't know, right? I'm going to end mine, so I don't know what Richard's going to do. But when I hit this
I'm just going
button,
to leave it on.
okay, well then I'm going to jump into the backstage and wait for you to come back. Then
Roger that. Everybody go pee and smoke and come back. Come back.
come
We're
back.
going to have an open room. We're going to have a good time.
Right. Well, if you're leaving yours open, we're just going to go to Richard's. There's no point in me dual streaming if yours is staying open. So where's the link? I'm going to post it in my chat. There's it pasted. If anybody wants to come and join in, the link's in my chat. And then Richard will hang around for 2 minutes, let people in so I have someone to talk to, and then ruin my stream. See you all later. Tidy and off.
Let the break begin. Now.
I'm trying to hide in the background till someone else comes in.
Welcome, peace and respect to you all.
There it goes. Like now it's in both of my ears. I'm only getting sound in one headphone, and it's driving me nuts because I didn't know if it was my headphones.
Peace and respect, Knock. How you been?
Oh, pretty good. How are y'all doing?
What you up to on your channel?
Oh, same old, calling out hypocrites. I said I was going to take a week off.
You're a big meanie.
Yeah, I mean, P-Town was crying, wasn't he? He's like, stop being so mean. But yeah, I said I was going to take a week off because I was going to try to quit smoking. I lasted a day.
With the smoking or with the no YouTube?
With the smoking. Yeah, I lasted a whole 24 hours, and I'm like, today I was like, fuck this. Fuck it right now.
You get
Fuck it all to hell.
You're golden, bro. I got 6 weeks right now, Rage.
I know, I'm cursing on Richards. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to.
I made a statement on my last birthday. I've got to August to give them up, man. I'll be 40. I promised my daughter. I've got till August to give them up.
Yeah, I'm going to get it done. It just didn't happen this time.
Can you guys hear me? How am I sounding?
Wee bit echoey, but definitely loud. 100% right there, me and I.
Sound good, Maynard.
Because you guys are real light, so I don't know if it's me.
Yeah, I need to check my audio. My audio gets low. Yeah, my audio should be good.
Knock, I don't know what was happening, though. Maybe I think what's happening is when you're recording it on your end, your mic is down in OBS, because you're definitely not as low as that when we have the conversations in StreamYards.
Yeah.
But watching yours back, I think you just need to turn your gain up, or else whack your volume up for your mic in OBS when you're recording.
How much?
Yeah, I think I fixed it. So I'm hopefully going to have some kind of open room this coming up weekend, and I can test it, see if it's fixed.
What time out on Saturday, you cunt?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You haven't been streaming on Saturday, so I'm good to go at any time.
Do you know what would be good, right? I've been wondering this now, right? I'll do an open room at 10 o'clock, say, right? And if you start one at 12 o'clock, so that would be, you're Eastern. No, are you Eastern? No?
Yeah, I'm Eastern.
Right, so you're 6 hours behind, or 5 hours behind me, so that would put it at 7 p.m. Would that suit you?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I try to, because you usually go at 5 Eastern my time.
Yeah.
So I try to go, if I'm going to do a Saturday night stream around 7 or 8, that'll give you time to wrap up. It just all depends on if you do an after show, and then,
this is the thing,
like
right?
what's going on with like the rooms that night. Sometimes I don't even want to do a Saturday night stream.
YouTube has a thing now, right? But you can't implement it afterwards or anything like that. It has to be done when you're cooking the freaking stream, or your stream before the stream goes live. You can't do it when the stream is live, sorry. And that sends your audience somewhere else. Like Twitch has started to do.
Oh yeah.
So if I had a stream that ran from say 10 till 12:05, and when I ended, all my audience then automatically gets sent to yours. I'm interested to see how that works.
Yeah, yeah. I know, like usually YouTube, when they do something new, it's got some bugs in it for a couple months. I haven't tried it yet, but it is interesting. It's because I try to avoid channels that I know that I share an audience with, or channels that I think that I'm friends with.
Yeah, you're not Gur.
Yeah, I'm not Gur. I'm not going to try to intentionally run over you.
Gur's and everybody else's side chat. He's out there just telling them, "Come on over, I'm about to start."
Yeah.
Gur then starts.
Gur's out there poaching like a mug.
He joins other people's streams when he's got a stream. But he's a bad fucker. But I like Gur. I introduced him to my daughter last weekend. So he's not that bad.
I have a theory that Gur is really like a KKK Nazi, just pretending to be, Gur streams. That's my theory. I like Gur too. Like I'm always afraid, and I know we're like off topic, and I do want to get because I'm interested in how Richard sees Revelations. I haven't seen the whole series, but I can imagine. But like I often worry, like, because I talk a lot of smack about Gur when he's too nice in his rooms, or when he has these like gang up fests on me.
He
But
does
at the
have
same,
gang up fest. I'll say
Yeah.
that.
Hold on. Sorry, P-Town. Go on ahead.
Dude, he'll take my mods away, then give them back, and then like make me go through hoops to get it back, and then just give it to me out of nowhere. And
But I'm like, of all the shit I talk about him, I'm afraid like people are gonna really think I don't like him, and I think he's a good dude, man. I think he's too nice.
He has never given me mod status, and I only give him mod status in mine for like 5 minutes at a time. I have set up the bot with 2 commands. It used to be explanation mod ger, and that would post his link. So even if he didn't have mod status, he could still post his link. Then he abused the shit out of it. Used to just pop in, post his link like 5 times, and then run away. So I changed the link to you and your mum, or whatever that was, your ma so fat, or some fucking your mum joke. So then I created another one which was Gers, and that's Gers just a prep. Just a prep. So.
I pick on him that he tries to be me, but he can't really try to be me unless he starts being an asshole more.
Ger has his own thing. But anyway, Richard, thoughts and revelations, the tattoos on your hand, the thing that's important to you. What did you take from? Could you explain that for the people? Because that's a group of symbols. Could you explain that for the people watching?
Yeah, it's the book Peace and Respect. Welcome, Sammy. It's the book of Revelation and symbology, and it goes around 3.5 times. So it's not like in chronological order; it's in picture order.
Those are tattoos on your hands. I always thought like you just. And I always thought you just worked with your hands and you had dirt on your hands, but those are tattoos on your hands?
Yeah, it's tattoos, yeah. In fact, I had to have it done twice. I don't recommend it. Like, I don't know about anyone else's discipline, but as for me, my shoulder kept trying to climb its way into my ear.
Yeah, that's some soft flesh on the bottom of your hands like that, man.
I wouldn't be too bad now, considering I've cut the top off of like 3 of my fingers.
I've got a tattoo. It's about 5 inches across, and basically a circle shape on my left pec, from about my collarbone, a little bit over my collarbone, all the way down to my nipple, and I didn't even twitch. Like, it was just like, whatever. Go ahead, man. It was fine. I was joking, talking to other people, dude. When I got my hand done, I was just like. I was frozen in pain. I just frozen the whole time. It was crazy.
Did you get the inside of your hand done?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want done. I want eyeballs on the inside of my hands like that. That's so cool.
Yeah, I always thought that was just like dirt because you work with your hands or something. And no,
I do work with my hands.
The other day and I was like, oh my God, it's the only person I've ever seen like that, because I have a reptilian eye tattooed in the back of my head. It's a tool thing, third eye. Type thing, and I wanted to get like reptilian eyes on the inside of my hands like that, like a tool, some of the tool iconography that they use.
I got to tell you, man, the worst part was the knuckles on fingers, the inside of the knuckle, because the bone is real shallow right there. In the center of the palm, it wasn't that bad, but on your pads that you use for work, if you can size that to fit in the center of your palm, that's going to be the least amount of pain.
That's probably where it'd be, but like when I had my head done, didn't bother me. All my arms didn't bother me, but the one on my chest, every time it was on my chest, it felt like it was in my nipple, and I did not like that.
It's true.
My fiction tattoo on my left arm, that she went deep, and everybody told me she's the best tattoo artist in Battle Creek. So, and everybody told me, like, she's going to hurt you. Like, no matter where you get it, it's going to hurt. And I'm like, no, it's on my arm. I'll be fine.
No.
I was crying.
You were not.
Oh, yes, I was. I was crying.
I got one right there on the actual shoulder blade, and I could feel the vibrations right down as far as my elbow, but it wasn't painful. It was just a transfer of the, it wasn't madly painful. Like, it didn't take that long now. But I've had it since I was 18. So I've had it 20 years and it's never scabbed, never done that. He was a great tattoo artist, though. So Richard, Revelations.
Yeah, to Revelations. So I've always... I haven't heard the entire series, but I can imagine, it's kind of along the lines of your normal interpretation of the Bible. But, like,
it goes
I've
with
always
the rest
wondered...
of what I think, yeah.
I've always wondered like how anybody can take the book seriously, and I've always wondered like how it even made it into the Canonic Bible to begin with, because the dude was quite mad. Like the dude that wrote it was absolutely batshit insane.
In saying that now, right? I'm not going to scream or shout or anything about any of these atheists out there or any of these motherfuckers. And people run around and there's, oh, it's like an acid trip and shit like that there. Acid trips sound really boring on fucking Revelations. Like, my friends in Falling Down the Stairs had better acid trips than this sort of shit. Like, I did not see any acid trip. I seen a lot of metaphorical text. And this is the first real time I've read it since being a child and reading the Bible at 11, 12, 13 in church as well. So it's, this is the first time from this point of view really giving it the attention. And I seen it as metaphorical language, using descriptive nature. And I don't know, maybe it's the fact that I'm used to Richard and his sort of interpretation and how he looks at things, but I didn't see, Enoch was crazier than this.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, well, I have a couple of points there. I think part of the reason it got in was because it was John, supposedly.
No,
and John's a pretty.
John. Wasn't that John?
Yeah, no, you're right. It was a different John.
It's a later John. It's not the apostle John.
And it
but if you look at the other apocalypses out there, it's probably the least crazy one. So it does kind of make sense. It's the one that got in.
Well, so the beginning of it is like the most crazy part when he's talking about the beast and the crazy lion thing. But like the man himself was just crazy. Like he was like, I'm trying to remember the history and make sure I have the history accurately. But like he was so crazy, he was like banished.
Give me a minute,
like,
guys. I'll be back. I'm going to try to fix my stuff. It's still hard to hear you.
Okay, Maynard.
People
I
literally
might bring you back
he was
in.
like
I don't know. We'll see.
A threat to society or something, and so they banished him to some island.
Taking the history of the man out of it, right, and giving it the sort of respect that Richard gives it. Just forgetting about who the man was.
But that's my question: is like when you're talking about a person in the depths of their madness, how can you take any of it like seriously in a reality type context?
Again, I don't I'm really struggling to see it as madness. I have watched movies and stuff, and
that's madness.
Even the things that I showed my daughter. I love talking about it later. Brilliant. I showed her fucking Love, Death, and Robots, that fighting scene, because she wanted to see what would real Pokemon look like, Gary. If anyone's seen that fight scene of the biological robot things in the first series of Love, Death, Robots, it's quite graphic. That's more insane visually than anything
I guess MathPig, to try and get you to see it from like a fundamentalist point of view, the way I grew up was that shit was 100% literal. There was no metaphor in I'll send you our Revelate.
I'm looking for this descriptive acid trip that all the atheists have been making.
Imagine, right, creatures that are part horse, part man, have stingers of scorpions, wings of eagles. They come in a big flood of blood. That's pretty fucking trippy, dude. Especially if you think that shit was real.
I have had dreams where I have been strapped to a chair and my nails have been pulled out. Recently, in this last 3 months, I had a dream where I walked up and met Amber before they were Amber and shot them. They stood up as the person they used to be, and I shot them. Walked up, boom, boom. I have some fucked. I don't like to sleep. My subconscious hates me, but I'm maybe it's just me, but this didn't.
Maybe it's Satan. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
What?
Well,
maybe
I think
it's
because
Satan.
your rational mind does just see it as metaphor, which if you look at it from that perspective, it's not going to be anywhere near as crazy. But if you think that there's, a literal border sitting around God that's sitting on a throne with all these creatures around him singing constantly and burning incense and all that weird shit with lightning flashing all around. Metaphorically, yeah, it's cool, but literally that shit is insane.
That's the funny thing is I actually think it is literal. We're just going to show what he's having for dinner.
Oh, there's bacon. That's a
Bacon,
lot
bacon.
That's a lot of mashed potatoes.
Some fried up MathPigs.
Oh, I've got a wee tray as well. The wee trays are necessary. Mine's that's so serious.
Well, so let's take the literal sense. And again, I haven't heard your entire interpretation, but I think I know enough of how you see the Bible. So I'm assuming like Revelation is going to read as some kind of futuristic alien invasion story. The Elohim is going to come and pretty much try to destroy the world, and then God is going to come and kind of, or Jesus is going to come and kind of stop it. My thing is, based on the descriptors in Revelations about both sides, like, wouldn't it be in humanity's best interest to fight against both of them? Right? Like,
well, if we could win and you wanted to stay on the planet, maybe.
Right.
But I think there's no way for us to win.
Right. Can I go into a wee bit of detail with that? Because that's something along one of the lines that I think me and you, Richard, got 2 verses and we fought for an hour and a half on this. And we only got something like through 2 verses, right? The aliens are coming, right? The good aliens, as Richard sees them, and then there's the bad aliens. That's the reference points that I'm going to be using, right? Now, according to Richard, when the good aliens come, we've got the Jesus of this earth, right? Correct me anywhere along, Richard, if I get this wrong, right? So we've got the Jesus of this earth. There's the whole thing with the people go up, the army, and all the rest of it. But then there's the 7 years where the Jesus, I think, then spends that time trying to help the people and convince them that this is the right way to go. Come with us to the good aliens. Now, they don't say that
3.5 years.
3.5 years, sorry, right? They don't say that they are God. They use their own particular word, their own particular language to say we are basically, I'd say from our perspective, we will translate that word as alien. Richard is under a belief that we should see it as them saying, they're not technically saying they're God. The Antichrist, though, and Satan, when he gets here, he will be, and the Antichrist will be making a point of saying these people are pretending to be God. So when the aliens, the good ones, come here, they don't actually proclaim to be God. They don't proclaim to be this, that, and the other. They just come straight out and say, look, we seeded the planet, believe it or not. And it's only the Antichrist and Satan who say these people are pretending to be God. So there's a slight caveat there to the understanding, which can, as I say, 2 verses, 90 minutes later, me and Richard fell out. Like it's
So what I think Satan and his kind of aliens are trying to convince people is that the earth can be preserved and they should stay. So they come with the attitude, oh, I'm on your side, I'm for humans, come on, we can make this thing work. We just got to get rid of these other aliens and then I'll leave too and you'll be fine. Which is all a lie.
And from what the understanding I gained during this, Richard, we believe that the Antichrist is a person of power or a person who will be put into power and will be believable. So when the aliens come here, people in power, as in government leaders and stuff, will listen to, like, think of a smart Donald Trump, and they will listen to this.
Wait, those 2 things were so far apart. I don't know what to do with them.
But I'm just saying.
You mean Ron DeSantis?
Oh, okay, fine. A smart Ron DeSantis.
Or no, a smart Donald Trump is Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, that's like saying
to listen to this person because he's going to have information, right? And he is gaining his information from Satan, but he will have information to help these world leaders fight against the aliens, and that is how he's going to convince them. When it talks about kings and stuff in Revelations, it's talking about leaders of power, people in position.
Yeah.
Does this all tie into the Sumerian story? It's
not stitching.
like the Sitchin guy. Is it that story? Like,
No.
so Satan's not going to be, what is it, like in Keel or whatever it was?
No.
Oh.
Can I give a game, Richard?
Okay, so first of all, Sitchin went way too far with partial information. Okay, not that I'm not saying he had bad intent. I don't know that. Okay, but I know the way that he manipulated the language.
I wouldn't say he had bad intent, but he manipulated the language for sure.
Right, and watch Dr. Josh and Megan's show bitching about Sitchin if you want to know all the details of how he messed up and why he messed up, etc. They do a show on that. I'm not going to even talk about it much here. And he actually wove into that idea other ideas like trying to justify like a Darwinistic evolution, only the aliens did it. And I'm not saying very different from that. That Satan and his kind manipulated apes and accidentally made us, and then well, of course we eventually rebelled when we got enough numbers, and there was enough of us to make a stand. So, but still, all in all, I'm not saying, and to your point, Rage, I'm not saying that other religions don't say the same thing. I believe they do. In fact, I believe they say exactly the same thing as what the text of the Bible is saying, and more than just in the ancient Near East, but like everywhere.
I mean, it's interesting. I think that, if gods are going to come back, then they're going to be biological creatures, and if we were created by a higher being, I think they would be biological creatures. They would be what we would refer to as aliens. I'm still very agnostic on aliens until I see them with my own eyes. But I think it's getting harder and harder to be agnostic on them if you're truly like honest about it. It seems like, I don't know, Russia releases, tons of their, top secret information when it comes to UFOs. We get a slow drain from America, and we find out, America really takes it seriously as well. So I think it's getting harder to be skeptical when it comes to aliens. And I think if the gods are going to return, then clearly these ancient civilizations must have had some contact with them. It would have seen them as higher beings, would have classified them. Because I mean, if they have the ability to make it here, it's
yes,
and
but say for
coming.
It takes say 60 generations to get here, and this is the first time. Just because they arrive here now doesn't mean that they were here before.
Well, I mean, 60 generations. I mean, that's passed how many times throughout the course of humanity?
I was just picking an arbitrary number. The point I was making is just because they arrive here.
Well, and that's assuming that they had the same propulsion system that we would have. But in order for them to get here to begin with, they wouldn't.
Just to make the point, though, because they come here in, say, 7 years, doesn't mean that they were here thousands of years ago.
Well, no, but I think that it's safe to assume that if these stories are true, then they would be based off some truth, which would be a biological creature coming here.
Yeah. And to your point, MathPig, I think if there wasn't much detail, I could say something like, well, it's human nature to make up other beings because we don't like the idea of being alone. And of course, they can't come out of the ocean because that's too limited. They can't come out of the ground. That's too limited. So they come from space instead. I could go with much of that, but I can't go with it at some point of overlapping detail. If there's too much of that, I just can't think that's the explanation, because different cultures and different people would have come up with different stories not meaning the same thing.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be space travel. It could be interdimensional travel. It could be interuniversal
you stay
travel.
away from the new Indiana Jones movie. Knox watched the new Indiana Jones movie recently.
No, I haven't seen it yet. But I am into like multiverse, and I've always said, like, based on what we know of propulsion systems, it seems impossible for aliens to be able to make it here, like from a different galaxy in our own universe. I think the shorter method of getting from one place to another would be to dimension hop.
Yeah, well, it describes heaven as three-dimensional objects, 29 count, that are just flipping huge. And then, what was it, 4 shows ago now, MathPig? Heaven rolled up like a scroll and all the mountains were moved. You can't roll up three-dimensional objects like they're two-dimensional objects unless you did something to space-time.
Yeah. So The
that's
theory is
if I can
not.
just
Essentially, if you had the energy, you only need to manipulate the space directly around the craft that you're in and stretch it in such a way that the space directly in front of you is stretched and the space behind you is squashed, and that will actually cruise you through space like a wave.
you're talking about the new modern version of what's considered
Warp
currently
drive,
as a warp
basically.
drive.
Yeah.
The energy requirements for that are absolutely and utterly obscene.
But when you're talking about a Kardashev 4 civilization, that's
Yeah.
like galactic size.
Still at a massive.
Sammy's
massive
right.
amount.
It's pretty much like squeezing a turd out, man.
Yeah.
If you think
If
about
I
it.
can say
Right.
though, Richard, right? When you're talking about this visualization of something folding and people
Man,
saying,
you guys are still low. We gotta figure out what's wrong.
when you're talking about folding space,
But you're not low to us, so even when
Yeah,
you
you're
talk
not low
like
to
that,
us,
we hear
nigga.
you.
you're
You're
thinking
not blasting loud like you usually are. You're like normal sound.
you're thinking like a 90s visualization in a movie, Richard, of folding space. I think,
Right.
like, if I'm going to talk about movies and use them as a reference point, I think Interstellar is the closest visualization of what it is. It's a
Which one was
sphere.
that?
So, can I
You
ask
wouldn't
one
see that
thing,
it's-
Richard?
Oh, sure. Just one thing, Maynard. That's it. Then you have to go.
Okay, I'll do that.
I was just kidding, man. Go ahead.
Was
I don't think
Sitchin
it's a
wrong
literal
about everything?
So MathPig spoke over you, and you were kind of quiet to me. So would you say again what you just said, and hopefully people can control themselves?
Well, I
Was
think MathPig was already in
Sitchin
the
wrong
middle of a
about
point.
everything?
Yeah, but Maynard can't hear MathPig.
I know.
So one more time, Maynard. Can you say that one more time?
Was Sitchin wrong about everything?
Everything? I don't know everything Sitchin said, so I couldn't comment on that.
Well, in his vast see, I know that he would put things from different time zones, different periods together to get things that he needed.
Okay.
But when it
Exactly.
came to the Anunnaki, who they were and what they supposedly did,
Yes, I would say like he's wrong about 90% of it. Like, so the planet they came from is never mentioned in the tablets. Most of these gods that he's mentioning, they're actually like underworld gods. They have nothing to do with outer space or aliens that came from another planet. I like I said, when I was researching this, I got caught up in the Sitchin shit without realizing it. And it was so fascinating. I'm like, man, this makes so much sense. And then you realize, oh yeah, it's because he made up most of it. Like, where I don't want to say, because I'm being like so super hyperbolic there. It doesn't matter what he says. The most of what he says, not all of it. Some of it matches up, but the most of what he says these tablets say doesn't match up with the other interpretations of the tablets.
gotcha.
Okay, so MathPig.
Lost it.
He lost
I knew you were going to say it. Damn.
And that's just the way. If I don't get the thought out when it's
I know.
It's a smoker thing. It's a 420 thing.
it's an autistic thing.
Oh, he took himself out. I didn't do that. By the way, I was only joking about you having to leave. Come back in if you want.
Maynard ain't playing
Refresh me.
around.
What did you say, Sammy? What did you say before? Maybe refresh my mind.
So yous were talking about Knock made a point.
Aliens and transport.
That's right, warp drive.
Warp drive. Warp drive takes an awful lot of energy. I think that's where we were at. I don't know where I was going after that.
Well, and my point to that
Oh,
is
and you're saying that there was a mod, like...
Oh, yes.
we're
The
thinking of a 90s
visualization.
version.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. The visualization of folding space, right, is you looking at something. The idea of folding space into another dimension is going to have a shadow, yes, in a third dimensional space, i.e. Tesseract. That's a fourth dimensional. That's A three-dimensional shadow of a fourth-dimensional square is what a tesseract is that everybody sees in fucking Marvel and shit, right? But it's not going to be an actual folding and this, that, and the other. That I know you can see that in your head and it makes sense. But if you were going to warp space and time to create a gateway, it would have to be a point in space. It would have to be spherical. It would have to be spherical. I don't see any. Oh, I'm going to time everyone out with their fucking emojis chat. It looks like I'm in a fucking TikTok conversation. It would have
like
to be
a
spherical.
donut?
No, spherical.
No, spherical.
Why?
It would
So
be
you can
spherical.
cross-
Every
I
time
see
you
what you
looked
mean.
at, if you look, no matter what way you looked at it, it would look like a bubble. Do you know when you look right?
Yeah.
Take for talk's sake, when you take a picture of space and you're looking at a star behind a galaxy, and you get what we call the warping due to
Gravitational
the
lensing.
Yes, gravitational lensing. Thank you very much. Think of it at looking at a point like that.
And am I right, MathPig, if I say, and it's a bad analogy because it's not spherical, but it's sort of the best we can do visually. People like to get a sheet of paper and they fold it over into a C, and say you're essentially crossing from one sheet.
Oh yeah, the folding space sheet.
Through
Yes.
the space in between to the next sheet.
Points isn't a straight line, it's zero.
Yeah, is that what you mean? So that's why it has to be spherical. It has to sort of come back.
No, it's nothing to do, right? That see that piece of paper that they're folding into a sheet? That's a hypothetical other dimension. That's a dimension that they're folding. That's, you know.
So yeah, they say, you know, space
That's
folds
not space time.
over.
No, that's a different dimension. No, it's a really bad analogy. That's not space and time. That's, you can't fold
and that you're
space
actually
and time.
jumping from this sheet down to this sheet without going around.
Think Babylon 5, man. Are you old enough to think Babylon 5 where you can pop into a hyperdimension and then pop out at a different point?
Oh,
You're accessing...
like into subspace or something.
When you fold space, you do transport between one and the other, but you're transporting through a dimension of space that doesn't have a distance component.
I'm just glad all this is settled science.
Pardon?
I'm just glad all this is settled science.
I'm talking literally where I'm at in my interest. All of this is opinion. Get Dr. Tabioka Weasel in here, you know.
This is fascinating.
Well, it's like accessing a dimension that you do go between, but you have to travel between something.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Orson Scott Card had a fascinating idea in his Ender's Game series that, yeah, you're traveling in between dimensions. You're not actually dimension hopping, and the in between makes it super fast travel. It was a great concept. But like when you're talking though about extra, just the amounts of energy it would take for civilizations to full space or to warp drive. You have to understand, like when we think civilization, we're thinking our civilization. We're thinking our point in our civilization. It's really hard to go beyond that because we haven't went beyond that yet. But we're talking about at least a class 3 civilization here, right? So we're talking our civilization times 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 years at the very minimum, right?
These people, the time scale going relative to us, like you're talking exponential.
What I'm saying is these types of civilizations would be harnessing power in a completely different way than we are. They would be harnessing powers of entire suns, right? Like,
yeah, they would be taking over stars. They would be,
I recently watched.
Theoretically, they could have black hole engines.
Yes.
I recently watched a thing, and I can't.
They could be sputtering out universes from their tailpipes. Okay, maybe not.
Maybe not.
That was perfect. The energy required to do something like fucking send information, like we're talking flipping different atoms, right? The way we've got, the cosmic interaction between two intertwined, right? So we take in the energy required to do that. We take it to Alpha Centauri. We then bump the energy requirements up, and to send a signal that says hello at instantaneous time between there and then, that requires the energy taken from our sun for a week to just send a signal from Alpha Centauri to here. So when I say the energy requirements are huge, and you're all like, but these people are blah 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 blah. The energy requirements are still absolutely fucking huge. We are missing something. There's a definite thing that we are like.
Well, that's my point, because we're looking at it from what we know, right? So we're assuming
that's what
that
I'm
we
trying
would have
to bring into context here.
Yeah. That's what I really love about like science fiction and fantasy novels, right? So like again, go to like Ender's Game. They the Formix, where this alien race that Ender in his game exterminated the entire race, and they had this Ansible system, right? And somehow these aliens were able to come up with space travel at a rate of speed that would literally move you through time itself. So Ender would start here on Earth, and he'd take this Ansible, and by the time he got to his destination, 100,000 years passed on Earth. But to Ender, it was a couple years, right? So it's these really fascinating ideas that we try to get around with our knowledge today. And I think it's why like science fiction and fantasy have often proved prophetic, is because human beings using their imaginations and expanding upon what they know at the time allows us to really like think about what's possible. So when we're thinking outside of the box now, from that context, we're going to start thinking outside of the box at a much larger rate than they were doing 300 years ago. Imagine that in 1,000 years, thinking outside of that box. It's going to
get, end of the day, right? Like Richard's idea of a civilization and stuff like this moving back and forth. When Richard tells these stories, people have a tendency, as Knock has pointed out, to think in our time scales. But as what Knock has just pointed out, it's something in the anime Godzilla 3-part series that did it on Netflix did this really, really well. Doesn't matter what the reason was, but they left our solar system. They then came back again. And when they did a hyper jump, I think it was something like 10,000 years had passed, but only something like 20 for them had passed because of this light speed traveling and the time dilate. Like photons themselves do not experience time.
I have a question for you then. So when you finished your point.
Yeah. So the idea that Richard's civilizations can go between planets and drop off and then dip away and drop back, for them, relative could be 1,000 years. For the people actually on the planets, it could be 65 million. Because they're traveling at light speed.
Yeah, and one thing that was fascinating about Sitchin was his idea of how different races might age differently, right? So the Anunnaki, who could be like pretty much immortal on their planet, they get to Earth and they age differently because of a different gravity on this planet. Like there's so much like.
Well, you wouldn't age differently because of the gravity. Your bones would be fucked up. Your bones.
Wait, I can't remember like the name of it.
It would be like the radiation from our star.
But like
might be
in Leo, clearly, like, or it's not in Leo. It was their dad, the god, right? When you're looking at Sitchin, he aged differently on their home planet.
You were going to ask something.
Yeah. He aged different on their home planet as compared to how he aged when he got to Earth. Like that's clear in Sitchin's work.
So I have a question for MathPig as someone who understands maths far better than I ever will.
I have no, but
just no far better than I ever will. Trust me.
Okay, well if you're the foundation, then yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. So I'm going to get really hypothetical for a bit. So you understand how there's like an anti-particle for every electron, every proton, and every nuclei, is it?
Right, well, nuclei is a different thing altogether. That's more biology. But are you talking about antimatter? Yes, there is antiparticles in the standard model. Yes.
And if I understand correctly, the opposite of the electron is what do they call that?
Positron.
A proton. A positron. And this is where my head starts to lose grip of it. But they are apparently moving backwards in time.
Oh no, you're insane. An antimatter particle is just a particle of the same mass with an opposite charge.
Well, that's what I thought. But where I'm coming from with this idea is, and I'm sure you would have heard of it, the single electron universe theory. Because
is this a conspiracy, right? Like, I don't know about.
You don't know about this?
Well, if it's a well, you said let's talk to a guy that knows more about science than me, and then you brought up some crazy
math. Yeah, it doesn't matter though if we're all in a
And then you
brought up. I was going to ask. I suppose I'll try and make the point so it actually makes a bit of sense. I just wanted to know the idea with this single electron universe is that because protons apparently. The idea is that they can move backwards in time.
No, photons do not experience time.
Only I can move backwards in time.
When you were doing mathematics and you were talking about things and stuff like that, you can throw time in certain higher mathematics and shit like that when you're talking about the universe. And if you wish, you can put time as a concept, a thing into the equation, but it usually cancels itself out. So the mathematics show that time, as we are talking about it colloquially, does not really factor into things. If you were talking about time, what we are referring to, you would be referring more to the idea of entropy and what that is and how, like, that's a completely long ass, time from what we see it is more entropy.
I didn't hear most of that. Can you repeat that, MathPig?
Oh yeah, let's start again.
Well, let me read you this then, MathPig, and see if it makes sense to you. So the idea is based on the world lines traced out across space-time by every electron. Rather than have myriad such lines, Wheeler suggests that they could all be parts of one single line, like a huge tangled knot traced out by the one electron. Which in a telephone call, this Professor Wheeler said to Feynman, I know why all electrons have the same charge and the same mass. Why? Because they are all the same electron. So that's the basis of it. And any given moment in time is represented by a slice of space-time.
Okay, right. Well, to take that sounds like a really old guy because he's talking to Feynman. So
it is.
Right. So the idea that an electron has the exact same charge and the exact same mass all over the place, what you want to be looking up now is field theory. The idea that they are not actually...
I'm going to let you guys go. I can't hang with this. Sorry. It was way above me.
Okay. So you're talking field theory.
Maynard, that's when you just be quiet, like I do.
I can't add anything to this. This is like...
We can stop there. I'll go and research field theory and... Yeah.
The idea of field theory is that there is a field that permeates everywhere all at the same time, and not just one field, multiple different fields that permeate. And when you gain access to, checking that field, that's how you get an electron. So that's the idea of the double slit experiment. So there isn't one electron, there's a field, like a sheet, moving through it. So you do see all the electrons all over the place. There is a probability of them being all over the place, but only when you reach down and touch that field, touch that sheet, is when you get an actual visualization.
The double slit experiment.
I understand a double slit. Trying to measurement is what fucks up the double slit.
Right. Well, you think of it as if there's a sheet of electrons that are like a field. There's think of it as an electromagnetic field. Think of it like radio waves. There's a field that's undetectable.
Hello.
all the time, and then when you do detect it, it comes in as a positron or an electron. I'm really dumbing this down like I'm sorry to say dumbing it down. I'm trying to be like all the physicists out there are screaming at me, but
I'm either it's aliens or it's a simulation. So
you should have tried seen me try to have a physics debate, MathPig. Yeah, you know, but yeah. Messenger Reveals turned me on to the double slit experiment. He put it forward as like some kind of proof of God, and it wasn't that for me at all. But it is fascinating to look at and to really contemplate the ramifications of the experiment.
It took me a shit ton of Neil Tyson deGrasse to explain that shit to me over and over and over. But finally, I understood it.
Did I help?
When he talked about going for change, reaching for change, in your car, whatever. I don't know if you guys have seen that that by Neil deGrasse, but it's like trying to measure something causes it to change no matter what you do to it.
Yes, it's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah. So it took me a while, but he finally figured it out for me, and I understood it.
I know what MathPig's saying about the physicists, though. Like when I did my one physics debate, I researched for a month, and I had all these people on my Discord server, all these smart people, Allie, Ocean, all these people, and I'm going through all of my notes and what I'm going to say and what I'm going to do.
And you quoted two pagans, not to pick on Marty. But
well, I'm just saying.
You could have quoted two physicists that instead of two pagans.
I'm going through all this stuff, and I'm talking to these really smart people, and they're like, it sounds all right, but like, Knock, I don't think you should go into this debate because you're not a physicist. I'm not a physicist. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, I've got this covered. And I went into this debate against this Christian who knew his shit, and it was the most brutal bloodbath of a debate I've ever been a part of.
Which debate was that?
It was a physics debate on Modern Day Debate. I can't remember the title.
Don't say that was jungle jargon.
No, it wasn't jungle jargon. No, it was.
I know you debated jungle jargon once.
No, this was brutal. It was.
Oh, brutal. He's here. John's here.
He must have heard me talking about the double slit experiment in Messenger Reveals.
Lurkers.
Always good to see you, Messenger Reveals.
John is everywhere, even when he's not.
Yeah, he's lurking.
Richard,
for you.
Would you say that's an example of prayer? That you rarely see him in your streams. We talk about him and he turns up. Isn't that what you?
For all you know, he's been here since the beginning.
That's your perspective.
He has been. Yeah, but Sammy's asking me how biased I am.
Yeah,
that's what he's really asking me. Not necessarily, because he's been coming around a little bit more often. I'm more inclined to say coincidental. Now, if John came on and I thought he weren't lying, right? Because the relationship I have, I think I can tell when he's joking, and I know he's not a liar. I'm not saying he's right, but I'm saying he's not a liar, okay? If he came in and said something like, I was in the middle of thing A that takes a lot of my time, and I thought, oh, even though I need to do this right now, something inside me is telling me to turn on YouTube and check, my heads up and see who's there. And then he selected from that list of, say, 3 or 4 different shows, this particular show to come into right after we said that. Then I'd go, okay, that's too much. But if he just happened to be kind of cruising around anyway, then I'm going to say that's probably coincidental.
I would say that John would be of the same sort of mindset as myself. That even though you don't, I know I be a lot of places and I talk and join panels and stuff, but imagine, I've over maybe 1,500 channels subscribed. I've showed Marty and Sammy and Richard this before. It's like sometimes there's 15, 20 channels live. I'm subscribed to everybody. And you just need to be there for 5, 10 minutes. You hang about for 10 minutes. You wait for a poignant part. You wait for a poignant speech, especially if
how do you do that?
Pardon?
I mean, I have too many channels. I got 60 channels, and I think it's too many because I can never find anything to cover because I have so many channels to try to get through. How do you have that many damn channels? And
YouTube. Now I'm guessing YouTube stopped about a year and a half ago at 979. Just stopped. Just won't go any higher. It says my main channel subscribed to 979 channels. Only particularly if the channel is good do I set it on all alerts. But the way the algorithm works when you have such a big basis like that, if I start to look at a channel more, it'll suggest it more. If I don't, it doesn't. If they go live and they're interesting, I pop in. Like, Dinosaurs Are Awesome was in his live chat the other day, just like, and hanging about with that particular channel about a year and a half ago. He got to bring home from an archaeological dig a chunk of rock that he dug up, and like 7 of us watched him dig out a fossil that nobody had seen for like 60 million years.
Yeah, dinosaurs aren't real.
Pardon?
Dinosaurs aren't real. Come on.
Well, I mean, clearly they were real. They were just like our first automobiles.
How do you know they weren't planted?
Obviously, the Flintstones is a documentary.
I thought.
I mean, they were our first horses for sure.
Was real. Was the Star Trek Voyager episode not real? Anyway, I know if I do before I go to bed at night, I'll do a sweep. I'll do a sweep of who's live. I'll do a sweep of the last.
You swipe what?
A sweep
of YouTube to see who's live.
He sends me links so I can stalk him.
Right, and then most people would
because it's hot.
Most people are polite enough to give me a moderator status to make my life easier, or if they don't, I have a Chrome extension if I'm on the computer. So if I say, Maynard, I like your banter, you're good crack. I don't have mod status. I have a Chrome extension. I can click your name, go check your channel out. I just hit sub. I just move on then, See, Marty's good crack and all doesn't. I don't need mods. I do a sub.
I need to try to do this because my algorithm just feeds me hate preachers nonstop.
Oh no, you you get that, man.
I've been watching a lot of stuff about Egypt and the pyramids lately, but after every time the show finishes, it's been suggesting Nazi stuff. I'm not being into this. Why are you suggesting this stuff?
I have 14 channels.
I've been getting myth vision with Aaron Raw like the last 3 days, heavily after every time I go to a video. Like,
see, Sammy, you may not.
Myth vision Aaron Raw.
Sammy, you may not be aware of it, but subconsciously, everything that you're searching for on a regular basis, it just indicates you're a Nazi. Just try to accept it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, Sammy's just, like, literally admitting somebody in his household is a Nazi.
I wish the Nazis were fucking smoking weed back then. It might have fucking loosened them up and changed a lot of their fucking hearts instead of the meth they were on that they fucking pumped them full of. And
the Nazis are actually a fascinating thing to look at because, we automatically, we say evil. And I'm one of the ones that do. Evil, evil, evil. But the Nazis are a classic social experiment into humanity and what humanity can accept in the given situation.
Right. So that's what
an entire country of people can't be evil. They just went along with evil, right?
That's what I've got live right now.
I think it comes down to something very simple. A person is smart and people are stupid.
I think, I tend to agree with that. I think the masses are generally pretty freaking stupid.
Do you know what would be really fascinating is I would like to run the Nazi party against the bite model to see how cult-like
that would be
fascinating.
That would be fascinating.
Well, let's do it.
How does fascism equate to cultism? That would be an interesting study, I think.
Because you've got the
oh gosh,
we have a better word.
Shut the stream down, Gers here. Shut it down.
Yeah, we got a fucking Ger in the side chat. Shit went to hell now. I'm all cussing on your channel like it's my channel. I apologize, Richard. I just talk the way I talk. I can't help it.
That's how we do it in Michigan.
It happens.
Yeah, they bought into the propaganda just like the cult of Trump. But that's the thing. There would have been people in that country going, what the fuck is going on in my country?
I mean, it's not quite as simple as that. I mean, Hitler was a brilliant man. He got the three main Protestant leaders in the country to support him and to bring him on board.
Someone please soundbite Knock saying Hitler is that thing that he just said?
I mean, he was. I mean, people want to assume that Hitler was stupid or just batshit crazy. He understood what he was doing. He got the three main Protestants in Germany to follow him. Once he did that, he had the country.
Yeah, but that's not what you said.
People don't like it when I talk about Hitler because I don't see him as a crazy man.
He was politically minded. I'll give him that. But yeah, I see him as a crazy man because of the drugs that he was on.
Yeah.
And if anybody's seen the Joe Rogan shit and the fucking the methamphetamines that he was on and rocking back, and he was chewing his fucking lips off damn near.
Well, I mean, later in life, yeah. Well, so later
seen that footage?
So later in life, he got on a lot of drugs. He had his entire army on pretty much like methamphetamine.
Well, why do you say later?
Early in life, the dude was brilliant, man.
So I thought he had some pretty fucked up shit going on early, like with his.
He always had fucked up shit going on. I'm not saying that. Brilliance and fucked up shit often go hand in hand, right?
That's true. That's true.
Like people dismiss what we find as evil as dumb, and it's the biggest mistake we ever make. Evil often is not dumb. Evil is often very, very smart.
I understand your point. I totally understand what you're saying. But I'm saying, I'm not saying he was dumb, but I'm saying he was so drug fueled by a point that it didn't matter.
Oh yeah, at the end,
he was delusional.
At the end, for sure, without a doubt. But when he took over Germany, he wasn't.
No. He was always drug riddled, if you ask me. From what I've understood,
from the history I've read, the drugs came later. The drugs came well after he was established. His main passion as a young man was overcoming socialism, and socialism was taking dominance in Germany at the time. And he thought socialism was only going to add on to their to their economic woes that they faced from World War I. That's why he named his party.
You could be right there.
It's why he named his party after a socialist party. He was trying to subvert socialism from the very beginning.
Unknown habits of somebody could have been there. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he could have been on drugs the whole time. I don't think history really knows. You know.
Well, I'll share this link. I'm just reading in the Psychiatric Times. There's a study here. A methamphetamine dictatorship, Hitler, Nazi Germany, and drug abuse. And
he had the whole army on methamphetamine. The whole army.
There's a dude called Norman Ohler who published in 2015 a book called The Total Rush, or Der Total Rush, which was terrible German. It explored the supposed widespread use of drugs in Nazi Germany with chapter titles.
I really
Nazi
wish
soldiers were addicted to Pervitin, a pill form of crystal meth.
Yeah, we went from Revelations to Nazi, but we're here. I really wish, because when we think of the word Nazi, we automatically assume evil, and we should, right? We should automatically assume that fascism, Nazism, evil. But what we don't do is assume America evil, and Nazi. I mean. They got their shit from us. Like we provided the roadmap for what Hitler did with the way we treated our Native Americans. So I mean, it's funny to me. We look at Hitler and what Hitler did as evil, but then we look at America and we say bastion of freedom, home of the brave. No, I mean he learned how to do what he did from us.
Can we get at least a hello out of Marty?
I'm going to double that.
Check your Facebook, Marty.
Hi.
420, I'm with you.
You did what?
Check your Facebook.
Hi, Marty. Love you.
Hi, Maynard. Love yous guys. I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
I showed Stu American History X for the first time last night. He'd never seen it before. And I give him a choice of watching. No, because we were watching I'd put on a few Quentin
Such a great
Tarantino
movie.
movies over this last week. He'd never seen Django before, so we watched that. And on the idea of Django and that sort of thing, it made me think of it made me think of American History X, and then I
No.
thought of Inglorious Bastards. And I gave him the option to what movie to watch, and we watched American History X, and he'd never seen it before. But it freaked him out a wee bit. It was like, yeah, this, and that was 1998, man. American History X was 1998, talking about the racism in America that's going on with neo-Nazis.
Yeah, it was a representative of the initial skinhead movement, which has led to the alt-right movement. So all those skinheads that were in that movie that you saw, they're everywhere now, and they wear suits and they have full heads of hair.
I'd like to ask everyone a question. What is your opinion on what you were just talking about before, Knock, about how we seem to ignore... We did it too in Australia. We literally tried to genocide an entire race of people. It pretty damn similar. And I think the only difference and why people, look at it as so evil is at least the governments, whilst we look back and go, shit, that was pretty blatant and pretty horrible, they didn't think they were being so blatant, and they thought they were being subtle. Like in Australia, they come up with the idea of breeding them out.
Yeah, we did that here.
Well, there you go, and stuff
Dude,
like that.
seriously,
Whereas Hitler was like advertising to his population what he was doing. It was out in the open. It was like experimenting on humans, not just killing them.
I was literally, my ancestors were sent here to breed the Catholics out. That's why we have Northern Ireland, which is a mixture of Protestants and Catholics, because they sent Protestants from the mainland, as they still referred to it up until a few years ago, over here to Ireland about 6 or 7 generations ago, my family's time, to breed the Protestants or breed the Catholics out.
There's a documentary everybody needs to see. If you haven't seen it yet, it's called Exterminate All the Brutes. I know you can find it on HBO Max. I'm sure it's on other streaming services. If you have a chance to watch this documentary, watch it. It's all about colonialism. It's all about imperialism. And it's all about pretty much, I mean, let's be frank, the white Europeans' lust for blood, conquerorship, and destruction. Exterminate all the brutes is essentially
no. I would say the human race does, man, and they just
the human race does it naturally, but white people are exceptionally good at it.
They just got no. They're more oh no, they had better
watch the documentary, MathPig. Watch it, please.
What was the name of it again?
It's called Exterminate All the Brutes, and it's eye-opening. I think it's eye-opening all right, so consider the fact that 100 years ago America was 95% white supremacist. Not just America, Europe, all of Western civilization, 95% white supremacist. I mean, it's hard to think about that now because we don't live in that kind of society anymore, right? But that's how it used to be.
Well, right now, can you also give me another statistic?
Sure, which one?
The statistic I'd like is the exact same time period, but I'd also like to know the population of colored people living in the main cities. So was it, do you think it was?
Oh, it was much less. So our iterations of white supremacy usually comes out in the immigration conversation. So when white people are talking about how immigration is bad, that's pretty much white supremacy showing its ugly face after about 100 years of remaining hidden.
Right. Well, I'm not defending white supremacy or anything like that. I'm just trying to show a bias in statistics. You can say that 95% of people were white supremacists from saying, don't like black people. These are all this, that, and the other. But you also have to take into context the culture of the time, and they were.
Well, the culture of the time was under eugenics.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not that these people,
we're talking.
I'd say if you went and talked, there's
for the fact chat. That's very basic Darwinian evolution, right? So it's taking Darwin out of context and making it racial.
And
I understand that. I'm not trying to give them a reason or a justification or anything like that. I'm just saying you would generally find if people do not interact with, You would have people over here who are Protestants that cannot stand Catholics, and they've never met a Catholic in their life. You know,
Can I
that's
see if I can steel man your position a bit?
Thank you.
Because I was talking about this. I was talking about this the last couple of streams I've been in, and giving examples of my nan. It's quite embarrassing, but I think it works well. So my nan was extremely not racist. Like, she was very colorblind to the color of your skin, but she had this inbuilt language that was so horrifically racist that came from the era she grew up in, living through world wars. She would say things like, "Don't put money in your mouth. A black fella might have scratched his bum with it." And I, as a kid, I always used to think, what if a white man scratched his bum with it? I still don't want it in my mouth.
My granny is of the same sort of thing. I remember being at her house a few years ago when she first moved in, and I was the tech guy, and I'm asked to go up and set up what we had over here. And she got this like BT TV thing. It's like a Freeview digital box. No, when they were moving from analog to digital, and I plugged it in, and I'm leaning over the top of a big TV. They're not these flat screen TVs, you know, big CRT monitor. I'm leaning over the back of it. She's sitting on the sofa, and all I can see is this corner, and I'm putting wires in. And when I plugged it in and it's working, she said, "Look, there's a black man on the TV." And it was a news reporter. And it's like, Granny, you just need to say it's working. You can't, like, it's like, and she's like, "Well, there is. That's who's on the TV." It's, you know, it's there.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why it just, I pointed out, because you have to try and see from their point of view. Yes, what they are doing, we consider racist. I understand. They're saying racist things, they're doing racist things, but in their mind and their heart, they don't judge the other race. Do you know what I mean? It's an odd cultural systemic thing. Well, I think we're slowly killing out.
That's where, well, I think we're definitely slowly killing it out. Somebody mentioned it in the side chat. There's been about a 30% drop in the last 200 years in white supremacy.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all, but that's a considerable drop, honestly, and especially considering the rate of demographic, right? So at the rate it's going, white supremacy is going to be pretty much out of culture, stamped out. Give it 200 years, it'll be gone. In fact, give it 300 years, and most of us are pretty much going to be the same color anyway. The past is etched with bad thinking, and in the midst of it are these brilliant people that kind of step up and think outside of the box and kind of propel us forward. So when you talk about culture, and you're talking about the past, it was in their culture, especially once Darwinian evolution hit, that eugenics was this thing, and eugenics made the white race the superior race. And where I say white race, but it made a race the superior race and other races as inferior. And that whole mindset, I mean, we're still combating that, and it lays under the surface and it comes out at moments. You saw it, MathPig brought up American History X. You saw it in the 90s with the skinhead push. Out of nowhere, a bunch of neo-Nazi fascists just pop up. You saw it with the alt-right push. You see it in pushes in Europe. Recently in Germany, they had this pretty much a Nazi reiteration happen in Germany. And you see it because these ideas don't get stamped out, because we have things like freedom of speech, freedom of expression. We have people willing to defend the worst of the worst thoughts, which honestly, like, you should, because the only way to destroy the worst of the worst thoughts is to bring them into the light of air. So it's a really complicated situation that's really not going to get solved outside of a continual human struggle to solve it. So we can talk about it, and I do all the time, but eventually it's going to sort itself out naturally, is my belief.
I believe the same. And what I've noticed in my lifetime is that
it really is the public that change this stuff. Governments lag behind, and it's not until public outcry starts, like with gay marriage. Once the train started, governments had to jump on board. You've still got your, dictatorship type governments like the Philippines and Thailand and all those places that still outlaw homosexuality. But it's not until people give a shit enough to start acting up, the government has to then turn around and comply. And I see that happening more and more in my lifetime.
Polarization of everything is I see absolutely everywhere. I had a guy, and we had a safety training thing the day from 9:30 to 2:30. Right, took most of my day. Oh no, I didn't. To be desperately honest, I was supposed to help out another person. At the last time I did, they took advantage. So I'm like, no, I'm even going to stay for the crane work, and I don't even use the crane. Fuck them. The point is, we were talking about computers and this hangout and stuff like that, and what we were all doing. And what is Richard doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Magic? Finger magic?
Well, I was just thinking, like, we're so far away from Revelations, but at the same time, we're not, because we're talking about chaos in the world. And to the theist, the chaos in the world is an indication of Revelation. So we're still kind of there.
And they'll be the first one to say, things are getting worse. Look around you. The end is so close.
I had a guy the day that fought against, and that's the point. The teacher was fighting against flat Earth, fighting against stupidity, thinking and making points out about critical thinking. He's there as a safety teacher. You use your common sense and stuff. We mentioned the channel, and then just before I left, he asked me, "Am I streaming tonight?" I said yes, and he asked me on my opinions on Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, and he likes both of them. Yeah.
Clear indication he's a fucking prick. Sorry, I keep cursing.
Fuckity, fuck.
Well, last time I was on Richard's channel and I was cursing, people in the side chat were like, "Stop cursing on Richard's channel."
Like, I thought the guy was decent, and then he just comes conservative straight. Like, even with the even being against religion, not to bore Assembly of God with a little anecdotal conversation, but to be, he's still against religion. Religion is still moving away. People are still falling away from religion, but they're not losing that conservative sort of ideas, that mentality that has been put in there. And, if you're going to shed religion, you shouldn't change one thing for another. Like, watching people make Christian arguments, but with different words, and screaming atheist at the end instead of fucking Christian, is the same thing. Don't change your leadership, change your thinking.
I can't, it's hard for me to understand conservative atheist, right? Like, so I understand your politics are your politics, but at the same time, you're an atheist and you're teaming up. I mean, most of the people in your team are the cray-cray evangelical Christians. Like, it's like, how do you come to the same conclusions as these people, and yet you're a free thinker, and yet, like, it's never really mashed up with me. And I think there's a lot of them, because honestly, YouTube atheism went hardcore right wing for the longest time, and now only in the last 4 years has YouTube atheism went left. So now we have all those old YouTube atheists that are hardcore right wing trying to infiltrate and be a part of the atheist community on YouTube.
You're fucking quoting Jill from the fucking chat.
No, I'm straight up giving you the history. I was there for Gamersgate, right? I watched TJ Kirk go right. I watched Cult of Dusty go right and then come back to the left. I watched Thunderfoot go right. All these atheists went hardcore right wing, fuck Anticasparian type shit, right? But it was the genetically modified skeptics of the world that came along and started a new YouTube atheist community that was left. So now you have all those old school righties that are trying to like fit in, so they don't talk about their politics until it comes up, right?
Well, can I ask you? Right. Well, there's something that I'm going to try and say. Like, right, you're following the atheism, right? That's what you're following. You're following the atheism and seeing which way it goes. And you're like, I'm an atheist. Look at the community. I'm still here. It's right. Oh, I'm still here. It's left. I still have my own personal.
I've always been kind of fuck the community.
Pardon?
Yeah. Well, this
I've
is
always
what
been kind of fuck the community. Like I go my own way.
Yeah.
This is what.
This is if 2 seconds. I'll be real
go,
quick.
man.
Something, right? I came into the community from watching Evolution and watching Dark Matter. Now, I like Dark Matter's cartoons. These both, him and Iron Ra, both did mainly edited videos back in the day, you know, and I don't know, like you've seen my channels earlier. There's so much that I would follow, and I don't know. I'm now, yeah, it's getting late.
Oh yeah, like seriously, like when I first met you, MathPig, all the hyper lefty pagans I was hanging around with was like, you're bad news. Get away from that guy. You know, he is just get away from him.
I thought it was funny earlier. Marty did actually jump up earlier whenever I mentioned Marty's name. But it was Knock, when you were talking about the physics debate, you were like, I researched for like an entire month and I talked to like really smart people like Ali and Ocean. And I'm like, you're doing a physics debate and you're researching and the people you quoted is like the local, you know.
They were the smartest people I knew at the time.
I was like, oh, you should have quoted physicists, man, not pagans, if you're researching.
So here's the thing that I've noticed, right?
I think Marty's trying to talk there.
Oh, sorry, Marty.
What? No, that was my cat.
Oh. So the thing that I've noticed, and see if you've noticed something similar, because I think you're almost touching on it, MathPig. But when I met MathPig, right, he was the first atheist who straight up said, I'm agnostic. You know, I'll call myself an atheist, but I have things I can't explain. I have stories that I can't explain. You know, he used to be Math Magic Pagan, for instance. And I know
that name.
I never understood it, right, till recently. And I've had this weird shift in my way of thinking where I'm trying to be more honest, be less dogmatic, and I realized that whilst I was claiming that I was the open-minded one and the one willing to change my position, I found that I was coming into discussions or arguments with presuppositions and like stuck in a position and coming from a position and ready to argue that position. I wasn't there for discussion at all. I thought I was, but I wasn't honestly trying to get into their mind of what they believe. And what I've realized is that a few of us have started realizing this without realizing it. You recently had your rage to reason moment, and I think that was you trying to be less dogmatic and more open and honest and see other opinions and stuff like that. Wildheart mistook it for being Christian. He's like, you know,
I loved it when Knock did that. I fucking loved it when I seen Knock doing that, because I was like, brilliant. Because in my opinion, as you just, if I can bounce and take, thank you very much for the compliment. You know, I would consider myself a true agnostic. I've started to say that because you say agnostic, people don't believe you. You're just an atheist that says you're open-minded. What Sammy was, you know, or felt that he was. But I felt when you did that, Knock, I was like, brilliant. He's a true agnostic now. Give him a month. He'll be like, that's. No, you went back to screaming in my ears and broke my fucking eardrums and my headphones.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So for me, I still want to be agnostic on a lot of things, and I want to be open-minded to people's beliefs. But some beliefs are just fucking bad. And I quickly realized, like, I'm giving too much ground here, and I'm not standing by my conviction that these beliefs lead to really bad thoughts, whether it's otherism, whether it's superiority over others. So I want to keep some of it I really do. I want to, I don't want to be this hardcore atheist that is closed down and not listening. But at the same time, I think it's highly vital that we don't give ground when it comes to our convictions. So that's kind of like the battle I'm trying to, I'm fighting with myself right now.
Marty will back me up, right? Because Marty will be up about the same wee times as me, and we've been chatting and stuff. And I spend more time. Oh, I'm muted, aren't I? No, I'm not. I spend more time on Christian panels, like R for R. I would spend more time on Christian. Now, I'm not even taking Richard into that consideration.
So do I.
You know, it's you need to go out and talk to them and not argue with them.
I don't want to be in a freaking love fest. I want to have a conversation with the opposition, right? Like I don't want to be in a bubble talking about how great me and my peeps are. No, I want to be in the I want to be in the heat of the battle, and I want to be talking to the other side, and I want to do it better than I was doing it before, right? Yeah. So I mean that's my whole goal. So I'll talk shit about like atheist love fest, but honestly, I think atheists need to get away from it. Like stop having these atheist love fest where pretty much we're talking about nothing. You know, like go into a damn lion's den and be yourself and be true to what you are and see how they react, because that's where the truth is.
That's one of the reasons why I would let Wesley in. And I know that I get bollocks, and let's not slam the man down, but he joined the stream while we were talking about movies. He was willing to come in and just be a human being and connect with us on a level that, was just, hey, banter, get to know me, and I feel that I could know more about Sammy by knowing his past and his books and his movie influences in an hour-long conversation than I would in 2 hours of screaming, you said you're this label, this means this. I'd rather he went, I watched Aliens and I cried at the moment that she said, get away from her, you bitch, because I have a child and I know, and then I instantly know father feels emotion, loves his kids, all of that from like a 2-second conversation rather than dragging it on. That's why I like my fucking stories, Assembly of God.
Well, and I agree. I think it's important that we find common ground, and you can usually find common ground through entertainment, through books that you read, through music that you listen to, even some thoughts on society. But the labels we give ourselves are important, and they've become just so utterly important in the post-truth era that your labels that you give yourself often reflect your true inner being. So I can get along with you. Like we can have the same ideas on this book or this movie, and we can have this great conversation. Like a perfect point of what I'm trying to make is Brett Keane. Brett Keane has come so far from the Brett Keane of old, so far, and yet he'll put out these freaking videos that are just bigoted as hell, and so it becomes a choice. Like, am I going to recognize that the Brett Keane that's changing, that's become a better person than the Brett Keane before, or am I going to just concentrate on these 3 videos he just put out that I hate the titles, I hate the content, I think it's bigoted as shit? And that's the kind of conundrum, is like, what do you focus on? So for me with Brett Keane, for the betterment of Brett Keane, I think I focus on the change, and then I be a support, and then maybe when I do talk to him about some of these bigotries, he'll listen instead of just hearing an adversary. So I think it's like picking and choosing your battles. But when you do that, some people aren't going to understand. So when I'm being understanding with Brett Keane, when I wouldn't be with other people, people are going to start calling hypocrite. They're not going to understand. Like, no, I've got different reasons for behaving differently with this person as opposed to that person. I see hope for this person. This person's improving. I'm going to be different with this person as opposed to this person who's not improving at all. Right?
No, that's it. You take every situation as it is. Faisal, nice to meet you. Seen you in Richard's chat the other day. Peace and respect. No, Like the amount of, I found out today that there's a flat earther in the Far factory, right? And well, in the Far building in our factory that does welding and stuff. There's a flat earther there. We were, as I say, talking about this. And the guy that I work with is a Calvinist. You know, there's so many different views and points, and these are genuine good people. And you take every situation as different. And now I'm going to shut up because motherfucker assemblies made me really fucking cautious of every time I do this. So,
We are so far away from Revelations now. So, Richard, if you want to take it back to Revelations.
Okay, so if you guys are done with that, and if not, please continue. I mean, I want people to enjoy each other honestly and engage with each other and meet new people. That's what I'm hoping for in these after shows. Not any particular topic.
if I could just
enjoyed that
right, shut up
conversation.
after this, right? I just want to address John. in
Sure
the
you
chat.
will.
Yeah, fucking sure you will. John is pointing out, Messenger reveals is pointing out, well, Gnostic means this and agnostic means that, blah, 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 blah. And we're not going to say, don't pull a Steve McCrae. But at the end of the day, I would be a proponent that words have usages, not meanings, especially from an Irish culture when we would say cunt and then we would say you're a fucking cunt. There's two different meanings there. It's the same word. It's a usage. You know, it's. So when the person who described himself as a true agnostic, what I meant by that is that I am open to all ideas and all possibilities until convinced otherwise. And that's what I mean. So you can take that as open-minded or not open-minded, or you can apply it to the book of philosophy. But the person who said it was hoping to convey the meaning that I am open to all ideas and possibilities until convinced otherwise.
See, my position is there's nothing wrong with saying God does not exist. Nothing wrong with it. I'll say it and people get mad at me. And I can say that. I can say that still kind of being pretty agnostic on the whole situation. People don't get mad at me when I say Voldemort doesn't exist.
Right.
People don't get mad at me when I say Rand al'Thor, the Dragon Reborn from the Wheel of Time, does not exist. Right. You know, the burden of proof always falls on the person making the claim that something exists. And if I make a claim that something doesn't exist, I'm making that claim based on the reality that I see it. Right. So I don't have to explain why I don't think Voldemort exists. I read Voldemort in a book. I read about God in a book. Why do I have to explain why I don't think God exists when I don't see God in reality? Right. And atheists need to stop being afraid to say that, because we are talking about the reality we live in. and not the fictional stories we read. You know, I'm not going to sit here and defend Muad'Dib, his existence, like I seem to have to when it comes to a God figure, which to me is just another fictional story written by people a long time ago.
Well, can I make a suggestion, Doc? Rather than you saying this statement, right? I know God doesn't exist.
Why? They make the statement that they do know God exists. Why should we run away from playing their game?
I'm not asking you to run away from playing their game. I'm asking you a question. Would you disagree with the label that, you know, I'm going to give you a label or a descriptor of a label. And I'm going to ask you if you disagree with it. Excuse me. You live your life as if God does not exist. Would that be true?
Yeah, I live my life like God does not exist.
Now, if you said that to a Christian instead of I know that God doesn't exist, I guarantee you the conversation would be more productive.
But why should I care? Do they care about it when they say that God does exist? Do they care about how productive the conversation is going to be?
Well, if the only point you're trying to make is does God exist, prove it, God doesn't exist, can't prove it, then the conversation ain't worth having. If you're trying to move past that point to talk about a deeper conversation.
It's easy to show that a God does not exist based upon reality.
But should you not be a better person than the person you're talking to?
Why?
Because it's always better to be a nicer person.
How much good has that done society, MathPig?
Over here.
So when Michelle Obama says Democrats need to go high when they go low.
You're talking America.
Like how much good does that do? How much good does it do? How much good does it do in your neck of the woods?
A lot.
How?
What do you mean how? Like
how does it do good to not play the same rules as the adversary?
People stop seeing and fighting over the bullshit. Stop people. You don't fight over the small things that, like, dude, we haven't had a government for nearly a year because the fucking Protestants that believe that the earth is 6,000 years old don't want a Catholic in charge. It's the first time it's happened in 18 years. Like, if I went into my estate that I grew up with and said, I want to vote Sinn Féin because Sinn Féin is progressive, Sinn Féin is about forgetting about the borders, they're going to come at me with, like, you know, that the leader of that party, like, you know, went to a terrorist's funeral, and they promote. But it's like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care what their political status is and what they're going forward is. I don't care that they also want a united Ireland. I should be shot in places where I grew up for the things that I believe with my progressive nature.
I fought a 2-year battle with Smokey Saint. By the end of that 2-year battle with Smokey Saint, I had reasonable, rational atheist repeating Smokey Saint talking points, saying that I doxed myself, that I doxed my daughter. When you don't play by the same rules and you just give people air you just give them space to air their nonsense, people are going to hear that nonsense and they're not going to hear your rebuttal. They're going to hear that nonsense. They're going to hear them being brutal as fuck with you. Then they're going to go to you and they're going to see you playing nice, and that's not going to do a lick of good.
No, I don't play nice, but with people who are that aggressive, like Smokey Saint, and that's the last and only time I'm going to say his word. Now, generally, it's getting late. I'm going to have to fucking leave very soon, but that person came after me, came after a particular very close friend and other friends of mine, did this, that, and the other, and that person and people like that ilk, as I would use the phrase, the only way to beat them is to not fight with them. And you know that he did less when you didn't react. Reacts upon reacts upon reacts. If you don't,
that's actually not true. He did more when I didn't react. So in my periods of not reacting to him, he actually went way out of line because he was trying harder to get my attention.
Only you are responsible for your reactions.
Yes, so why be weak in them?
I just don't react.
Why not?
Because it doesn't matter to me, because their opinion doesn't matter.
Their opinion doesn't matter. I mean, their opinion, we live in different countries. Their opinion has us as the least trusted demographic in the country of America, right? So you could be a rapist and you have more trust than an atheist in America. That's how it is. That's reality.
I find that people on the internet go to the internet, and atheists, especially in America, go to the internet because of the fundamental nature of around what's happening in their real life. I also find that atheists would be more progressive and stuff like that in their mindset and their views. So when you go onto the internet, most of the atheists, on a wide range of things, being very, very broad brush, would be very progressive. We all agree with these sort of things. I would also say that the Christians that come to the internet is a very small minority of what the people in the Christian mainstream would be. You come to the internet to find people because you can't find them in real life.
Christians here in this country are fucking batshit crazy. I think YouTube does a really good reflection of what Christians believe. The Christians that we love in our families, they're batshit crazy.
I would send you a link to a YouTube channel that does a service every Sunday. It is a church in Belfast, and the minister is the guy that did a procession over my brother's wedding. And at the very back of the church, there is an LGBTQ flag flying, absolutely just as big as every other flag that's flying there with Jesus and all the rest of it.
What do you think the percentage of that is in the world?
Oh, well, he will say to himself that he's a minority, and he laughs about being called a heretic, but he doesn't cure.
So, just looking at the political conversation when Michelle Obama says they go low and we go high, what and I ask, what has that done for the Democratic Party? You know, playing by a different set of rules. We don't have any power, none. Right? Like in the face of Trump and January 6th, Republicans took back the House, right? No, we have got to start playing the same rules that they play. You know, I was watching this documentary, and it was about misinformation, and it was about the Roy Moore Senate race and how two sets of Democrats actually utilized the same rules that Republicans played by when it came to Roy Moore. And Doug Jones won that election very narrowly, probably because of the efforts of the Democrats to play by the same rules. And all of these Democrats are coming out, oh, it's so bad what you did. It's so bad what you did. Republicans they're not going to stop doing that shit just because you think you're better than it. They're not going to stop until you show them the results of the action. So until you show them a Roy Moore getting defeated by a weak-ass Doug Jones, they're not going to even think twice about it. And even when you show them that, then they're going to think twice about it, but you need them to think 3 or 4 times about it. You've got to play by the same rules they're willing to play. It's simple fact. Because the moment you let them play by different rules, it's a different game.
Okay, right. Well, if you're going to play by the rules, then go get money, because that's all it really is. The political view in America that gets the biggest shout has got the biggest money. All right, that's like
that's not true. Like, so they'll go around and say the extreme left and the extreme right, right? Like here in America, the America doesn't have an extreme left. We just recently got a left, right? That's AOC. That's left. Bernie Sanders. That's left. We don't have an extreme left in America. We only have a far extreme right, and they're playing by a different set of rules. Just like Christians are. So Christians could come on here and talk about how we have no basis for morality. We are delusional for being atheist, when they're the ones that talk to the imaginary friend. But we say you're delusional for talking to an imaginary friend, and we have 50 atheists talking about how awful we are. Is that not true?
I did not say you were awful or anything like that. I'm not sure about the 50 atheists saying that you're awful. I'm just saying...
I'm saying colloquially, if you go around saying religious folks are delusional, you're going to have 50 atheists on your shit. But Christians, that's the way they think about us.
Right. I understand that, Knock. Okay? But these atheists that are coming at you and saying that is... Don't be a person that broad brushes. Specifically say Richard is insane because of the aliens. Make a statement.
I don't think Richard's insane because of the aliens. I think aliens is a very rational thought to have.
Yes, I know Richard. I'm just using him as an example. He knows that he's right there, right? Got his big beautiful beard on the screen. He's right there, right? I'm just saying, be specific. All right, with an S, not the watery one with the P.
I think I'm very specific.
No, you're very broad brushed.
No, I'm not. I think you think I'm very broad brushed, but I deal with fundamental evangelical NIFB types.
And I understand.
But even your normie Christians, right? So your normie Christians, they're going to tell you a lot of the same shit. They're going to tell you like secular society is bad, right? I mean, what are they going to tell you that's different than what you're going to hear on YouTube?
Dude, all I'm saying is I can't argue this point against you. And the only thing I can is because you're telling me what the American Christians are like. And I'm saying that they're not all like that because I live in a different country and I interact with other ones that are not like that. That's the only statement I'm trying
From what
to
I
make.
understand of Europe, though, Europe is having a resurgence of fundamental Christianity.
Again, mentioning the polarization and how these things are happening, and I'm not liking that. I did agree with this statement. 100%.
So again, it's like, so you're having a resurgence of fundamental Christianity. how is playing by a different set of rules actually gaining when we see in society that we're going backwards? They are winning. They're winning the meme wars. They're winning the online debates. People think Andrew Tate's some kind of hero. He's a monster. You should be able to look at Andrew Tate, no matter what your political affiliations, say, bad dude right there. That's not the case. That's not the reality of the situation we live in. We live with two very opposing sides, and one side, they don't want to be an opposition side. They want to be let's be friends side. That's not gonna work.
A resurgence of fundamentalism and fundamentalism going up does not mean that Christianity in total is going up. Christianity is dropping, fundamental is on the rise, but that is becoming a more
that should be very scary. That should be a very scary aspect. That should be very scary. So yes, Christianity is on the drop, without a doubt. But so when you talk about the nuns, the numbers seem to be rising. But the nuns are not atheist or agnostic. The nuns are usually in a transition from one faith to another, right? So while Christianity is declining, the rise of fundamental Christianity should be disturbing. Beyond fundamental Christianity is theocracy. Theocracy is fascism. It should be very disturbing, but yet we want to play the nice guys and we don't want to call it like we see it. Christian nationalism in America is a fundamental problem that you're not going to fix by being friends with the Christian nationalists.
Okay, can I just try and finish the point? Over here is different, okay? Yes, fundamentalism was on the rise. Yes, they are a small minority, okay? So I'm going to make it real simple. 100 people in the country, everybody used to be Christian. Now it's 50-50. Then you end up with 90% of people being freaking mostly up the middle and 10% of fundamentalism. Then everybody ignores the fundamentalists over here, regardless of whether you're spiritual or agnostic or anything like that there. They all look at that 10% and go, they're fucking mad. They don't get any power. We can't have money and advertisements and things like that over here. You literally get to vote on their political points. They can't just take over the TV or anything. It's like, if you want to learn about politics, you need to go look for it. They can't have all these things that you have in America. It's a different state of country. So the people over here are moving into spiritualism and that sort of woo. And that's not great. I don't say that it is, but that is a stepping stone. And everybody here who would consider themselves atheist or agnostic, some people may have went straight from one to the other. A lot of people took steps. I personally did myself. But the whole country doing that is a good thing, because even my child's mother, who is a Catholic, who made a point about being Catholic for our daughter, Catholic, need to do all these Catholic cultural things. That's just paperwork. She's even a spiritual person, and our wee girl won't be. And the next generation, nobody will care. It's a long game. So yeah, I'm going to be the better person and be nice. So when my daughter looks back and says, well, what did Daddy do? Did Daddy go throw stones at bad people? No. Daddy went and tried to be friends with them. That's
history repeats itself. I'd look at the end of the 18th century. I look at the end of the Age of Enlightenment and how we thought religion would be dead by now, right? So you think that you're safe, that they're moving into spiritualism.
I think
you're not safe, bro. You're not safe.
Going off in this country. The fundamentalists and the minority,
especially Ireland and Scotland, they have the history of it.
They're blowing shit up over here. All right, they're literally going to the street and making fucking bombs because it's not going the way they want it. They're putting signs up and asking for recruitment freely in the fucking street, and the police are afraid to go up and paint over it because the police know if they go up, they're going to get shot up by AK-47s. And it's still happening, but the people on the street are looking at it going, "You're fucking mad." And it's whether it's Protestant or Catholic, they're still looking at them going, "It's fucking mad." I think fundamentalists are doing more. It's like people like Kent Hovind turning atheists, making more atheists than Christians. That's what's happening.
I think we're going to agree to disagree on this topic, and I don't want to like ruin any relationship that we have because I will get impassioned about it. And I do want to get like Richard's stream on track, but I do want to end by saying this that you know there's I have experienced atheist hate for the way I go about things.
Yes.
And people think that I go about things in the wrong way, and they want me to pussyfoot around issues, and they want me to be this and to be that. And I have to say that for me here on out, I'm fighting against that narrative, right? Like, so I've tried to play the nice guy and say, hey, everybody's way they go about it has merit, but people don't want to see mine, and they don't want to understand, and they want to play this democratic game of let's play the nice guy and try to show people why we're human beings. And I try to play that game for a long time. It doesn't work. I will fight against that narrative until I stop doing YouTube. We have got to be as equal, in my opinion, we have got to be as equally brutal as they are willing to be with us. We have to. Because if we don't, we're not playing the same game, and we will lose. We will end up being burned at the stake again if we don't play by the same rules. That's my opinion.
And I fully, like, I'm not going to say that I want you to change, Knock. I don't want to say that I'm trying to say be more nice guy. I don't want you to go in. I don't think that you are here's a fucking, is it a biblical phrase? Knock's a necessary evil. All right? There is people that need to go and scream and shout, you know. And like at some stages, you want a Christian to have a conversation with a really angry person so that they have fuel for a genuine conversation. Everybody needs to be themselves, and we have to have people from all spectrums because
I'll back Knock on that. I agree with his take on things.
There needs to be assholes on every side so that there can be bridge makers on every side.
I don't even know if I'd go that far. I wouldn't say that. I'd just say, we need some people to step on some toes to make some people feel a little uncomfortable.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But to a lot of people, there is to a lot of people, we need to be the better person. And I'm like,
what?
I don't agree with that.
I don't look. I don't advocate for violence, but I will engage in it if necessary, depending on the situation.
Me too.
Oh, I've been
how about
right?
How about if we meet people where they are? Because you guys certainly have met me where I am, and listen to what I had to say. But because I wasn't promoting hatred and prejudice. And I don't see these things or expressing that because I'm not a hateful, prejudiced person. Exactly. You guys have listened to me. So you meet them where they are, and you're needed, Knock.
Exactly, Richard. I think you're a good case point. You're a great case point because a lot of people think I should go at you hard, but you don't come at me with those biases, right? Like you don't come with like when I have a conversation with Richard,
well,
I know Richard respects me.
People.
And that's like the whole point of it. Like when you're going into a conversation and the person is not willing to respect you, why the hell are you going to respect them?
I'm going into a conversation with a person that thinks people should be put to death by the government if they're gay. I have absolutely no respect for that.
Yeah, it's.
I can't take that calmly. To me, that's fucking sickening.
Yeah, and that's a fundamental branch of Christianity, and one could say I'm broad brushing, and maybe I am. But you go talk to 90% of the normie Christians out there, they might not tell you, yeah, we need to be rounding them up and executing them, but they'll tell you they shouldn't get married, and if you're not for the civil rights of human beings, then you're not for civil rights, and I need to be against you. It doesn't matter how far you take that, right? No. You need to stop being an evil prick, and I need to call you an evil prick. You need to feel uncomfortable for that messed up stance that you have.
Goddamn right. That's how I feel about shit. I'm over it. There's enough people out there taking the passive aggressive way to it, and I don't know. Hey, you can sit there and talk about with your feelings all you want, but I don't think people with an ideology that someone should die because they're not the way you think it should be, or they differ from you, or something's different from you. That really bothers me. That bothers me a fucking whole lot.
It should bother us all when people do that.
I mean, I don't mean to call out any names, but I'll use this as an example. So, Ethan, your friendly atheist, he goes around, talks about how friendly he is, and his people will talk about how friendly they are, and that's the right way to go about it. And you know what? Matt Powell did the same goddamn thing to Ethan that he did to me.
Right.
Right? It doesn't matter how nice you are.
You know, and if you saw streams, he talked about, yeah, I wished I wouldn't have done it, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And why?
Yeah, it
because
doesn't.
You're friendly, you're a nice guy.
You might as well call him the prick he is.
You're trying to have a decent conversation with a dishonest interlocutor like Matt Powell. Call it like it is.
Yeah.
He's dishonest. Yeah. He's a liar. He's disgusting.
I think if you hear a good argument against any position that you hold, and I mean a really solid argument against your position, you should reconsider your position. And if you can't reconsider it, then you're incapable of learning, in which case, I mean, you pretty much fit the description of having type 3 diabetes, and you're just unable to learn new things. On the other hand, I have to agree with Nock that there are certain descriptions of God that don't make sense in reality and cannot be so. And one of those, typically, is a Christian description. So, I mean, I call myself a Christian and a follower of Christ and a biblical literalist and a follower of Yahweh and the Father, but I don't think that the quad omni God is possible. I think that description is impossible.
I think it's what is it when it entails whatever you follow? It's not possible.
Right. So I mean I have no problem.
Entails they overlap each other, which can't be.
Right. Like I have no problem with someone saying I can't believe in this God because of these things being impossible. I got no problem with that. In fact, I encourage you guys, more people to do it.
When I was in the hospital a couple weeks ago from my fall, my father and I probably had an hour to an hour and a half talk about religion that we have never had in 40 years, about things he never wanted to talk about, things I've never talked to him about. He's been a deacon since we grew up. He was a staunch leader in the church, but yet he and my mom and my aunt and uncles, they were also educators in the public schools. And so there's no way that I grew up with a 6,000-year-old earth. I didn't grow up in a YEC, and I didn't even realize that existed until I was like 20-something years old, and I heard something about it, and I was like...
See, I grew up the opposite. I didn't really know evolution existed until I got out of Christianity.
Because that was long before the internet happened. I had to defeat all the arguments myself. I didn't know there was no fucking internet for me to go look up things, right? So when my sister would bring up Pascal's wager, which I didn't know it was, I had to defeat it on my own and figure it out, and I did. And so every time they would bring up an argument, I always had to do it on my own. And it wasn't until about 6 years ago, probably 5-6 years ago, I actually found like there were atheists on YouTube somewhere, and then I ended up realizing Knock was from Michigan, man, so I got in touch. But
that's how I started doing YouTube. Is I never considered myself an atheist until I found a couple atheists on YouTube, and I was able to relate with what they were saying, and I'm like, you know what? I'm a fucking atheist, and I've been an atheist for like 20 years.
I was like the problem child in Sunday school, always asking like, well, what did they when they took a shit? What did they wipe with? You're teaching history to us, but you're not teaching history. I want everyday history. We had to deal with shit like breakfast and dinner and all this other shit. What were they doing when they had to deal with this? And I never got answers and shit back in. Not for anything I wanted to know, anyways. So.
Yeah,
I just took it as fluff. It was always fluff. And I really realized Santa wasn't real. Fuck Jesus.
I really hope I didn't offend MathPig because I am passionate about this, and I know he is on the other side of this conversation than I am. But I think all approaches have their merit. I think we need nice atheists, and I've tried to be that atheist that reflected my human side and my side as a father, and my side as, hey, I'm a normal human being. I struggle, I try to do the right thing. And what I found when I do that, when I try to be that human atheist, I get more hate than ever before from the Christians because they see it as more of a threat when I go about it that way. I think the way we go about these conversations all have merit, especially for the atheists when we're such a minority in society, all the societies, European society, like we are an abject minority. So we're gonna go about it different ways. And then when you have elements of that inner society of atheists, and they're pointing the finger at you saying, you're doing it wrong. You make all of us look bad. And I'm looking at all of them and I'm saying, no, you the ones, you're the ones that are granting the premises, right? You're the ones telling me I can't say God doesn't exist when I don't see God in reality. And when I simply state that, you're the ones telling me I'm not philosophically sound. But guess what? Most people aren't. Most people live in reality. They're not philosophically sound.
Okay, I want to give Sean a chance. Sean, welcome. Peace and respect. Are you there?
I am. I'm just working and listening. I thought I'd jump in, but it sounds like I jumped into. I don't know what I jumped into.
Yeah, we're on one of my tangents. I apologize.
Who was an asshole, Knock?
I'm an asshole for sure.
Well, look, I mean, we're all probably assholes. Who was an asshole to you specifically that started this rant?
Well, no, I mean it's been a plethora. So it started. Man, it's such a long story. So it started back in my Discord server. MathPig's in the side chat still. He remembers this. I had a bunch of these really lefty woke skulls on my Discord server, and they wanted me to be a certain way, and I started to be that certain way, and I got a bunch of criticism from a bunch of different people about it. So I just started going out my own way, and I started being a raging atheist again, and I just did it just the way I do it, and I would have like clicks against me. I Titan Uranus is one, and specifically they got me banned from several channels for the way I go about shit. I mean, there's just so many atheists. Ethan, the friendly atheist, he's never said anything negatively to me, but then he'll go around talking about how you need to be friendly and people that aren't friendly are assholes. He stopped coming on my show. He stopped talking to me. It's things like that. It's like, what? You know what? Well, yeah, true. But it's like, you know what? If you guys think you're so righteous, when your children are playing that Handmaid's Tale game, I'll be sitting here saying, I told you so. Because that's how I look at it. Because as they're playing nicely, the evangelical lobbies in Washington trying to set up a theocracy. And once they do that, we get burned at the stake.
They don't give a fuck about playing nice. You think Ken Hovind cares about playing nice?
No, I mean, whacking atheists. I mean, come on.
Come on. You think they care about playing nice? No, they have an agenda to get to.
It's why Dr. Josh designed my 100% reprobate t-shirt. I was called reprobate by so many Christians for just being myself. Reprobate, hated by God. I'm hated worse than anybody, right? I've been labeled enemy of the faith because I'm an atheist that just speaks my true being. And I'm not afraid to do so. I'm not going to polish it with a bunch of cherry sauce. right?
Just
But
go out and have to,
I'm a reprobate. So you embrace that. You embrace it. You be that reprobate, because guess what? Reprobate in the eyes of God is just
You're
woke.
paying
And
to
I
go
am
out and
proud to
have
be
to-
woke as hell.
Dude, you've always appealed to, I think, a lot of people for your various takes on Christianity, right? Because there are a lot of us out there that empathize or that sympathize, I guess would be a better word, with your experiences, with what you're talking about, especially when you were the rage that I started listening to, right? And then you went through the deist, and I was kind of like, I think some of us may have fallen off, and then, you know, as my long-winded way of saying, a lot of people appreciate the way that you don't bullshit with it, right? Like, and a lot of us like that. But I think, knock the short of it is, just like you treat anyone, and you and I worked in restaurants for almost 30 years. Like, they're just ways that you treat certain people, and it's mostly on what they bring to the table, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you're constantly interacting with people all fucking day long, if somebody's an asshole, right, they don't get the respect that someone else may, right?
Yes.
Whether it be a coworker, whether it be a guest, whether it be anyone, right? Like, when we're on Richard's stream, I've never had a bad interaction with Richard, and I've always been interested in what he's had to say because of the way he presents himself. But, you know, you get other guests on here that may be a little combative or just maybe assholes about certain things, then, you know, they don't get the respect he does. Or
I don't know. Richard's always combated me.
But no, you're nailing it. You're nailing it to a T.
But
so
you
I
can't
try to
go-
react to what's given to me, to the energy that's brought to me, right?
That's
And so that's my issue, is people being nice for the sake of niceness are ignoring the energy that people are bringing at them. Give it back to them, and then be nice after. You're gonna win 100 more points if you do that. But give it back to them, because the moment you don't, your people might not see the quote unquote weakness, but theirs do, and that's what they're gonna focus on. Oh, they're too weak to really go at it like that. So go at it like that. Go to that level, and then bring it back if you have to, if it makes you feel really good. But you're nailing on the point. If somebody comes at me with respect, I'm gonna give it to them. Justin Coe is a perfect example. That Christian vlogger, huge Christian YouTuber. I went hardcore at him when I first started my channel. He didn't come at me in any negative way. He wanted to understand why I was saying the things that I was saying. And once he understood it, he could empathize. And he might not agree with it, but he understood why I was coming at the way that I came. And now we're like he's one of my best internet friends that I have. He came to my house. I let him meet my daughter, right? But it started as a YouTube adversarial thing. But he gave me respect. I gave him respect back. And that's I feed off of the energy that I'm given. And people, when they see me go off on somebody, well, go and look at how they were talking to me. Because I guarantee you that there's a reason why I went there. Even if I was drunk off my ass, there's a reason why I went there. And you're nailing it. You give people the respect they give you. If they're not willing to give you respect, then you gotta play that same game. I think you nailed it on the head there. Thank you.
Well, and not the other thing I'll say, for me, like, there's some frustration because there are a lot of people out there that play games, right? Like the pre-suppers play these games, and you've got, like, there's this recent black dude, Chris, I think his name is, like K-Dub or something, has had two debates with like Neil and somebody, Uncle Bobby was the first one. And man, there's no way to interact with the pre-supper because of the arrogance, because of the just the assholic fucking behavior that these guys exude, and the game that they're playing, right? It's not a genuine conversation. So anybody that goes into that trying to have an honest debate or not engaging or anything, the only way to
they're behind from the beginning if you go in it that way.
If you step into the ring with somebody that fucking hits you in the nuts first off, and then it's like, what do you got? And then hits you in the nuts again. If you're not going to fight dirty,
no foul.
Well, no. Well, that's one side of it.
That's a
But
clean
at
hit.
at that point, you have to realize you're playing a different game now. We're not having a straight fight, right? Like
Right.
this turns into a different game. So there are lots of in the Christian atheist world, there are lots of people out there that aren't
That's funny.
interested in having either a genuine conversation or bringing like a good faith to the table, right? Like, in those people, I don't think they deserve fucking anything other than, if you're going to engage with them, you better know the game they're playing and play that game. Otherwise, you're just going to look like an asshole, and they're going to laugh, and their team's going to be like, yeah, that's what the precept's about, right? We win. Literally, like, we design the argument so that we win. And
We
those
make shit
people are,
up. Yeah, that's exactly
Right.
it. We make it up so that you can't defeat what we say, and then all of a sudden we win.
But my
From
general
assertions.
But the point being is, like, those people you
Flat
can't
out
interact
assertions.
with. You can't interact with in good faith because the game is arrogance. The game is manipulating you into other. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's who you're talking to.
They
man.
have to
And-
have a confidence in it. Their scheme has to have
Well, yeah.
confidence to let it roll over, to
Hold
try
on.
to roll over you with
Hold
it.
on. The last thing I'll say, and then I got to go back to work, and I'm going to listen and chime in every now and then. But the thing is like my mother is wonderful, right? And she constantly will say, "Oh, well, I don't know any Christians that are anti-gay," and I'm like, "Well, one, you tend to vote against my brother, your son's needs, because of the way that you vote, which I disagree with. But there are people out there that not only vote, but are anti-gay, anti-queer community, anti-trans community, anti so much because of their religion." And she's like, "Well, I don't know these people." Well,
Then
the
she's
fact
one
of
of
the
them.
matter, well, no, she's not. That's the point. I don't think she's anti-queer community, even though she may vote against them. Maybe that's anti in the sense. My point, my simple point being there, to think that like Christianity is this wonderful thing where everybody's doing good, that's bullshit. Like, it has no real world, in my opinion. Like, you don't see people acting like Jesus like they claim to, right? Like, they're the ones that are out there. Typically, you get a lot of Christians that are just fucking dicks.
That kind of
And-
reminded me.
And then to say that we're the dicks for like giving it back to them, fuck them. Sorry,
I don't
Richard.
know.
Love
It's kind
you.
of like saying, if
true.
you don't know there's any assholes at your work, you might be the one.
Well, it's true. I mean, society did this weird thing. So Jesus preached about, loving the poor, giving away all of your personal possessions. A rich man has about as chance of making it to heaven as a camel fitting through the eye of a needle. And yet in society, Christianity went a different way. Christianity went, well, if you're doing well in life, if you're successful in life, if you're accumulating wealth, then God is gracing you. Right? And that goes completely against what Jesus preached. Right? But yet society and normal societal Christianity has made that the case. And then when you talk about, well, wasn't Jesus, didn't Jesus preach to love the poor? They don't quite see it that way.
My simple point, Knock, was Christians are condescending to each other, much less atheists. So when you're an asshole to them and people are like, "Stop being a dick to Christians," come on, man. I mean, like, you're one of thousands of atheists out there that's just giving it back to a certain group of Christians. So when anybody tells you you need to lay off, I mean, maybe they're great. Like, we don't do it to Richard, but there's a certain problem with Christians, in my opinion, amongst.
Can't read his name, but nobody pulls.
Thank you so much. I needed that.
Yeah,
nobody pulls the no true Christian, the no true Scotsman more than a Christian on a Christian.
That's right, Maynard. That's right. And they're such assholes to each other. And then to tell us not to be an asshole when they're condescending to us, it's like, fuck you, dude. I mean, anyway, that's So
right on. Yeah, that's totally. Yeah.
And that's not to say, like, don't treat them all like that, but like there's so many Christians out there.
Dude, I just literally had a conversation I've never had with my father, who is high into baptism or North American baptism, and his mind was blown from what I talked to him about. And I wasn't, because I knew exactly where he was coming from and thinking and whatnot. And he was upset I was 2 steps ahead of him and everything he tried to speak to me about.
Oh, dude.
And
yeah, if I have a normal conversation with like a normal Christian in everyday life, I am 50 paces ahead of their thought process. I can't do it. Like I need an internet Christian to have a conversation with now.
I have to figure out for, like, I was like, Dad, like, are you reformed? You know, we grew up Baptist, but you dropped that. Now you go by a Bible church. I don't know what that means, because everybody goes by the Bible. So do you? So I have no idea what the fuck you believe in, but there are a shit ton of Christianities out there, you know?
Yeah.
He starts asking me, and I'm like, oh my God, I've got to fucking do a quiz to figure out what the fuck you believe.
Yeah, and this is the straight up prospect of Christianity. And I understand it's probably different overseas, but here in America it's not. This is the state of the of where we live in America and Christianity.
It's a
with Christians,
it's a
with Christians, even your good ones are pretty much bad ones. Right? Like, so even your good, normal Christians that go to church and they're not going around saying really hateful, bigoted shit, the moment their child is gay, they're kicking them out. You know, like, I mean, that's the reality of the country I live in.
Most of them haven't had it yet, so it's like there's absolutely no way it would happen to us. They all go through it wouldn't happen to us.
There's been this awakening in America to where bigotry is not accepted.
Everywhere. It's everywhere.
You know, bigotry is no longer accepted. So if you speak it publicly, you will be ostracized. So people don't speak it publicly. You got to listen for the dog whistles. And even like most normie Christians
that history,
they're not speaking their bigotry publicly. It doesn't mean they're not bigoted. They are, because their religion is bigoted, right?
Yeah.
There are some very progressive Christians out there, but they are the anomaly. They are an anomaly, and they're not accepted. The goddess Grays of the world is a bigger enemy to Christianity than I am to Christianity, because she is one of them talking differently than they are. So they must go at her worse than they go at me.
When people have no clue of what you have to deal with, my heart goes out to people in the past that, oh my God, what they've had to deal with. You know?
Yeah.
You look back at the 1800s and just how, like, people just always seem to be like assholes.
Just take it to the gay community, right? Like, so I saw Andrew Sullivan was on Bill Maher the season that's going on right now, and Andrew Sullivan is talking about all the gay folks that come at him like he's this brontosaurus that doesn't know what he's talking about. When that generation of gay folk in America, they died for the cause, right? Like, they literally faced the hate because they were themselves. And people in this generation, they don't understand that because they haven't faced that hatred. You know, they might see it in an anomaly like Matt Powell. Andrew Sullivan saw it every day of his life.
That's what I'm saying.
And they call him a brontosaurus that needs to shut up because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Living a life where you can't come out back 400, 500, 600 years ago, where you couldn't be gay, where it was unaccepted.
I have a friend. He's just turned 75 years old, and he's been homosexual all of his adult life. He was in California, which was at the time a more progressive state, in his 20s, and still you didn't admit that you were gay. You didn't get caught at a gay bar. Police were raiding gay bars and beating people up and sometimes killing them on a regular basis.
Or people like me in my 20s. I was a dude in my 20s that would go to a gay bar and wait for people to come out and beat their ass. I was that homophobic.
Hey, so did my next eldest brother, but he's gay.
Yeah, I mean, I was that homophobic. And that's why, like, when people say people can't change, I'm like, you're full of shit. You're full of shit because I changed. I
You
used
just need
to. I used to
You
be
just
outside
need a
those
better
gay
argument
bars.
than you have.
Yeah,
We change our
mental,
minds
not-
when we
not
hear a better
chemical.
argument than we have. That's all there is to it.
That and,
Yeah.
and when it becomes real to you, right? So it's really hard to hate gay when somebody you love is gay, and that's becoming
right.
more and more of a thing. So
That's right. The more, I was the same way, but not as bad, not even close to that. But I had no problem with gays. I just never knew anybody that was gay or that was
I did.
openly
I was
gay
taught it
to
was
me.
an abomination my whole life. So it went against nature. So to us, it was me beating the shit out of a gay person was me doing a good thing. That's how I
Well,
thought. That's how the homophobe thinks, and that's
because
what we need to
I-
understand.
Okay. So I took the form that my parents didn't like gays and whatnot. So therefore I looked into why, and then I couldn't figure out a good reason. You know what? It didn't seem right to me. I'm not gay. I'm cis, but I don't give a fuck what anybody else does. Who cares?
Yeah, as long as they're not hurting people, I don't care. I really don't.
To be able to adopt, I wish I could adopt so much easier. It's just sickening. Sickens me to this day. The way that my parents would think, and they would rather send people to a fucking orphanage than a family. It's disgusting. It's I've got issues with it. Sorry.
I just saw that Messenger Reveal said that he subbed to Gurmania, and I was like, if you're subbing to Gur, you're just
That poor
basically subbing to
bastard.
me for the second time, John.
Oh.
He tries to be me. He tries and he fails.
Terrible.
I am so bad. I'm sorry, Gur. I'm not really.
I'm pissed. Should I roll up a joint or should I just do some dabs?
Oh man, I'm out of weed until Thursday, dude. Pray for me
Rage.
tomorrow.
Well, I wanted to talk to you, Rage. Look, man, I'm 6 weeks. No Newport 100s. I smoked for 30 years.
Dude.
I'm
So
40
my idea,
I'm 48.
I'm going to do a stream about this. I think that society needs to provide smoking getaways for people to go somewhere to where they can't smoke and they have support. They're not going to lose their job when they come home, and they can be there as long as they need to be until they come back into society comfortable not to smoke. I started smoking when I was 6 years old.
Do you want to
It
hear
was, it was off and on, and I cannot quit. I cannot quit on my own. I realized that this time I cannot do it on my. I need to be able to go somewhere and be somewhere and not smoke and come back when I'm ready. That's
But
what
listen,
I need.
I understand that because I have that problem with other chemicals, right? But I would love to see a place where you could go, where they can take you and put you out for like 6 days, right? To where the chemical addiction is out of your body, and you do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as long as it takes, if it's 6 days, if it's 6 months, until you're ready to go back into
Well, you wouldn't know,
society
but
and not buy that pack of cigarettes, right?
I'm just saying until the physical is out of
And
your
not
body.
lose your job, not lose, your house. Like if society wants a smokeless society, like we need to get to, it's horrible. Like it's the
Nicotine's
worst
bad.
drug,
Nicotine
and
is
it's
bad.
legal.
Hey, Knock, did you try the E? Have you tried the E or vape vape stuff?
Oh yeah, I've tried the E's, the vapes. I've got the nicotine gum. I've gotten the pills.
So
I've gotten everything. Nothing works for me. Nothing.
Look, I'm not going to tell you what is going to work for you, but I can only tell you what worked for me. If you want to hear it.
I'm always down.
Hey, Sean, we're getting a lot of background noise through your mic, Sean.
Sorry about that. Yeah, well, before you say that, Maynard, why didn't they work for you, Knock? Like, why didn't you like the vape?
The first time I tried it, it worked for about 3 months. I'm not sure why I started smoking again, but I did, and ever since then, like they just don't work anymore. Like I try it. And really, since I had long COVID and the damage to my lungs has been so drastic, vaping really hurts my lungs. It's almost impossible for me to do it.
When I quit, I vaped for like three months and was smoking that thing in bed. And I quit because I knew I was going to be without that vape one day, and I'd start smoking again. And I didn't want to do that because that was almost harder to quit than drinking. But yeah, Maynard, I'd love to hear how you stopped too, because my dad quit with glasses of water. Like every time he wanted a cigarette, he'd chug a glass of. This was like in the 1970s. But every time he wanted a cigarette, he'd chug a glass of water or he'd take a fucking shower.
Yeah, people told me toothpicks, so I tried toothpicks, and I just chewed a shit ton of toothpicks, and it hurt my teeth.
All right, so I talked to my doctor about it, and I couldn't do Chantix. I've tried Chantix a few times. It fucked with my depth perception so bad that I got into 2 accidents with it. So a year or 2 later, I'm like ready to try again. I'm smoking pack to pack and a half a day. So he says, all right, let's do the patches. And I had been on, it was like a 28 milligram patch, I think, for a month. And then it just so happened like I didn't have the money. And I've been on the patch. And I had like 4 cigarettes on this Monday, right? So I had these 4 cigarettes, I smoked them. This job canceled. I ended up smoking my last cigarette after this job canceled, after we took our windows back to the company and whatnot. And it was like probably noon by the time we did that. And I just went without it. I said, man, I really don't have the money. I'm not buying a pack. And I got 24 hours. I smoke weed too, so I was smoking joints like crazy, but no doubt about it, I've been smoking weed all throughout this. But I got to the next day without smoking a cigarette. And I said, fuck, man, I'm 24 hours without a cigarette. I ain't fucking stopping. And I haven't yet. And now yesterday was 7 weeks. Now I continued the patch for probably another week or 2. But other than that, I've been like 4 or 5 weeks with no nicotine, nothing.
Oh man, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there one day. I'm not gonna stop quitting until I quit. That's my goal.
I have upped my THC content and alcohol here and there, but no nicotine. So.
See, I quit drinking. I can quit smoking weed, no issues. Cigarettes, yeah, I can't do it. I just can't do it.
I've got no reason to ever quit weed.
Well, the only reason I got is to try to quit smoking cigarettes, because
I'll take it in the,
when I smoke weed, Maynard, it's the only time, like right after I smoke weed, it's the only time I really feel the cigarettes going down. So they have become hand in hand with each other now.
No, I know how that goes. I got rid of that, but the mornings for me were the worst with my Tim Hortons triple.
Yeah, the mornings is when I fail. It's in the morning time when I fail.
Whoa, yeah. that was hard, but I just well. You know,
it was this morning I failed. I woke up and I'm like, I'm not doing it another day. Fuck this. And I went and I bought a pack of cigarettes.
I just refused to go buy them. I smoked weed. If you got weed, smoke it. I would just smoke weed instead of fucking cigarettes.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get it done, man. I am. I'm either gonna get it done or I'm gonna be a dead dude.
Once a week, maybe once a week, I have an urge where I'm like, wow, I could really fucking go for a Newport 100 right now, you know? And after smoking...
I got that long COVID.
After smoking those Cadillacs for about 30 years...
You know, I think I could have smoked successfully in my life until I was like 70, 80 years old. But that long COVID screwed it. Like, I have to quit. I have to. So I have to keep trying until I do it. I have to.
I see the guys at work that wouldn't get the shots for COVID, and oh my God, he got COVID, and he's
especially
just
the smokers, like the smokers that don't do it. I just want to smack them. Like, dude, all right, if you're not a smoker and you want to be like Trumpist and not get your vaccine, that's one thing. But if you're a freaking smoker and you don't get this vaccine, you are screwing yourself.
Oh, dude, and he got it. He's gotten it twice, and all he does is hack up all day, and he's done. And I feel so bad for him. And I've tried to tell him, but he's not the smartest feller. And
doctors told me my lungs aged about 30 years. When they did the like scans and they saw inside my chest, they're like, dude, your lungs are fucked. You got to quit smoking today. That was a year and a half ago. And I've been trying for a year and a half. I quit for 3 months. And I just started smoking one day. I don't know why.
It's crazy. Shit happens like that. It's like I can quit alcohol for 5 years and all of a sudden, boom. And then
alcohol's like that with me too. Like, I'm in a really good place right now, but I know tomorrow I might not be, right? Like with alcohol, it can strike at any time.
And I'm fine. I'm not doing anything I shouldn't be, but anything out of the abnormal, but it's just not for me, and I should probably put it up. So once my cigarettes are completely done on it, that's going to be my next thing, I think. It sucks.
I'm muted. I didn't realize. It's the one thing I really want to concentrate on if I can get a real audience. And I'm not saying my audience isn't real, but like if I can get like this huge following, right? If I could ever break through like that, I really want to focus and talk to young people because young people think they're immortal. I thought it. I thought, I'm going to smoke forever and I don't care if I die younger. And then you get to 45 years old and you realize, no, I do care. I do very much care if I die younger. And young people need to realize that the way you think right now is not reality.
Brings up a good thought.
Not enough to quit smoking, though, do you, Knock?
Oh, no, I do. I just can't. Like, I want to more than anything.
What's the difference?
I want to more than anything.
I have an addiction to alcohol doesn't mean that I need to quit weed.
Well, that's a different topic. But look, Knock, man, you got to quit those fucking cigarettes, especially
cigarettes for sure.
I watched 2 grandfathers go through lung cancer, and I smoked for 25 years, right? Like pack a day.
Yeah, what I don't understand is we make drugs illegal, and sure, these drugs might kill you if you overdose on them sooner. But like the worst drug in the world, we don't make it illegal, right?
No, the worst drugs are the legal ones. They're the hardest.
I think our society truly needs to go to a smokeless society. In order to do that, it's going to take a lot of compassion. So we need to understand we're going to lose part of our workforce to do so. We're going to lose it for a short period of time, but we need to make that sacrifice. We need to allow people to go to quit smoking in a safe spot and then to return to their lives to where they can take up their lives normally. But it's hard to get to that spot because you don't want to give people quote unquote charity. But you have to understand, cigarettes was a national pastime. It was the American crop that fueled our economy. And many people became addicted, sucked into the lies the tobacco companies were feeding us. And we were sucked in thinking that, it's not going to be that great a fucking risk. If I'd understood truly, even though I was told, but if you truly understand when you're 18 years old that you start smoking these things, it's going to be one of the most impossible things to quit. It might be a different story. We need to take harsh measures. And in order to do so, it's going to take empathy. And I don't think we have empathy for it.
Peace and respect, Faisal. Our token Muslim friend. I For those of you who haven't met
the last
Faisal
thing
yet,
I'll say about the cigarettes is I agree with more so. It's such a big business, right? Like I don't think you'll ever get rid of it completely. When I started, it was in Germany, and there were cigarette machines on the corners.
Yeah,
Like
that's how it used to be here too. Like
I would find Marlboros on the way to fucking 8th grade.
Yeah, I was 12. I could go into a bar and just put some quarters in a machine and buy cigarettes.
I want you guys all to know that I love Faisal as I do all of you. And unless you're coming at him with a real strong argument, don't even bother. This guy's squared away.
Most Muslims are, because they're sound in philosophy, but are they sound in reality? I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm going to go smoke while you guys
That's pretty.
just try to keep it rolling, okay?
I think I just gave False the room to destroy me.
40 minutes.
Can he prove that the moon's not cheese?
Well, and Faisal, can we turn him up a little bit? He's really low, so he's gonna get overtalked.
Did you say Faisal?
Faisal. Could you speak continuously? Give yourself a little introduction so I can adjust your volume, Faisal.
Yeah. So, as our brother Richard just introduced me, I am Muslim. I'm pretty much unapologetic about that fact, and I do like to hear different opinions, and at the same time, sort of understand. It does give me a clear indication of what I believe in, and how where my faith is lacking or where my beliefs are lacking. I do want to contradict you a bit, Nog. I'm not really a philosopher, or I'm not really that well versed in.
I don't know. A lot of Muslims are really good with philosophy, though.
Not necessarily. It depends on who you know.
Then we're gonna be cool because I suck at it.
No, so here's the interesting part about this, right? We're not really good at philosophy, right? It's just the fact that what we believe in is so well structured and it's clear to us that we can actually defend it. And in one way that we see
I think you can definitely defend it better than most American Christians. I think Islam, even American Islam, takes their religion way more seriously than Christianity does. So when I say like most Muslims are philosophically sound, it's because they actually study the philosophy of it from a very young age.
I kind of agree with Knock there. Yeah. I would take more Muslims seriously than I would any Christian I meet on the street. Due to understanding their texts.
Well, it's the way you live your life. So Muslims live their life for God. American Christians don't really. They say they do.
They go there on fucking Sunday and get their shit hand delivered to them and whatever.
But they don't. So Islam is a completely different animal than Christianity. And I find myself, honestly, and I'm not afraid to admit this, like I'll get owned by a Muslim because they know more than me, usually. Honestly, I mean, that's just me being honest.
Yeah, but the average Muslim to the average Christian and to the knowledge of each other's dogma and what they believe is
a different animal.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be very frank about this, right? If you look at the Muslim or Islamic theology, it is very simple to understand Islamic theology. Versus if you want to understand a Christian theology, you really have to be a PhD in philosophy, and you would still not understand it, right? One of the things I can say about it, like, for example, William Lane Craig, he's one of the leading philosophers of Christian theology, right?
Says who?
Well, he is. Yeah, he is, definitely.
He is. I mean, you may not agree with
his most famous philosophy, though, came from Islam.
Exactly. But the fact of the matter is, he, up to the point where he's following the Islamic philosophy, right?
Oh,
He
I get
makes
it.
sense,
Yeah.
and then when he starts to
Then he
explain,
doesn't.
when he starts to explain to you the Christian theology, that there
Oh,
needs
that's
to
where you
be
lose him, right?
in one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where he loses his audience, because it's a
Oh,
very hard thing to explain to anyone how 3 can be 1 or 1 can be 3.
All right, so I've been super because everything that I have said about Islam, I mean it, and people that actually know me know that I take a very hard stance when it comes to Islam.
pretty weak. I don't
I
understand.
I
What he
find
was about
Islam
to
to be
say, I'm
one of the
sorry.
most dangerous religions in the world. So my question to you would be this: I totally I'm on board with the fact that Islam has way more reason to believe what they believe than they do than Christians do. Muhammad was a real person. I don't think Jesus was. We have a real history behind Muhammad. We have hadith. We have plenty of things. But my issue fundamentally with Islam is that I find in my study of Muhammad that it all stems from a trip he took into a cave. He starved himself. He subjected himself to a lack of sleep. He subjected himself to many different things that would cause hallucinations for any normal human being. And for me, it's like, why do people take this religion seriously when clearly Muhammad had put himself into a situation to have audio and visual hallucinations? And I'm not taking away from the historical greatness of the man, because I mean I have a deep respect for Muhammad. I'm not sure if it ever has come out, but I've made series on it. I think he was a very progressive person for his time. That doesn't mean he's progressive by our times, but for his times, he was very progressive. He was trying to do great things. But I think it got warped along the way, and I think it got warped because it all stems from shit that's not real. And so maybe, can you comment on that? Like, why put such stock in revelation that comes from starvation?
It's actually a very good question, but I actually want to take a step back now, because there's actually embedded question here that has not been asked, right? And that question really is there really a revelation from a God, right? So essentially, you're basically asking, is there a God or is there no God? Because this will make sense.
Well, not necessarily, though, because I think that there could be I don't think, personally, I don't think there can be a God. I'm an atheist. I take the position there are no gods. But I think that there could be a God, and yet still a human being can starve himself and have false hallucinations, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree that you can starve yourself, have hallucinations and all of that, right? But it's sort of, you're starting from a point of view, you're sort of starting the story in the middle, let's say. Right? So in that sense, you don't have the complete picture. The bigger question really is not, do you believe there is a God, or do you believe there is no God, or are you sort of unsure about it?
Well, I don't think that there's a God. I'm not unsure about it. I take a positive stance when it comes to the existence of a God. I don't think that there is one.
That's interesting.
But I'm not like, so my impression of Muhammad doesn't necessarily come from that, though. It comes from his history. It comes from his history with his uncle on the caravan routes. He was subjected to not only Jewish philosophy, but also Christian philosophy and theology. And he was also subjected to the countless godhoods of Arabia at the time, in Mecca. Like, he famously went and destroyed all the idols to all the other gods in Mecca. He was exposed to these different theologies at a very young age. And then when he was older, he went into this cave, and I don't think that anybody can disagree. Like, when he went into this cave, he starved himself. And he was there for a great many numbers of days before he had these revelations. And that's what I've never understood is, like, in the modern world, we understand what happens when people do that to themselves, and yet we still take the hallucination seriously.
Okay, point taken, but I'll actually step back. There's a couple of things that need to be unpacked. Firstly, like, it is to the greatness of the Prophet, peace be upon him, on his secular achievements, right? When you think about it.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
He created a state out of disparate tribes, right?
Oh yeah, and he was very worried about poor people. He grew up very poor, and one of his main missions in life was to end poverty. Like, I think he was a very progressive person for his time.
Yeah, so that in itself is a proof to his character. Like, a person of a weak character, or someone who would be just indulging in activities for his own personal gain, right? They won't be able to achieve it. There's a reason why Elon Musk is able to build Tesla, because he had a vision, he had a purpose, he had the drive to do that. He wasn't distracted by all the other things that were happening.
I mean, he also had his daddy's wealth. We can't forget that part of it.
That's fine, but still, he took it to a level, right?
I don't think. Well, honestly, I mean, we can pass it off as it's fine, but I don't think Elon Musk is Elon Musk without his daddy's South African riches, right? Like I Elon Musk does not become Elon Musk without opulent wealth.
Elon Musk is just one example, Knock. What I'm trying to say here is that you need a drive to do this. If a person is distracted by all the other things that are happening around them, you chase after women, for example, or you chase after money even, right? You won't be able to get this type of achievement in your lifetime, right? There's a reason why Genghis Khan was able to conquer all of this land in his time, right? Because he had the drive to actually go out there and do all that, right?
In the brutality,
distracted by other things. He didn't just sit back and say, okay, I've done all of this, I'm just like, right? So it's just that part of it is definitely there. But the reason why I'm bringing this back to the idea of there being a God or there not being a God, and when you look at it from that lens, it changes the perspective and it starts making sense of things that you would not normally look into, right? So what I do want to discuss with you, Nok, before we actually jump into this, is you make a very interesting claim that you actually believe there cannot be a God, right? And granted, we probably have to make sure that we're actually talking about the same thing. When we talk about God, and when I talk about God,
my claim is I see no evidence of God in reality. I don't know why I should should I believe in Torak? You might not know who Torak is. He was an evil god in the series of Belgariad. Should I believe in Torak just because somebody made it up? I don't see the necessity for God in our universe or in our physical reality.
Okay, not seeing the necessity versus being able to claim that there cannot be a God is two different things.
Well, I mean, and that's the problem of absence, though, right? So if a God is absent, then I mean, what's the difference between absence and non-existence, right? So if a God is absent in reality, and I claim that this God doesn't exist, well, it's only based upon the absence within reality. That would be an issue on God that God needs to fix. And I've also heard not Muslims but Christians say this, like God brings believers to God. So by that line of thinking, God hasn't brought me to Him yet. And if God hasn't brought me to Him and hasn't given me the knowledge of Him, then why should I be punished for making a position that God doesn't exist within God's absence?
It's interesting. Again, they're really all very relevant questions, and I wish we had more time. I would probably jump again sometime, and we can actually have a much deeper discussion on all of these questions, right?
Definitely
But
email me. It's the ragingatheist at gmail.com, but it's not it's because I get ghetto. So ragingatheist at gmail.com. I would love to have a conversation with you. I need to open myself up and talk to more Islamic folk because I only talk to Christians.
Faisal, you can go on.
Allah Mahmood, Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Yes, salam alaikum, Allah Mahmood.
Right. So yeah, Nok, the interesting thing about this is that when one of the things that God asks in the Quran to ask people who say there is no God, right, is to ask them, do they believe that they created themselves or do they come from nothing? Right. So those are the two options pretty much that you're left with, because really at the end of the day, one of the things that you are pretty sure of is that you do exist. Otherwise, there's definitely no point in even continuing with this discussion if you deny your own existence, right? Knock, sorry.
You're muted, Brother Knock. Or chooses to not respond. Or is busy with something.
Or maybe he got busy.
Well, sorry, I was AFK. Let me get back in my chair.
Yeah.
Would you repeat that, please?
No, I was still listening.
Okay, sorry.
I was just AFK. So, yeah, actually repeat it. So I have because I was listening, but then people were calling my name and I forgot what you said.
Yeah. So what the Quran actually tells Muslims to ask people who deny the existence of God is to ask them the question, do you believe that you created yourself?
All right, yeah.
Do you come from nothing?
No, I don't think I created myself, and I don't think I came from nothing. I think I came from the seeds of my parents. I don't see God in that. No, I don't see God anywhere in that.
And then your parents, and then your parents came from your grandparents, and where does this all start from?
Well, so my answer has always been I don't know because I wasn't there, and neither was you. So you want to infer that God created it all, right? And I think we have numerous possibilities. We have evolution. We have abiogenesis. We have a lot of different possibilities of how we all got here. I can only base it upon my reality, and my reality is I was born from the seed of my parents. All right. And so I don't think I came from nothing. I think I came from the seed of my parents. When it comes to the originality of it all, I don't know. That's the honest answer. Unless you're like a geologist that spent your life to this and you have some intelligent opinion on it, it's still just an intelligent opinion because you wasn't there.
Okay, so that's a good question. Let's take this. Let's try to apply an analogy to it, right? Let's say that there's a new robot, right, that's able to interact with people, right? That robot has enough what's the word I'm looking for? It's
probably self-awareness.
Self-awareness, yes, to basically ask the question where it came from. All right. So when you talk about where it came from, are you going to say you actually came from a factory? Is that what you're going to tell the robot? Or are you going to tell it that, let's say you are the one who manufactured it. Are you going to tell it, I created you?
I think I would tell it came from a factory.
That's what it is then?
Yeah.
Just that it came from a factory?
Pretty much. I mean, if that's the reality of the situation, then that's what you should state.
Okay, so you're the one who programmed the robot. You're the one who designed everything. You're the one who did all of that effort into making that robot, yes, granted that it was assembled in a factory, are you going to tell the robot that it's assembled in a factory?
Yes.
My daddy's nuts.
And that's basically where you came from.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
because I mean, I could have had everything to do with it, but I didn't put. Did I put my hands on parts to put it together? And if I did so, then what's the need for a factory?
So here's the question, Nog. Sorry, can we, Maynard, just let me finish up the thought, and then I will listen to you as well. Nog, here's the question: if you
gonna straighten me out too?
No, my friend, I'm not gonna. I'm not in that. Not gonna do anything or anything at all like that.
All right.
So, what I'm trying to say here, Nok, is that by that methodology, you should basically be saying that Apple phones, all the credit for Apple phones should be given to China. Steve Jobs did nothing, right?
Why?
Apple company did nothing.
Well, I mean, so Apple does
all manufactured, assembled, and everything happened in China.
What a close comparison that is.
Right?
Yeah, I think you should know something about me. I'm kind of I'm a socialist, so I don't give much credit to Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs had an idea, but did he build the freaking phones? Hell no. Are you ever going to find Steve Jobs on a factory floor? Hell no. Are you going to find Steve Jobs doing a job? Hell no. Steve Jobs is going to think about shit. That's what Steve Jobs does.
I think the point here is that it's an incomplete explanation to just say factory.
Well, maybe no, I don't think it is.
If Steve Jobs was doing something, he would be working on like cracking the moon in half.
Yeah, I don't think saying it comes from factory is an incomplete explanation.
No, it doesn't explain where something necessarily comes from. It does explain how it came about, right? So if you talk about evolution doesn't give you an explanation of why we're here. It does give you an explanation of how you might have come about.
That's the whole point. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the whole clockmaker's fallacy anyway, right? Like, so you want to apply like what we see in the real world to supernatural probability. But it's just like there's no reason to go there, right? Because we see somebody make a clock in our world doesn't necessarily entail some grand creator making the clock of the universe. It just doesn't entail that. We observe what we observe on this rock that we're spinning through because it's the only
clock works on another planet.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it definitely doesn't mean that's the extent of all knowledge, or the fact that just because we observe a necessity here means that necessity is required for the universe. I mean, yes, we need a clockmaker to make a clock on the planet Earth, but there's no reason to think that we need a universe maker to make a universe. There's no reason to go there. That is human inference based upon limited knowledge.
Mushrooms came before people did. Who made the mushrooms?
Yeah, I mean, maybe one day maybe one day before I die, we will actually discover the truth of God. Until then, I don't think I can be wrong for saying there is no God in the absence of God. And I don't think I can be punished for saying there's no God in the absence of God unless God is an immoral monster. If God is an immoral monster, nobody should follow it anyway.
Fuck them then.
Okay, so now here's a few questions on this. So first of all, right, just like I don't know what's outside of this universe, right? You don't know what's outside of this universe. The question comes up, right, which is more plausible, right? If there are two competing explanations, it's a question of which one is
I
more
totally
plausible,
agree with
right?
that. I think plausibility is the important factor.
Right. So you're basically saying, in effect, that you don't know and you are okay with your ignorance about this fact.
I'm saying you don't know and you're okay with your ignorance. See,
no.
My position is I don't know, but I'm quite okay with my ignorance. That's my position. I'm okay with my ignorance.
Yeah,
my ignorance.
I'm not saying
if God exists, My ignorance stems from the fact that God doesn't make himself known.
Bravo.
Do you? I don't think you actually realize what.
Therefore,
who
divine
God is.
No, I
hiddenness.
do realize it's the problem of absence. This is
No.
an
Explain to
antiquated
me what God is, 'cause
philosophical.
we're basically talking
Divine
philosophy.
hiddenness.
It's the problem of absence, divine hiddenness. Yes, it is. All right, so if God is an immoral monster, he will judge me based upon my inability to see him when he is unseen. If God is not an immoral monster, he will not judge me for such, and I can remain in my ignorance and bliss. Do you see the paradox there? So if God is an immoral monster, why follow an immoral monster? If God is not an immoral monster, the question doesn't matter.
I actually don't see a paradox. First of all, because that actually doesn't even address the issue at hand, Knock, and I'll explain why. Right?
Okay, please do, because I don't see
so,
how.
So the first question is, let's establish who God really is. Who we're talking about, or what we're talking about here.
You're going to set definitions?
Cool.
Yeah, that's what we should do, right? If we're going to have a discussion,
an all-powerful being that is,
or you're going to define them so that it can't be what?
All right, so yeah, is this an all-powerful being that can be everywhere at any time, at every moment?
Excuse me.
No.
Sorry.
Why don't we give him time to make a definition so you guys can rebut that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm waiting.
Okay, do you want me to go ahead and define who I think God is, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm on pause.
Because I first of all, I would like to understand who God is from your perspective, because you're probably making all
it depends
from your point of view. So I just wanted to sort of understand.
It depends on your definition. If you come from a classical theism position of God, I don't know what is your opinion of God?
My idea of God would be a quantum.
Can you hear me? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the definition of God. So, like, Richard has a definition of God being a biological creature.
Can I interrupt for a second? No.
Well, real quick. I've posed the question to atheists, like, if God is a biological creature, is that God? And atheists are like, no. So it really depends on your definition of God. Is it a classical theism definition of God? Is it a triple O God? Like, what kind of God is it?
I
so
think that,
definitely not the triple O.
Basil, if I could interrupt for just a second.
Sure, go ahead.
I think we can get to where you want to go real quick. We don't believe there is a God, so why don't you go ahead and define it for us? That way we know what you're talking about, because what we talk about has nothing. I mean,
can I help you out?
Only has to do with what you're talking about, Basil, because you're the one that's talking about a God. So you need to tell us what you're talking about, because if you ask me what God is, I'm going to say it doesn't exist. The same way Knox going to. Richard's going to define it differently, but we're talking to you, so you need to define what you're talking about.
Faisal, can I help you out?
Sure, brother Alamamud.
Our definition of God is the nine names of God. That's our definition. So you can start.
I'm going to interpret that. I'm going to interpret that. Allah Mahmoud said and has said before, which is the only reason I recognize what he'd said. Your microphone is terrible.
Yeah, you're chopping up really badly.
It's bad. He said the 99 names of God in Quran would describe God. But since we don't all have Quran memorized, it would be even better if Faisal gave a definition.
So here's the thing, Knock. So the way we Muslims believe in God, it's actually defined within the Quran in chapter 112, right, where it says basically, and I'll try to translate it. Say He is Allah, the one and only. So that's the uniqueness of God, that He is unique. Allah is eternal, absolute. So essentially, He's been alive forever. He's going to stay alive forever. Essentially, one of the things He cannot do is stop existing, right? And He's absolute, right? And His absolution means that there are certain properties which are unique to Him, and they're really with Him to a level, to a degree that nothing else can actually achieve, right? So So you can, for example, be loving, but he's the most loving, right? You can be wise, but he's the most wise, right? And you can have knowledge, but he's omniscient. One of the things we Muslims don't believe in is that he's omnipresent, right? But we do believe that he's omnipresent in his knowledge, for example, right? So he knows everything happening everywhere in every sort of reality. And Allah actually proves that in the Quran, because he talks about things that if, for example, certain things were done differently, this would have been the result, right? So Allah talks about those possible outcomes that would have happened. So essentially, it's within his knowledge of what would have happened had things been different. All right. So that, and then he begets not, nor is he begotten. So essentially, he has no descendants or ascendants. He's unique in that sense. All right. And then finally, the last piece about him that the Quran defines is that there's nothing like him. So if you can imagine something as being God, and you can conjure up an image or a sound or any sort of sensory idea about it, that can't be God. All right. So that's a definition of God that you've been given within the Quran. Now, the interesting part is when you start philosophically digging into the idea about whether or not how to explain our existence, you actually arrive at a concept of God that's very close to the Islamic concept, right? And that is one of the things. So the idea of the deist God, right?
Hey, excuse me for a moment. I know this is riveting, but can one of you guys pray for my lighters to work, because I'm trying to use it and the lighter's not working right now.
I have to say, this is like one of the vaguest definitions of God I've ever gotten in my life.
He was trying to give a definition of God?
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we get that a lot from Islam. So, what you just described is everything coming from nothing, right? Like, so something that can't die, has no beginning, but yet created everything. That's like literally everything from nothing. So like when you try to paint that on me earlier, that I believe everything came from nothing, you just stated and reiterated like you literally think everything came from nothing. Like, where did God come from?
Well, hey,
the
Knock,
whole
it also...
point of this is that God doesn't come from.
Blase, blah, blah.
Hey, Faisal, did I hear you correct when it sounded a lot like if we could ever understand God?
Can I know
not
who's
God.
talking? Because
I'm Sean.
Oh, sorry, Sean.
You can tell by the little thing around our circles.
Yeah, it wasn't showing up earlier.
Oh, sorry. But so did I understand that correctly? Did you say if we ever could come to some sort of concept that's not God? So to me, that sounds a lot like
not
we
a
can't
concept.
We can't understand. Can you? If I understand what God is, that's not God. Is that what you were saying?
No, that's not what I said. If you can conjure up an image that this is how God would look like, or you can conjure up what God would sound like, or use your senses per se to figure that this would be what God would look like, right? That wouldn't be God.
Because right. It sounds like if we could ever understand, like, so if I read the Quran, if I read the Quran,
yes,
and I conjure up an image of what I think God is, it's not that.
And what you're giving me is what any Taoist would give me, right? Like, so you cannot. If you name the Tao, it's not a true Tao, right? Like, but in that, what you guys try to do is you try to encapsulate what Allah is and what Allah wants, and yet in that breath you say Allah can't be known, but in the next breath it's like, you know,
right,
people of the book and infidels, and you know, it's like, is it Allah can't be known, or is it Allah can be known? And Allah is kind of a dick like the rest of the Abraham.
Sounds like a bunch of talking shit. about
Yes.
other religions
Give me one
who
at my
can't
friends,
know.
because
Hold on.
I cannot understand who's talking and what's being said.
Let me say one last thing, and I'll peace out for a minute. Or two quick things. One, Knock, that's the beauty of like this vague thing, right? Like you just can never understand it, or you can't wrap your head around like what it is. But to me, if it's nonsensical, that makes it nonsensical, right? Like if we can't understand it, then how do you know what it is? And that's just like their leap of faith or whatever it falls back to. But the thing I really wanted to ask you, Faisal, is God the most perverse? Because when you were rattling off shit, you were like, yeah, if you're wise, God is the most wise. So is God the most perverse? Is he the most demented? Is he the most sadistic? Is he the most misogynist?
These are great questions.
Is he the most...
Just read the 90 names of God. It will solve all of it. Just read them.
Sorry, so I'm actually going to answer that. So the first thing is, right, that you need to understand is that when there are certain things God has defined as that are part of his attribute, this is what is godly, right? Versus doing the opposite of that would make that thing ungodly, right? So showing mercy to someone, right? And that's a godly act. To be just is a godly act. To be unjust is an ungodly act, right? There's ways that God has defined, and all of those ways that God has defined himself.
Can you answer his question?
Can I actually finish? Because I know there are like 4 or 5 of you guys, but I do need time to respond.
No, it was just me that asked you to answer his question because you're going on about some shit that he didn't ask about.
No, I'm sorry. I'm actually trying to respond to him. And if you give me the opportunity to speak, maybe you'll find the answer. But if you want to speak over me, I definitely won't be able to respond to any one of you. Do we agree to that, Maynard? Can we agree to that?
I just asked you to pertain to his question.
Talking over each other?
Pertain to his question.
Are you policing this or what?
I'll shut up.
Thank you.
Pertain to his question.
I am responding to him. He asked me a very specific question.
No, you're responding, but you're not answering his question.
No, I am answering his question. Just because you're not able to understand my answer doesn't mean I'm not answering his question.
Gauntlet has been thrown. I got you.
Okay. So please, let me finish.
Enlighten us.
So I actually lost my train of thought.
There never was one.
Okay.
I actually lost it too. I was trying to think to get you back there, but I mean, I kind of agree with Maynard here, though. It doesn't really seem like we're answering the question. I'll say this: like everything, like your description of what God is, everything you said, I have to be like, why do you think that? Like, what in reality makes you think that something like that can exist?
That's actually a great question, Knock. So, and this is where I was actually starting from, right? Like, if I actually turn it around and ask you, why do you think that there is no God? So that's actually a positive claim. You're taking a burden of proof upon yourself that this thing doesn't exist.
Who posited that?
Yeah, and I agree, but it's like the same burden of proof that I'm taking when I say Harry Potter doesn't exist, right? Like it's the same burden of proof. It's the same burden of proof when I say Gandalf doesn't exist.
Oh.
It's the same burden of proof. It's a fictional story that somebody put on paper that I say I don't believe because I have no reason to believe it. It's a positive claim, sure, but the bigger positive claim is that God exists. I'm only making the claim God doesn't exist is because the theists for millennia have made the claim God does exist.
Knock, it's a response to his claim that God exists. He's saying Allah exists, and we're saying we don't think Allah exists.
Yeah,
So tell
there's
us
no
why.
reason.
And you're telling us God is these things, but we can't understand God at the thing because you can't perceive like his greatness or whatever. So I'm again, don't knock. You got to. So Faisal, that's kind of slippery in my opinion because
I actually found what you're saying is slippery because
no. Faisal, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Because the burden of proof, you're coming and saying there is this God, right? So you're explaining to us, and we don't believe you. I don't have to prove to you that your God doesn't exist. You have to prove to me that he does. I didn't come, right? Right?
Yeah.
Like, because I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist if I don't believe they don't exist. Like,
I'm not asking you to prove unicorns.
No, but you're asking not. You're asking not to.
There's actually a difference between those two things. You and I probably
There's not though.
No, there isn't.
Faisal, you're saying the burden of proof, at least if I understand this, and maybe Richard can chime in or someone else, but the burden of proof is not you have to prove to me that my God doesn't exist. That's not the way the burden of proof works. You're
That's
claiming
not what I'm saying.
God. Well, it sounds a lot like it.
No. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying here
that's
is
not
that
I don't have a positive claim.
Can I finish
that God
up
doesn't
what I'm
exist.
saying?
Yeah.
Can I finish up what I'm saying? All right. I actually see it as a positive claim with an onus of the person making that claim when you say that a God doesn't exist, right? When you say this person doesn't exist,
so
you have to prove that it doesn't exist.
Well, no. So let me ask you this:
finish up, my friend.
if human beings never came up with the concept of God, would I have to sit here and tell you why God does not exist?
No, let me finish up, and you will probably understand what I'm trying to say here.
I don't know. I will never understand what you're trying to say because what
Exactly.
you're trying to say is
Because you're not
bullshit.
willing to listen.
It's bullshit.
It might not be. Let's let him finish that idea.
Well, I mean, we
and
can
then-
let him finish, but it's bullshit.
Okay, so Knock, you've predetermined.
I'm sitting back.
And that doesn't help.
You've presupposed. Hold on, Knock. You've presupposed it's not going to make sense.
No, I'm saying it's bullshit. So you're claiming Allah exists. I claim it doesn't. Right? So you saying I have to prove that your claim doesn't exist makes no fucking sense at all. None.
No sense.
Can we calm down first of all? All right.
No, I don't calm down. I'm raging atheist.
Now you got the rage, baby.
No, so I'm sorry. If this starts happening, there's actually no discussion happening, and we're just arguing with each other.
Oh, really?
Right?
Okay.
I mean, there's no discussion happening now.
Wait, Maynard, you're just like antagonizing. If you want to bring an argument, that's one thing, Maynard.
So yeah, there's no discussion happening now. So you make the claim Allah exists, and I say no, it doesn't. I don't see Allah in existence. I see no reason to prove to think that Allah exists. And you're saying you need to back up that claim. I didn't make the claim. You did. I just responded to the claim.
God exists, Knock. We haven't even begun to talk about it.
I mean, we can get into the contingency. I mean, it's going to go to the contingency argument, right?
Questions after questions, all right? I've been bombarded with questions after questions by a number of you guys, right?
I think you've said a lot of shit.
I suggested. I think I said that we
that's
came
all
from
I'm
mushroom.
talking. I don't feel the necessity to actually continue this conversation that way.
Did you know that mushrooms breathe H2O?
Neither do I. You know what? I'm about to go to bed, honestly. And
that's fine.
I hope, I wish that you could just see the point. When I admit that it's a positive claim,
look, no,
I'm kind of like granting the premises, but I agree with my darkened. It's not a positive claim to say God does not exist. It just isn't.
It is a positive claim.
The positive claim is that God does exist because there's no evidence of an existence of God. By God's own design, there's no evidence of an existence of God.
Knock, first of all, please calm down. I'm trying to respond to you.
Okay, please do.
And when I'm trying to respond to you, you go on a rampage. Please let me respond firstly, right? First of all, I haven't even begun to address the idea of what the proof of God that God exists is. All right.
Then what
That
were you
I haven't even
addressing
started.
earlier?
Okay. Secondly, what I'm trying to do here is to point out to you, when you say something doesn't exist, you do have a burden of proof. When you actually say that unicorns don't exist, all right, it's actually because you give a reason for it. They're imaginary, they're not real. That's why that is your reason. And just saying something doesn't exist, right, puts the burden on the person making that claim that it doesn't exist to prove it. If I bring a box to you, all right, and I say there's something in there, right, and you say there's nothing in there, you do have a burden of proof to basically prove how you came to a conclusion that there's nothing in the box.
Well,
Otherwise, you're just making a claim.
if the thing in the box was intentionally hiding between space and time, how could you prove that something was in the box?
It's a very good question. This is the point that I'm trying to get to.
Faisal,
okay?
I think
this is exactly the point I'm trying to get to, my friend. The
Faisal,
idea
I think the
of what
road
is proof to you, right, and what you see as proof, that's what I'm trying to understand from you. Because if you're asking that God, the proof of God should be something that you can see, that you can hear, right, you're probably looking in the wrong places.
Hey, Faisal, let me have 1 second, because that sounds a lot like unicorns, right? We don't. That sounds very similar to unicorns. But I don't think Knock was saying to you, and maybe he was, but the response when you come in and say Allah is the God, creator, whatever, however you phrase that, right? Whatever the claim was that you were making, the simple response on our side should just simply be, I don't see any reason to believe that. Prove it, right?
Yeah, which is essentially what I'm saying is like.
But Knock, when you say something like no gods exist, then Faisal goes down the rabbit hole of, well, you have to prove that to me, which I think, and Faisal, I'm sorry that I use
which
the word
is
slippery.
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
Hold on, Knock.
It's a cop out for atheists to basically just claim they don't.
It's not. It's not a problem,
my friend. I'm sorry,
Faisal.
No, it's not.
You realize it that you're actually making a positive claim.
Well, what about you though? You're making the fucking positive claim.
A positive claim, and I'm actually willing
to prove your fucking positive claim instead of telling me to prove mine.
Calm down, first of all. I don't like when people start using.
Well, I don't like bullshit.
Okay, if that's what you think it is, then
it is. It's what every theist gives us. It's fucking bullshit.
To have a proper discussion with you, if you were willing to listen.
You don't know me very well, but go ahead.
Sorry. I'm willing to talk. I'm still willing to talk.
Yeah, Faisal, could we just go back to before you pushed the burden of proof to Knock? And when you came in and made the claim, do you have, like, for some of us that aren't as like, let's say,
wait, before
philosophically
blind? Start tomorrow, and that's what I was actually talking to Richard about, that I may only be here for about 40-45 minutes. I do have to go, all right? And I would, maybe we can do this another time, right? I would love to come and just talk about why I believe that there is a God and why I actually believe that there must be a God to make sense of our reality, right? Why that is the conclusion that makes sense of our reality, right? I'm totally fine to have that discussion, but I'm just saying that be willing to listen, right? There may be a lot of things which you won't agree with. I'm fine with that, okay? But
it's not always.
I'm willing to disagree respectfully.
It's not always disagree with, but it's sometimes we may not understand. You're extremely long-winded. For me, someone like me that's a little. So not the smartest guy in the room. So you might have to switch up the language a little bit. You might have to be shorter in the explanations, because once you get 2 minutes in a response, I get lost. Like when you were responding to me, if God is the most perverse, it was kind of, in my opinion, And what they were kind of harping on you about was it was a roundabout way of getting to the point of no, God's not the most perverse because these are the attributes that I don't know what the word is to impose that you attribute to God, right? So no, he's not perverse because that's ungodly. So I get that that's the way you're going, but it's a really long-winded way of getting there, right? So for me, I get lost sometimes. So I'd love to hear the explanation.
That's
I'd love to hear
fine.
the proof you have, but you might have to dumb it down a little bit, and you might have to be a little bit less long-winded in the responses or the explanations.
That's fine, my friend. If that is the case, I'll try to be as precise as possible in my response, and hopefully we can have a much more fruitful discussion. All right, guys. Thank you for having me, Richard. I do have to go. I have an early start tomorrow.
All right, go on, get the fuck out of here.
Nice to meet you, Faisal.
I'm just kidding.
He's
I like
Faisal.
it, actually. I actually like him.
Faisal, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for your patience.
He seems like
I'd
a
love to
very.
give you a facial sometime.
You seem like a very rational person. You believe what you believe, but I think that what you believe is very biased, and you come at it. You're going to want to say that you don't come at it from a philosophical point of view, but you do.
Yeah, he does.
Most Muslims do. Most Muslims do, and you are, and it's just not. It's so. I mean, Hinduism has been around. Like it's the oldest religion in the world, right? And it's been around. I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 years. We know that religion existed before that. People have been making the claim of God. Let's say roughly 20,000 years, right? So an atheist comes along and says, no, your claim, there's problems with your claim. There's an absence of your God that makes a problem with your claim. Your claim is an inference. So I say your claim is false. And when I say your claim is false, then you want to put the burden of proof on me. No, you don't get to do that. You've been making this claim for 20,000 fucking years.
It's been changing for 20,000 years to get where you need it to be.
Sorry. Now, do you actually know that Hinduism at its core has a monotheistic theology?
Oh my gosh! I know you. I know. I know you desperately wanted to.
Do you actually know that?
No, I don't. I don't. I understand a monotheist would want it to be monotheist for sure.
Let's actually have
really, Islam is extremely monotheistic. It's not quite to the point.
No, he's speaking of Hinduism, though. He's not speaking of Islam. He's speaking of Hinduism.
No, I'm talking about Hinduism. And if you know what the core doctrine of theology within Hinduism is, you wouldn't be saying that there's the core of Hinduism is about multiplicity of gods, right? There's actually only one primary divine entity in one sense, right? The Paramatma.
You're trying really hard. You're trying really hard to make Krishna the god of all gods in Hinduism, and that's not how it works.
Okay, and
what's up with that?
All right.
No, I think he's actually referring to Brahma. Are you not referring to Brahma, Faisal?
It's
maybe Brahma, maybe, but that's not how it works either.
Talk to, right?
Did he wear a red shirt, bearded, hair back?
Not just one monolith, right?
No.
Hinduism is very much like modern atheism, that everyone pretty much has their own beliefs, but when you get to the core within their books, the books that they follow, the Vedas, the Sutras, right, you would actually find that the theology within Hinduism started off as with the concept of monotheism, right? Anyway, guys, it was nice talking to you.
So bullshit started with bullshit.
I was getting on your nerves, but trust me, I just want to have a conversation. I'm not trying to.
Just real quick, just do the quick atheist asshole. What about the moon that's split in half?
What?
We'll talk about it another time. All right, take care, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to address it either.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the conversation, but I think that entire conversation was disingenuous as fuck. I really do. I don't think that there was. I get this with a lot of Islamic casts. They want to take it to like this philosophy level. I don't find that.
Dude, he drowned it out.
I don't.
I couldn't take it.
I don't find that conversation as genuine. I just don't. Like there's no. So I can do an internal critique of the God of Abraham and the people that follow.
Wait, knock. I love you, brother, but I love you, brother. Take a little breath.
Internal critique of us.
Okay, so I could at least say hello to our 3 new guests since that conversation started. Mac and Secular Pagan Mom and William Freeman. Thank you all so much for dropping in. Appreciate it.
My mom's
and
here.
Prophet of Bob as well.
Hey, Mom.
Hello, Willie, and whoever just said hello.
Hello.
Maynard.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey,
We can hear you better.
Sort of.
Finally.
Yeah, it's better than it was.
You're a little low, Mom.
How's mine? Do I sound loud enough?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna work on your volume, Sec.
Thank you.
I'm gonna work on you.
Oh.
Steamy.
Secular, please stop muting. Please stop muting, or I can't adjust your volume with you muted. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I made her blush.
I just want to say one thing. For us Muslims, it's not believe in God. God is actually a fact, not a belief.
That broke up, brother. You got
maybe we'll give you
that German or was that robotic?
I got most of it. But
I think it was roboting. I don't think he speaks German. Try it one more time. We'll give you one more chance to say that again. But if your microphone doesn't get better, I'm just gonna have to ask you to try to refresh or something.
I just bought a new headset just to speak in the stream. Can you hear me now? I
Please just say it again.
I just want to know if the audio is coming from my headset or my laptop microphone.
It sounds like it's coming from your asshole.
Whatever's currently inside your mouth right now.
Yeah, it sounds like a headset.
Sounds like you've got it in your mouth. Yeah.
Take it out your
Okay, now.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. We're not catching the air out of your mouth anymore. Good. Now, what was it you were saying?
The air
I
out
was
of his
saying
mouth.
that our God, we don't give it fact for us. Not a
Damn.
Okay.
Now I can't understand it.
Mahmoud, if everyone could be just so I can speak real quick. Mahmoud, your connection is not good enough that we're going to be able to understand what you're saying much. I'm sorry. You want to try refreshing? I'll bring you back in. We'll see if it gets better, okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're from, Mahmoud, but the connection is bad. I used to do a show called Apostate something or another with John Peterson. I can't remember the name of it, but we would talk to a lot of Muslims and overseas, and we had this issue a lot. And it's just the connection. We can't really understand. It's coming through really, really choppy, so we only get like bits and pieces of it.
So if you want to try to refresh, I'll bring you back in. We'll see if it gets better if we just try another connection. So completely leave the stream, and then hit the StreamYard link at the top again, please.
What are we discussing here tonight?
Everything.
Yeah, it's been all over the place.
The good news of Bob. That's what we're discussing.
Praise Bob.
So pretty much we're discussing the atheist position that there is no God. I try to take it to a lack of evidence, and I was still pretty much unreasonable and irrational and just an all-around dick. But honestly, so,
Wow.
So
I got called some of that too.
I don't see I don't see it. I don't see why I should not make a claim that a God doesn't exist when I don't see a God in reality. And I don't understand why theists that make the claim that a God exists needs me to prove that a God doesn't exist. I don't understand.
Why do we need to make that claim?
Only if you claim there can be. If you claim there can be no gods. If you make the claim there can be no gods, that's a positive claim. If you claim the Christian, if you make the claim the Christian God does not exist, You need to be able to justify that. That, again, is a positive claim. If you say, I don't know if there's gods or not, you have no burden of proof.
I cannot prove a God exists.
That's okay. You don't have to.
I
cannot prove it.
I got a challenge.
I have no reason to think that one does.
Before Serb gets into his challenge,
okay, that's not a positive claim.
That's where I'm at. That's where I exist.
So, I mean, before Serb gets into his challenge of me, I would just say, like, we have a pretty wide range. We can't see the entire universe, but we got a pretty good view of the universe, right? And we don't see a God. Like, so if a God exists, it exists within its own decisive absence. The problem of absence, as I've brought it up a lot.
It doesn't exist in reality.
So if a God is absent in reality, there's no difference between non-existence. So all I really need to do is prove the absence of God, and in order to do that, I just have to say simply, look at fucking reality. Proof.
Okay, Knock, you know that I defeated by a slight margin Leophilius on a claim you just made, which was, we see enough to know. First of all, we see, and we see a limited amount, and we don't know how much we don't see, which means you can never claim that we see a percentage of the universe.
So,
which means you don't. Which means that you don't know if you see 1% or 99.
In rebuff to that, though, when we came up with this God concept, we saw nothing, nothing.
That's
Nothing
assuming we came up with the God concept.
We
now,
I disagree with Leophilius in one of his.
If you're right about that, it's a good argument. But if
desires.
you're not right about that, it's not a good argument, and we can't tell.
Arguments.
Okay. So
we
Doc,
literally had no view of the universe when we came up with this concept of God.
That's irrelevant.
It's not.
Because
I think that's irrelevant.
That's very relevant. It lends to the human imagination. It implies humans invented it because we weren't looking at the fucking universe.
Then is it, by that same measure, it's fair for me to say that we observe all of the universe. There's nothing outside of it. See, it's not a fair statement, is it?
No, that lends to the non-existence of God.
But that's the same argument.
But it doesn't discredit.
But it doesn't verify it. The problem is it's not an argument. That's the problem.
In my opinion, so if you can't see something in a reality and you're looking outside of reality to find something, to me, that's the essence of insanity.
So multiverse theory is insane. Gotcha.
No, there's actual evidence for multiverse theory.
No, there isn't.
We've got physics. We've got theoretical physics that cannot be proven. Yes, we do.
No, there is necessity for multiverse. There is no evidence for multiverse.
I would say that you're correct. When Buddhists and Hindus first came up with concepts of multiverse, but actually now we have string theory that actually lends credence to the idea of multiverse. Mathematical evidence, exactly.
We have mathematical necessity. We do not have mathematical evidence. There will never be evidence to something that has different physics. Never.
No.
I don't think you can say never.
Well,
by definition, I can say never, and I'll tell you why. Because all of our machines for sensing things are based on our physics.
Right now.
No, it's never going to be not our physics, Knock.
Well, yeah, sure it can be. If
dimensions won't be.
If we actually discover other physics,
different.
Yes, it can be.
You'd have to go to that universe some way, and then you'd have different physics to work with.
String theory implies different physics.
Here, I'll grab a brainy person who happens to have read the same thing I read.
You pulling up Titan Universe is not proving your point to me.
Okay.
You guys realize how smart I really am.
Titan is not a smart person. He's a bully.
Yeah, you're gonna kill the Titan.
He could be both. It so happens that we have certain set of physics.
I'm just
Other
kidding.
universes
I'm really dumb.
definitionally would have a different set of physics, or they'd
Really
be this
dumb.
universe. And because they would have different physics, we can't use our machines to sense it.
See, I tried telling you guys that.
I mean, you could say mathematical necessity, you can say theoretical necessity. Fine, I'm okay with all that. That's all
I've been
true.
there the whole time.
Okay, now guys, can you hear me?
It so happens if you speak in short sentences.
So is it working?
Yes, but keep your sentences very short.
Okay.
Was there something you wanted to say? We're trying to give you the floor because you have a very bad connection.
I was just saying, for us Muslims, it's not a belief in God. We knowing for a fact that God is not a belief.
Well, I'm sold.
Okay.
Yeah, call me a Muslim.
Yep.
You got
The
me.
sarcasm is so thick. Yes. Okay. So, Alam Mahmoud, I'm afraid that every time you speak more than like 5 words in a row, your connection starts to cut out. It's too far behind. It starts roboting.
Pray,
So,
pray that it works.
Thank you, guys. I tried.
Doesn't that work?
Okay,
Doesn't prayer work?
Well, I know Serb wanted to make a point to me, but I'll make this point. When it comes to Islam, of all the Abrahamic religions, it's the one that you should trust the least, right? Like it literally came later, and it came after a dude starved himself inside a cave. Like this is the religion, like of all the Abrahamic religions, it has the least credence, in my opinion. Like if I'm going to go to Abrahamics, I'm
Well,
probably
I
going
don't
to go.
know. Maybe the Mormons.
I'm probably going to go to the Jewish folk. I mean, they had it first, right? Like, they had the initial idea.
Well, that's what I don't get. When
actually,
I look at,
you can trace
mom and
those
dad.
ideas back beyond Judaism.
I asked my mom and dad, why do you think God's chosen people don't believe fucking you? Why do you think they don't fucking believe Jesus Christ? They're the chosen people. They're the ones that have been fucked over by God since they were in existence and before.
Well, and that's the question. Like, so
God did nothing but fuck with them.
I don't believe this new Jew Messiah is the Messiah, right? Like, I don't think that Shlomo Yehuda is his name, is the Messiah either. But a lot of Jewish folk think that he is. So the interesting concept is, say, he is the Messiah. He's the one that the Jewish folks have been waiting on all along. Where does that leave Christianity?
Out in the cold?
Yes. It leaves them with 2,000 years of worthless theology, as it does Islam, about 1,600 years of worthless theology, right? Like,
Well, I mean, we're talking about two different type of messiahs, are we not?
Well, no.
Between
If the Jewish
between
Messiah,
the Christian and between,
but Maynard, that's the question though. If this guy is the actual Jewish Messiah, then we're only talking about one. The other ones, they're fake.
How do you prove this?
Well, that's only if this Shlomo Yehuda is the actual Messiah, like a lot of Orthodox Jews think.
You have to go,
right
Sammy.
now.
Thanks for coming
No,
by,
Mac.
Sammy.
Sorry, I was waving at Mac. Said he's
Oh,
leaving.
hi, Mac. Okay,
there
sorry.
we go. Bye, Mac.
Oh, Mac was
Yeah.
leaving.
I don't think he's a Messiah. I think he's a really smart Rain Man type intellectual. But
Do you
say
think
he
is he fooling the Jewish?
A lot of
population?
Orthodox Jews thinks that he's healing the sick and that he's doing everything that
Richard's shaking his head no.
I don't think he's fooling them because I don't think he's lying. Now, what they believe is another matter.
Yeah, he doesn't claim to be the Messiah as far as I know.
No, he doesn't claim anything that I've ever heard.
But they do.
Some.
Yes, some Jews think that he's the one.
But he doesn't.
He doesn't claim that, but he plays to it. He plays
like Richard does not claim to be the hero.
Yeah, he doesn't claim to it, but he
But
has
Richard understands.
He has an armored protection, and he
The
has
narrative.
limousines, and he definitely thinks he's important, right? Like, who knows what he thinks? But a lot of Jewish folk thinks that he's.
What do you
the
think
one.
about that, Richard?
What do I think about what? I don't understand the question specifically.
Well, on your narration of the Bible
Yeah.
and where the Jewish people are coming from that think he may be. Their Messiah.
Okay, so he fits a lot of the description of the Mashiach, but he doesn't fit certain aspects of it. Like, he doesn't seem to be strong, forceful, a warrior type.
He's not. He's not of the line of David for sure.
Could he be the hero?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
What's that?
He's definitely not of the line of David.
Could he be the hero that you speak of, the necessary one?
I think it's unlikely because I think he's autistic savant.
Yeah, he's like a Rain Man type. Like this dude
Okay.
memorized the entire Torah
Right.
by
And
the
he-
age of
when-
15.
And when they ask him opinions, he gives a very middle of the road opinion.
Yeah.
And he's not even controversial in any way, actually. It's just he's so darn good at it, the people are really impressed.
He has an understanding of Torah and the Talmud like nobody is the claim. Like
Right.
nobody, he understands Torah like Jesus understood Torah is the claim.
That's the claim. But on the flip side of that same coin, I believe the beast of Satan will have to know these religions that well.
And that is the claim by the Christians is that he's Antichrist.
I don't believe that he is. I think he's an autistic savant, which means he wouldn't be Antichrist either. But that's just my opinion.
I agree with you. I think he's a Rain Man type character. This dude is a very, very smart person that knows a lot of shit. And yeah, people are taking it to the extreme. Like he's healing cancer and shit. He's not healing
the
cancer.
Rain Man. I like
The thing is to the white American Christian society, when you see a Jew going like this, it's because they're praying. He does that nonstop and he can't quit it, even if he's not praying. So to our understanding, that looks real normal for a Jew. Dude, that ain't normal. Also, his hands. He's always like doing his hands like this if they're not on something, which is why when you see him walk, there's always somebody holding his hand.
It's a fascinating story that most people don't know about right now. But yeah, there's a guy walking through Jerusalem right now that a lot of people think he's the Messiah.
Like people are spending money on posters that are like posters to put downtown in prominent areas, declaring that he is the Messiah. Like Jewish people are declaring him the Messiah. And I'm not saying on average. I don't know what the percentages are.
Well, yeah, as far as I understand, it's mostly Orthodox Jews, which is a very small percentage of Israel. The larger percentage of Israel are actually atheists. People don't know that.
If
they're
he
not
is the
believers.
Messiah, how come nobody's like flung off the earth yet?
Flung off the earth?
Well,
Yeah, how come nobody's ascended?
Well, Jewish concept of Messiah is far different than Christian concept of Messiah.
The Christian pre-trib thing is so not Jewish.
Yeah, like Jewish.
No, I
they
get
don't
it,
re-
but
Jewish don't have a hell. There's no hell in Judaism.
Okay, I get you. I'm playing from my mom and dad's point of view that they're Christianity and they're wrong. Jewish people are wrong.
Right, of course, every Christian's going to say that, and there might be some overlap, but generally, yeah.
That was kind of my point. Sorry, I was like probably way down the road.
Christians are in
It's okay.
denial that they're actually Jews.
Well, that's what I don't understand. How they can just totally try to separate from Judaism, and it just baffles me.
Yeah, I don't think you can say the same about Islam. I don't look at Islam and I say, oh, they're just a bunch of Jewish folk. They have their own thing. But Christianity is just a sect of really extremist Jews that Paul kind of subverted into this other thing.
I think Muslims are a bunch of pissed off early Christians.
Well, and Christians are fanatical Jews.
Yep, and they're all Zoroastrian.
Not all of them. Like I don't think Richard has much Zoroastrian in him.
Actually, I have more than most
Judaism
Christians
at the-
do.
Do you?
I think Judaism at the core does.
No, I believe, Knock, I believe in the Injil, that there was a message put all over the earth, and that it got twisted over time. And I think I'm seeing hints of that, of what the Injil is. That's what I think I see.
Who do you think Apollyon is, Richard?
Michael.
Goddamn.
So a good guy.
Yeah, he's the one that has the key to the bottomless pit. He's the one who rules over hell. He's the one that puts Satan into hell. He's Apollyon, Abaddon, Michael. It's just 3 names for the same dude in different languages.
Okay. I thought Abaddon and Apollyon, which is just Greek and Roman versions of the same thing, apparently, was. Right. Oh.
Well, let me ask you this way:
God to them, but a demon to Christians.
Yeah, Christians think all other things are demons. They're false gods. So that's a default position. But if you consider this, if you're in hell locked in it, you might be the king in hell, but you're not the king over hell. But who's over hell, in charge of like running it, like putting people in it, trapping people in it? That's Michael.
And what is hell in your view again?
Oh, well, I'm conflating terms for familiarity of terms, for language. I actually believe that what it says, the pit of hell, is a literal pit in the crust to be destroyed with the planet. So it's throwing them in a cage that burns up later, which is why they die in the pit of hell.
There's no eternal death or anything. They just die.
No. There's no such thing as eternal death. That's stupid. Where it says that the dead know nothing. Yeah, the second death, death of the flesh, because there's only 2 deaths described. There's death of ideas. I have done away with, I've repented of Santa Claus completely, except for the idea that as an adult I can show children how to love others. I can be Santa Claus, but I'm real. And then there's physical death, where I don't learn anything after that because I'm dead, you know. Dead people don't learn stuff. So that's the 2 kinds of death that exist in the text as far as I can see. In actually all the stories.
Really quick, I don't want to sidetrack, but I'm about to go to bed. And I know like Cerberus Hex really wanted to make a point against me. So like if you want to do that, now's the time, because I'm going to bed.
Okay,
yep, go ahead. Floor's yours, guys.
So what if I told you there was something, or showed you that there was something that was, let's see, I have it written down here. Omnipresent, all-powerful, and necessary. Would you call that a god?
Probably not. It depends on what it is.
Knowing Serb, you better disagree.
Yeah, I assume I assume that I probably don't.
Okay, what if we also throw in there that it has mind?
Yeah, it has
something functionally necessary doesn't necessarily have to be a god.
So I mean, what are you thinking so we can get there? Because I'm not. I mean,
well, I'm trying to figure out what you call a god first, so I know if it's worth the time.
Well, I have many definitions of God. So I think that Richard's idea of God is God. Like, so if a biological creature, if higher beings, aliens, were to come here and see this planet and create human beings, to me that would be God. To most people, that probably would not be God. I know I asked Leophilius the question, and he said definitely not God. To me, that would be God.
So wait, aliens would be God, but an omnipresent, all-powerful, necessary thing would not be a god.
It depends on what that thing is.
Depends on what that. Well, that's what we're going. Like we're talking about what this thing is.
So I mean, did it create humanity?
Well, it's necessary. It's the reason why we're here. We can't be here without it. Yeah, actually, things that have happened because of it is the reason why we're here. Yeah, so I guess it did.
All right, so what are you talking about? Maybe I'll say it's God.
No, I mean, would you call that a god?
I don't know. I don't know what it
By
is.
that definition.
Well, how many more things does it need?
Well, I only know you're describing something that I don't know what it is, and you're trying to put like some kind of like God label to it. I need to know what you're talking about.
Well, the thing is, I know ahead of time that we're not going to disagree that this thing exists. Yeah. Right? So I'm trying to see if it fits a definition you have for the word.
Well, no. So my definition really depends on the believer's definition. I don't believe a God exists. So so if you find something with some of these traits, just because it has some of these traits doesn't necessarily mean it's a god or that I think it's a god. No, I mean, those traits don't make a god to me.
Those traits don't make a cut. But
No, like I'm
the
a
reason why
fantasy
we're
reader.
here.
Like Torak, the god Torak in the Belgariad wasn't any of those things. He was just an evil douchebag that was very pretty. Like, I mean, it depends. So if you were to ask a Christian that question, they would probably say yes, and then you could toss out whatever it is, and it's not the Christian God, and it would work on them. But me, I go with the definition I'm given. So just if it's this thing that has these traits, no, not necessarily a god at all. Let me know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if I say this is my definition and that's what I'm presenting, then you will adopt it, then agree this thing is a god if it matches that definition.
Not necessarily, no.
I thought you just said that's what you do.
I mean, I talk to Christians all the time. I talk to Christians all the time, and I don't accept their interpretations of God. I need to know what you're talking about to know if it's going to fit my conception of a God. I can't get some vague definitions. No, you're giving me vague definitions, asking me if I'll think it's a God.
I'm giving you attributes, right? So
sure.
How about let's do it this way? You're an atheist, right? And that definition includes God somewhere, right? Of atheist.
I guess maybe.
Right, it's the lack of belief in a god, or believes there is no god. Right?
Yeah, I mean, until I see Richard's gods, I don't believe in Richard's gods.
Okay, when you say that word, what does God mean in that definition?
In Richard's context, a biological creature that's
in your own label that you give yourself.
Creator of humanity.
Okay, this thing does all the actions that caused us to be here. Does that count?
I mean, it depends. Like,
what
is
the thing?
What is this thing? Are you talking abiogenesis? What is this thing?
I mean, if it is abiogenesis, would it matter if it has all the things necessary to be a god?
Yes, it's not a god. It doesn't have a mind.
No, but this has mind.
Well, abiogenesis doesn't have mind.
Okay, but this thing I'm going to present.
Well, then what is the thing?
Oh my god!
Tell me what the thing is.
No, because I promise you, as soon as I say what it is, it doesn't matter what you agree to. You're going to deny that it's a god.
I know. You want me to agree to a predetermined set of ideals that is God, and I'm saying no.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
I'm not going to agree to your predetermined set of facts here. I'm not going to do it.
Well, then you're not even saying what you think a god is. Like, what are you denying?
I'm saying
you're trying to twist him into a certain set of.
Well, you say twist. I say give a definition of a word he uses.
Tell me what you're talking about, so I can tell you why it's not God.
Well, I'm talking about a god.
Then tell me.
Well, why does it need to be a god?
Why does it need to be a god?
See, my answer to this question, which won't give anything away, but is, like you said. I came in with the same thing. I don't have a fucking definition because I don't believe in a God. So that question's silly. What is my definition of God? I work with the God that's being presented to me. So if that is the God that, if that's the way Serb's defining God, then sure, I believe in Serb's version of God, according to Serb. But I don't see it as a God. But by his definition, I believe in that God because I believe that thing exists.
Okay, but the thing is, like,
just
if you
not
don't,
that it's a God.
So if you're using the word atheist, right? That word includes the word God in the definition. And if you don't have a definition for the word God, when you say atheist, you are not saying anything. You're speaking gibberish.
So usually when you're saying that, you're referring to a classical theism of God because that's what most people come with.
But are you
classical? No, I don't believe in any gods. I don't have a definition of God because I don't think it exists.
Okay.
I'm a god. My definition of God is me.
Okay, so you're a theist.
Sure, I am a theist of myself.
Okay, so Banaka's admitted he's a theist. Got it.
Sure.
What the hell?
I don't know why this is so hard.
We got there in the end.
It's so hard because I know you and I know what you're trying to do. Just tell me what the fucking thing is.
Well, you see, here's the thing, and I will, I promise. If you're going to say I don't believe it exists, and you're going to say, I don't have a definition. I'm just going to deny whatever's presented.
I have 1,000 definitions because I've been given 1,000.
Yeah, but you don't actually agree any of those things are God, even if they were real,
No,
right?
no. Just like I don't agree that I'm God, but I can say I am.
So someone could like knock on your door and present you Yahweh, and it's the bearded guy from the cloud with the long beard, you know, speaking things into existence. You go, yeah, okay, cool, Yahweh exists, but there's still no gods. Doesn't that seem kind of ridiculous?
Well, no. So in that instance, I've always said if somebody presents Yahweh to me himself, and he can prove that he is this like godlike figure, so like he can just like snap himself back into the place in between time and space, and then come back and say, "Ha! See, I just showed you." Well, then yeah, I'd say, well, yes, this is Yahweh. This dude has some fucking power. Now I got to decide on whether or not to worship it.
Well, no, because I mean, sure, worship it, but since you don't have a definition of a god, you wouldn't call it a god.
My definition of a god is what's presented to me. I'm an atheist. I don't have a belief in a deity, so I can't give you a definition of something I don't believe.
Wait, but what do you mean deity?
Deity, a creator being that made humankind with a snap of its fingers.
Okay, but if it made it a way that wasn't a snap, would it still count?
I mean, if the snap is terraforming the earth, and
if he nodded his head a certain way.
Well, no, we're making progress.
No, we're not. We haven't made a fucking bit of progress, Cerber.
No, we
haven't told me what you're talking about.
No, we did, because you gave a property. You said a deity is a thing that creates mankind, and you said with a snap of the fingers. And I asked, is that snap of a finger is important, or could it have done it?
As soon as you give me water, I can tell you that water's not a god. You know, like I don't know where you're going. I know because you won't tell me where you're going.
And water didn't create mankind, right?
You're pulling a fucking P-town right now. You're being so disingenuous. But
well,
go
no,
ahead.
I'm just asking you to have firm ground.
You're being Cerberus Hex.
Right? I'm asking you to actually have a position.
Tell me what you're referring to. No,
is this P-Town servers?
So, like, what the fuck? You tell me you're an atheist. My position is God doesn't exist. Tell me what the fuck you're talking about so I can tell you why it's not God.
What do you mean God?
A discombobulated mind that exists out of time and space. That's what I fucking mean.
Oh, okay, so something out of time and space.
A discombobulated mind that exists outside of time and space. The classical the theistic definition of God, Serb.
Well, I don't think that's the classical. But okay, then this thing would not be a god to you. This thing would just be the ultimately powerful, necessary thing that created us.
Like what? What is the thing?
Oh, existence.
Existence.
Yeah, existence itself. The sum of all things.
That's what you ran me in a circle around for 25
I listened to that
fucking
conversation
minutes.
last night, or you guys had it last night.
That's what everything's dependent upon.
Yeah.
The existence thing. Hey, can I interrupt for just 1 second? Is P-Town alive?
Weak.
Like, where the fuck has that dude been?
I got
you know what? If you want to call existence God, I would not argue with you.
Well,
you agree that it's a god then?
I would agree that by that concept, I could probably agree with the God.
Okay, so you're a theist now.
I guess, yeah. Existence exists,
definition.
so I'm a fucking theist, I guess.
Well, the definition is...
I mean, you're changing the definition of theist, though, aren't you?
No. I don't really think so. Not really, because the definition would be a thing that is omnipresent, all-powerful, has mind, created us, and is necessary.
How about one thing? Reality depends upon it.
Wait. So you're saying existence itself has mind?
It only needs one thing.
Like yours. It has your mind.
It has my mind. It has a bunch of minds.
I am not existence itself.
No, but you're part of it.
And that was my argument.
I'm
too.
part of it. I'm part of it. I am not existent.
See, the difference is that would be like
I'm not
pantheism.
I exist.
I'm
Just
a
run me
conscious
over,
part of existence.
Maynard. That's fine.
99.9% of existence has no consciousness.
Okay, wait, but we say you're conscious, and we also say your hand is a part of you. Right. So is you only the consciousness, and your hand doesn't count, or does your hand count?
I would say no. I would say my
Cut my hand off. It can't vote.
Because only a part of you is conscious, just like existence.
If I had no if I had no hands, would I still have conscious?
Sure, we didn't remove the
apparently.
consciousness.
So I mean, what do hands have to do with it?
Well, you're saying it doesn't. You're basically saying it doesn't count because I'm not all of existence, and I'm saying, well, not all of you is conscious, but we still count the rest of you, and still say you're conscious.
I mean, do you think existence qualifies under theism, under any theist definitions of theism?
Yeah, there are pantheists.
Yeah, given that definition, I think
Right,
I think most Christians would agree to that definition. They just wouldn't like what I would present them.
Right.
I think you're full of shit.
You don't think they would agree that all the omnis having mind is the reason
I
we're
think it's
here?
true. I think it's weak, but
you don't think they would think? I think
do
they would
not
assume
think
that was Yahweh.
Do you think that existence is God?
Yeah, sure. Given that definition, it's God.
So you're a theist.
Well, it's a God. I'm all three. I'm a theist, agnostic, and atheist.
You're all three.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a tough guy, are you?
Yeah, I'm a tough guy. I mean, there are gods I'm atheistic towards, and there are gods I'm agnostic about, and there are gods that obviously exist, like existence.
Existence is not a fucking God.
Whatever floats
It has
your
all
way,
the
huh?
obvious, dude. It has all
Wait,
the obvious.
if he denies it's a god, then you might ask him why he denies it's a god, but he just declared it's not a god to him. He's not a theist.
Yeah, why is it not a god? What property does it have that doesn't count?
Whatever's convenient.
That qualifies it.
It's
Or what is
natural?
it missing?
I mean, it's missing all of the supernatural context of a god.
So gods have to be supernatural.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, for what 20,000 years of human existence, gods have always been supernatural. When we're talking about gods, are we
Plead a
not
majority.
talking about the supernatural?
Well, actually,
Why
I
would
think,
God be
I think for the
natural?
majority of human existence, gods were considered natural things.
I mean, are we playing the AA game here? Like,
Oh
you can
my
just,
God.
you can
No, but-
that tree's your higher power, so now this counts as fucking God. No, that's not what we're playing here.
Hey, Cerberus, I'll let you go back to railroading him, but in all honesty, I've never really understood this, but if you're calling a God existence, I don't understand what that does, because why don't we just use the word existence, right? Like, why call
I
it
don't know.
God?
I mean, why call God
can't-
God when you just call him Yahweh?
Well,
Why call him
that's
Jesus
a much
or
different
Christian?
thing, because then you're calling
No, it's-
something actually. Hold on, because there's a whole book written about Yahweh, but there's, in my opinion, when people say, "Well, God is love," right? Well, we have a word. Why call? My point being is like why one word? Why not just call that existence? Like if,
because
if God is, yeah, sorry.
Because it matches the definition. That's why we call anything a thing.
No, but if it's just existence, why
And
not just call it existence?
because
Right? Doesn't it?
Well,
It's
it is
like-
existence. You should call it existence.
But
It just makes sense.
Also, it's just a
Right, but
language
that
thing
doesn't-
at this point. God is the label, and existence is the description. It's the thing that is God, what He's made
Right,
of.
but I'm saying I don't need God
Yeah,
because I already have existence. If you're just calling God, then I'm good with that. I don't need to
Okay,
call it
but you
God
already have
because-
Yahweh. Why call it a god?
I was going to say, you've already got God and Jesus.
All right, so if the
Yahweh.
concept of God
Why not
is
say God?
existence, if the concept of God is existence, no need for the debate anymore. We don't have to worry about gay folks getting kicked out of their homes.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about people enslaving people because God said it's cool. It's all existence, right? So
Yeah.
all those fucking theists out there causing all these fucking problems, debate over. Go
Yep.
exist and shut the fuck up. Right?
It's great. Right. I think you
You've
should
got it.
actually switch to this position because you can go to any theist and go, "My God's bigger than your God," because your God is
It's a
just
weak
small
fucking
part of my God.
position. Why would I want to take that weak ass position
What do you
and
mean
play
weak?
their game?
What do you mean weak? I think, and I don't mean this to be insulting. I think you looked a little ridiculous on this one.
I'm sure you do because you're fucking Cerberus Hex. You think
Hey, Cerberus.
existence is a fucking god and you think you got me. Oh, you got
Isn't
me. Oh my
Well,
god.
Faisal-
I'm going to
No,
spend my
I-
life fighting against existence now.
Wasn't that Faisal's argument though that God is existence? Like that was just it boiled
He
down.
said
to
it by mistake, though. I don't think he actually meant to say it. I think he was just reeling.
And
from
what,
not
what
knowing
I
Which argument? Because he said that the other day, so that's possibly twice that he's made that claim.
Oh, he did
Uh,
twice. Yeah.
Everybody can
Well,
rest easy because Serb has this fucked up definition of God. So problem
Wait,
solved.
how fucked up is it? It has all
Hey,
the omnis. It's
It's
necessary.
fun.
It has mind. It made
can-
us. Like, what more do you want? That's a god, right?
And then it annoys the Christians.
Sir, what I want to know is, was it you or who was it that was posing the 5 beings?
That was me. The 5 non-gods that made.
So,
made
so was he just not understanding what you were doing, or was he
No,
like?
he didn't know.
So
Way
he
off.
really didn't know. So he wasn't.
Yeah,
Who was that with?
was
Faisal.
with-
Faisal.
I think
Oh.
it was on your stream yesterday. I don't know if you'd gone to bed already, Richard, but it was that. It was.
I had.
He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that it could be anything. But I think isn't that the problem with any theist of a particular sort? Like if you posit something, whether it be it doesn't matter how many entities you're positing, but if you posit an entity and just say the exact same shit they do, they don't understand how you can do that because they've grown up their whole life. They've got a book, they've got an experience, they've got all this.
Right.
But to me, I'm like, well, he's saying the exact same thing. How do you not how does this not press the dissonance button? But with some people, it doesn't. I mean, that's what's fascinating to me is we can sit here. I mean, sir, you guys talked about that for quite a bit, and he just couldn't get it through. And I wasn't sure if he wasn't understanding.
Seems like I
it
did hear that.
or if it was,
you were
or if
there,
he was
Richard.
being tactical, because if he engaged with you, I thought that would be a pretty bad.
it'd be awful. Any
in
argument
my
he
opinion,
give against me would be against his own position.
Right. And that's what I was like, is he just not wanting to engage, or does he really not understand it? Because, yeah.
Well, tell me.
I enjoyed listening to that, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, well.
When Hillary's was trying to make an analogy of God being 2 people with, like we have with the key for a nuclear weapon, right? So they have equal power to each other. One doesn't have more power than the other, but unless they both decide to turn the key, nothing happens. So one can override the other. They have to both agree for the thing to happen. And all Faisal could do was to say that analogy doesn't work because the order would be coming from the president. And I tried to say, no, but in this analogy, there's no president. Nothing else exists because they're God. It's just, and doesn't have to be 2 dudes turning a key. It's just an analogy. And he couldn't get past that.
Yeah, together they would
I
be...
still object to that because ultimately, no matter who's elected to turn the key and that they're at equal power and that there can be 2 of them and all of that makes sense, the reason that there are 2 is not coincidental. It's the overarching control system that's in charge of those 2 people. They're not in charge of a damn thing.
Oh yeah, with the machine, right? Yeah.
But I don't. I think you're sort of.
I'm not ignoring the
twisting
analogy.
The definition, no, twisting the definition of.
They're not ultimates in that example. They're not even ultimates, which is why it's not an argument.
See, but it's like I sort of take issue with your idea of God and being these constructs because you use terms like they demand things of us.
Yes, they do.
Now, that means something different though than a demand that a human would make to another human.
Sure. I could say it another way. If you're a humanitarian,
a different definition. Do you see what I mean by it?
No. I'm not demanding that their belief in God nor their examples of why God can or cannot exist must conform to my definition of God. I'm not requiring that. I mean, the argument doesn't make any sense in the first place because of the parameters that it set. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't agree with either side. I got no dog in that hunt, but because that's not what I believe at all.
And I guess then it's, for me, it's that stupid pedantic thing my brain does. I think it's like I need you to use the word contingent, because that's more correct about what you're saying. You're saying these two dudes are contingent on the system, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah.
But I don't know I'd use the term that the system is in charge if they're the ones with the mind and making the decision.
They're part of that same system.
So then they are in charge.
Well, okay, a better version of this analogy might have been that there is a god that's basically a machine that has these two keys to turn into it, and then there's two other gods that turn the keys because the first god can't turn keys.
Right. See, that's the problem I'm having with it. You don't end up with an ultimate at all, which means it's not an argument against an ultimate God. It's just it just doesn't work for me. Maybe I'm thinking of it crooked, but it doesn't work for me.
Well, I mean, the analogy isn't super great, right? But it would be basically being the same thing as three gods together being the ultimate thing, work together to create the universe.
Right. It's a Trinity problem, and I don't agree with the Trinity either.
I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, and I'm gonna sleep extra sound because theism is no longer a problem. We don't have to worry about the gods of men anymore.
Have a good night, Rage.
Existence, I'm going to pray to existence as I'm going to bed. I'm going to be a theist from here on out because theism is fucking awesome now.
Can I make a suggestion? If you're going to pray to existence, pray to a part of existence with a mind and do it audibly in front of them.
Yeah, like you could say to them, "Good night, Knock, and I love you, and thank you for your time."
Yeah.
And do what I do with this thing. What Serve does. Use it as a tool. When a Christian wants you to lock into a god, use existence, because it always beats their god.
I refuse to use anything Serb gives me because he's a fucktard.
But just
I'm sure that's a fallacy.
Just in case, when you do it though, you don't have to call it a god when you do it. You could just say it's existence, and it trumps.
Hey, I know this. When I do use it, I will not give you credit.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fair enough.
No, I'm not really mad. Cerberus, honestly, it was a good, like, oh my god, I don't know what the fuck to say to that shit. So good one. I'm gonna go to bed.
Dude, it is a great argument. Good night.
Y'all have a good night.
Welcome, Light and Fire, and Secular Pagan Mom. I want to give you a chance to say something. It's been pretty heated since you came in. You haven't even had the floor. Do you want
it? Excuse me. It was pretty loud out here, and I put in the chat what's going on. So I wasn't really comfortable with talking yet anyway. So he's still yelling. So when I figure out what's going on, I'll let you know.
Are you okay?
But yeah, there was like 4 or 5 discussions that you guys were doing at one point before it got heated, and it was like, damn it, I missed them all. So
we can go back if you can remember.
But you're okay right now. You've been okay? You're all right?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I can go inside and stuff, but I have too much stuff out here to move, and I have the light off. So
there were other people not concerning you yelling at each other.
Yeah, so I had to turn the phone down, but I was pretty much keeping up with what was said, though.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm going to mute it for now again, but I'll come back on soon.
Which it's no better that somebody else is yelling at each other and hurting you. It's not better, just because I haven't met them.
Well, it's better.
Oh, I agree.
For her.
Just real quick, though.
Are you okay, Mom?
Being passionate and all that kind of stuff. Check out the last stream with Knocking It. I was in that, and it lasted 2 hours after Knock actually left the stream, and Toxic Terry, or not Terry, but
Toxic Taylor.
I call him Toxic Cuxator, but it's Toxic Crusader, and he got hella misogynistic to the point where everybody left, and I said, I'm not until he's done, and I just kept talking and huffing my vape, and then at one point, me and Hillary's emails was talking about my vape, and I said a few sentences, and he clicked out. But he was
SPM,
taking it the whole
if you
time.
want to get to toxic, just ask him about the Old Testament God, whether or not that God is schizophrenic.
Oh no, as a female, I know exactly how to get to him.
Oh,
You know
okay.
how they're doing everything in the Middle East right now, and there's riots with the women are rioting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what he believes, and that's how he treated me with a whole panel of at least 6 people in it.
Yeah, but
So,
I meant if you want to make fun of him and him thinking something ridiculous, his idea of the Old Testament God has mental issues.
oh yeah, so does he, for sure. So yeah, just me talking though gets under his skin. So even me suggesting something like that, that's like a double punch to the gut. It may
Right
be a
on.
backhanded slap to the face. Who knows?
Right.
I'd love to pimp off him with some knowledge, but I haven't figured out what I want to study to even have a say in most conversations. So it's kind of awkward.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm
the
gonna
problem
mute
is
for a little bit,
he's
but
a
I'm still
jerk,
listening.
but he's smart, and that's an issue, you know?
No, trust me. After
Mom?
the stream, when he was rolling drunk, Toxic was not smart. He likes to
Oh,
spit
drunk,
out facts
okay.
he's heard before. He regurgitates nonsense half the time. And
That's
drunk
a
or
form
not,
of smart,
he's
I think.
no, he kept repeating the same thing and just kept
Oh.
telling me that I'm a woman and nobody's talking to you. You're just interjecting. And he was telling me to shut up. And then at one point, he had like a 5 to 30 second, I don't know, I was pissed off, little meltdown where arms flailing, acting like he's some kind of passionate female. But he said much worse than that. And yeah,
You know,
he's fucking psycho. Drunk or not, he's psycho. Drunk only brings out, it stops your filter. It disconnects your edit button. And he was well beyond that too.
Well, I want you to know I don't feel the same way about you.
Thank you. That does mean a lot.
I was there, secular pagan mum, and you know what I witnessed, Richard? I'd never met this guy before, and I come in about the same time, just into the chat, and secular pagan mum come into the panel, and this guy, because she just had an SPM, and there must be some rapper or something. I don't know who it was, but he goes,
I heard about this.
yeah, are you and started on you're a fucking pedophile, blah blah, and we go, oi oi, like one, it's not a rapper.
I didn't even
Two,
understand most of what he said.
it's a female, like their name's Mum, and I expected him to like shift his demeanor, but he stayed attacking her, and I couldn't figure it out. Now I understand. It's because you're a woman, and to him, he treated you the same as though when he thought you were a pedophile. So what the
And the
hell
worst
does
part
that
is,
say?
the reason why that makes a big difference. Here's the thing. I think I was talking about how I'm NB and I might be transgender. I don't know. I'm, kind of soul searching about it. And I think that set him off even worse. I think that might be where the pedophile part came in.
Wow.
Because I also told him that I was a single mother, that he kept saying I was atheist and wouldn't accept the pagan part. And that's where he discredited me too. Just about everybody was of some faith except for 1 or 2 people at one point. And those people dropped out too.
2 people.
Yeah.
I said, we're in a full panel, mate, and only 2 of us are atheists, but you've labeled every single person in here atheist because they don't agree with your God.
Right.
Exactly. He's a radical.
That's not reasonable. It's not rational at all.
That's what Jill does.
It's as bad as a MAGA.
No kidding.
No, Jill and Beckel. I think all of you have seen my opinion on them at chat here or there. But yeah. I'll put it in the side chat what I think of them.
But I did enjoy watching you do that, sir, to Rage, because it was so fun to watch him give all the answers I gave. Yep, go for a ciggy.
Give it up, Richard.
You know,
Love you too, Maynard.
and you can see in the
I
end, it
understand.
all come down to a pride.
Completely.
Well, yeah, it always comes down to I don't want to say that thing is a god, even though I would agree normally that it has all the god characteristics.
Yeah, and it was so interesting because he got stuck at all the points I got stuck. Like, but has mind isn't has a mind, you know. But here we are, so adamant not to give definitions, but then we're going to throw in definitions all of a sudden. Like, it needs to have a mind. You know what I mean?
And I hate that Matt Walsh did that trans movie. Because now every time I ask someone to define the key term that they're saying that I know they're not using a definition for, I know someone's looking at me like I'm some crazy right-wing person.
Now, look, I agree. I think we should be using the terms woman and female differently.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Honestly, as long as everyone kind of agreed on what the words meant, it wouldn't bother me much because I'm already translating from my culture, which doesn't really map perfectly onto either side of the argument. I just don't like it when people are saying things to me and they're using words that don't have a definition, and then they're acting like I should agree with them.
Look, I can't see, but are there still people watching us on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, sir, like
Anybody got a joke?
I got
joke.
Yeah, they're not all. I don't want to say any of them on Richard's stream. Let's just put it that way.
I was gonna say Scott. It's got to be fucking.
Yeah, I see
27
27.
Holy shit!
At the same time.
So Cerberus, there was Faisal was in earlier, and
Think
he
you owe
had
me a Coke.
Knox spinning around a little bit because I don't know if it was shifting the burden of proof. I'm not too familiar how that all works, but he'd come on and was making the claim for Allah or whatever his position was, and somehow it
All
got
right. Good
turned
night,
around.
all. Much love, everyone.
Good night.
Good night,
Sleep
Maynard.
well.
But it got turned around because I came in and said he wanted to know what Knox's definition of a god was, and Knox was going down the like, well, it's this and this, and I said, well, that doesn't seem to get us anywhere because he's the one making a claim. So why don't you define what you're talking about, right? Like, I don't see. To me, that's just it's kind of a slippery shift, right? Well, you tell me what you think a god is, and then we'll get into this. Why not just define what you're talking about? Give us some evidence or some proof for it. So
Yeah,
he started to define it, and it's like the fucking most vague terms possible, right? Like, and it sounds a lot like, well, you can't really ever understand it, but it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it's not this, it's not that. But then somehow, fucking, he's got Knock pinned down to, you just made a positive claim that there is no God, right? Yeah. Prove that.
So what happened? Because I saw exactly what you're talking about. And
how did it get him turned around?
Because Knock didn't see what happened, and he just walked straight into it. So they both. What ended up happening was he made a claim, a very strong claim, that we don't think God, we know our God exists. It doesn't get more of a positive claim than to say, I know, right? And instead of Knox saying, well, you've made the positive claim, my stance is, I don't know if a God exists, so I don't have a burden of proof because I haven't made any claims. You've come and presented a God to me, that's the claim, prove it, back it up. But instead, Knox let him just say, well, let's define God then. Instead of saying you're the one with the claim, you need to define your God, and then we can discuss it. Which is just a really, like, a bit of a rookie move. But I think that's because Knox he's used to arguing with his emotion and his rage first and logic second, if you know what I mean.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that there's
Repeat
there's
those
two
words
arguments.
again. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. It's
Fuck,
his
can you
rage
remember
and his
what I said?
emotion instead of
Oh,
his,
yes. He argues with his rage and his emotion rather than his logic.
No, it's emotion before logic. When he gets triggered, like I do, I end up just spouting off shit and getting too deep.
So do I.
Every single
But
time
don't
I
worry.
get pissed off.
And I'm not putting him down for it because I'm, as Serb knows, it's something I'm really trying to work on at the moment, is not getting triggered and losing my clear, calm, logical thought. Because the second you're heightened, you've lowered your capabilities.
yeah.
And
It's like you've been
420,
shown your IQ drops.
I do
wanted
almost every time.
I wanted to jump in and say, because Faisal's real good about just keeping calm, right? Like he's just, I'm sure he just does. I'm sure he's very comfortable with Rage doing what Rage is doing, because Faisal, if I'm not mistaken, Faisal plays games, right? Like, I mean, there's
Well,
some.
I think he does, but does he think he does?
Oh, I think
Does
he
he know
knows he
he's-
does. Oh, I think he
Yeah.
knows he does, and I think he practices the games that he plays, because again, I'm working in the shop tonight. I've got a couple things, deadlines to meet, but I'm trying to pay attention when I can. But before I knew it, it was like, wait a minute, like this dude just got like pinned down in this. They shouldn't be over here at all, right? Like Faisal came in to say, hey, this is who my God is. This is this. This is this. If you're an honest interlocutor, there's no way you're going down the rabbit hole of prove your claim that God doesn't exist, right? That's games, right? He saw an opportunity and he took advantage of it.
And he takes advantage of your level of intellect. So that's what he did with the key thing. It was like all of a sudden we were so far away from that whole thing and on about on about God's intent. Or no, the president's intent. The president's the one given the message. It's like you were trying to get us so far off the point. You're either really dumb or really sneaky.
Well, and I said that's a little slippery, and he's like, I think what you're doing slippery, and that's kind of a common response to like put you back on your heels, right? Because it's just verbal, fucking chess, in my opinion, and everybody plays a little bit differently, and he plays a little sneaky, like a little offense and a little defense, and just kind of waits and sees an opportunity and takes advantage of it. And the short of it, he went on and said, well, I'd like to come back. And I said to him, honestly, I said, you're going to have to dumb it down. You're going to have to shorten the answers, because he gets long-winded. And I think that's on purpose too, right? Because the long-winded answers, you're able to steer somebody off of the original point that you want to, if something's uncomfortable and you don't want to talk about that. And he seems to do that quite a bit. And I've only listened to him a few times, but it's like, well, let's talk about this before we do that. Or before we address this, I have to address this. Or let's do this analogy. And it's like, maybe just answer the question, right? But there's always something else going on, in my opinion, like just listening to him. It's like, wait a minute.
I fully understand what you mean. The jury's still out for me on whether he's just not intellectual enough, because it seems like he keeps getting out of his depth.
You don't have to.
And that's
well,
why
you don't
he's
have
not
to be
staying on track. But he could
Sure.
be. You could be right. You could be right.
No, 420. I'm not making a claim or any statement on intelligence. You don't have to be smart.
No, I am.
To be to be tactical. I don't know if he's intelligent
I
or
see
not.
what you mean. I see what you
I
mean.
haven't right. You don't have to be like look, you don't have to be smart to run an argument or run a game or like there are precepts out there dumb as a box of fucking rocks, but they know how to run that game,
You're
right?
right. So, and I was actually going to ask you, do you think that he's doing more apology than someone, say, like Khalil, who's actually trying to be philosophical and, you know, logical about it? This guy's doing apologetics, like Islam apologetics.
I mean, I think they all do to an extent. I'm not sure if that's all he's doing. I've only listened to him a couple of times, but I know he's running game. I just call it running game because that's anybody that's showing up to the dance wanting to. And look, we all do this, right? Like somebody said, and I love this analogy, like sharpen steel. That was Batman, I think. Steel sharpens steel, right? Like these conversations can be fun, but Rage has a good point, and I feel the same. When someone's dishonest or disingenuous and they're playing a game, then you either have to play that game or you're gonna look foolish, you're gonna feel foolish, if you're unaware of what they're actually doing. And I think with Faisal, there's a lot of that, right? There's not a lot of genuine, like when he says something like let me give it an analogy. He's getting away from where the rubber's hitting the road, right? Like, why can't we just stay where the rubber hits the road? Why do you have to give an analogy to give me an answer? The same way that somebody doesn't want to give that yes and then explain. They want to explain and then maybe never give that yes. I just think it's tactical. From my little listening, I think he's very tactical, and if that's an apologist, then maybe he's an apologist, but he doesn't seem
I have to ask you all to promise me something. You ever hear me doing any of that? Point it out to me.
Oh, yeah.
You ever hear me doing any of that? Please point that out to me. That if I'm even coming across that way, please don't give me forgiveness on those things.
What,
okay, guys.
Tactical? I think we all have. Sorry.
No, not on having an agenda. I obviously do. Not on saying it tactically. But if you perceive my tactics as being avoiding, if I even present something like that, please let me know. Guys, I'm going to go to sleep, but you got an 83% vote for you guys keep going. If y'all are interested, okay?
So you have like 27 viewers.
Yeah, and it's all yours. So you guys treat them well. Treat each other well. Peace and respect to you all. Till next
Richard.
time.
Thanks.
I look forward to the day that all of us can be great friends worldwide. Good night, guys. Have fun.
Good night, Richard.
Good night. Thank you all very much, really.
I recognize that voice. Is that you?
Good night, Richard.
Yuri?
Yeah, it's Yuri.
Is that how you say it? Yuri?
That is me, yes, sir.
That hurt so much when he said it's all mine. I wanted to blurt out, like just terrible jokes. I had to hold it back.
Well, he's gone now.
No, it's still his stream. No.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for holding some of it back, but yeah.
Sir, I hear you complaining about other people here. It's funny.
I would say discussing their discussion techniques or their debating techniques.
Yeah. I would
Everybody
like to
serves
see
their own purpose, you know. That's the way it is.
I would like to see atheists challenge Christians on the word God.
What
Kind of
is
like I
God?
did with Knock.
Can you explain the word God? Is it
Well,
good?
that would be the point. Would be try to get
So-
them to find something.
Is it good
So-
and evil?
Well, let's try it then. So, how would you get them to define a god?
Well, you would ask them to define small g.
Attributes. Small.
Small g,
G.
not capital G God, not Yahweh specifically.
Yeah.
But why do we call God a God? Like that God, that kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes a god?
Yeah. Because I think
And you think that their attributes will always, you can always relate it to existence?
I'm pretty sure in most cases, if you get them into the general meaning of the word, I think you probably could almost always apply it to existence.
I think God even has a problem defining himself because of his glory.
You know, God in the Bible gave a perfect definition of himself. I am.
Oh, I am.
But it wasn't just I am.
Yeah.
I am.
And it's not even, do you know that's not even actually, we can't actually translate it to English. You could say it's I am that I am, but an even more closer translation is I am that I cause to be. Which kind of doesn't even really make sense, but that's what happens.
No. If God caused the universe to be.
Yes, but sorry. Now I'm saying it wrong. I am that I cause, not I am what I cause. I am that I cause things. Like, it makes no sense.
Basically just saying I'm the creator of the universe.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But in this bizarre way. Whether that is just one of those things that doesn't translate, or whether it was always vague. I don't know enough about Hebrew to know.
I don't know. It might have always been a little vague. Or there might have been some humility when writing the story that you don't actually know everything that there is. So you just have a word that kind of blanket covers everything.
See, and it's commonly changed to or translated as I am that I am. So explain that one to me.
Well, I can try to explain it. Our senses are just too limited to understand that because we cannot see God. If our material eyes, if you look, upon God with your material eyes, you can only try to make sense of it from perspective of feelings.
Moses saw God more than
I was
once.
about to say the same thing because that always amazes me when Christians are like, you can't look on, like no one would survive like looking directly at God or something.
You can't feel the air around you, like when you're outside, can you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, yeah, you
What are you
can.
talking-
Actually,
Dude,
and
Well, the wind, but you
Oh,
can,
dude.
that's the only way you perceive is
No,
through
I
a,
live in
a feel sensory
Georgia.
perspective.
I live in
know,
Georgia. It's like
know,
being slapped. It's like being slapped in the face when you walk outside. The humidity is like so thick.
And to be specific, our senses actually only detect change.
but you can't see the air. You can feel it. You can't see it though.
You can see its effects.
Well,
Well, yeah, on other objects, but
that
as
depends
far
on what
as
the air is currently made out of, if you can see it or not.
but you can feel the force of it, but you can't see it.
It still depends on what the air is made out of, if you can see it or not.
Oh yeah, if you had like
And
smoke to it or something.
and what temperature it is. Even you could see the air when there's really hot, and there's a temperature
But
gradient.
even if I grant that I can't see it, I can't see radio signals. I can't see, a lot of the light spectrum. I don't know what that argument is supposed to be. That we can't see the air. Is it that we can't see the air, but we believe in it, so we should believe in God when we can't see it?
Well, God, listen, it's the same perspective. You can feel the force of it, but you like with your outer skin, but you can't see what you're feeling.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's the thing. I can't feel God on my outer skin or with any of my senses. I can only perceive him in my mind.
Yes, and the same thing you do with air. You perceive it with your mind.
No, I can feel air, and I can see air move trees. I can't
That you're
see
talking about
God
wind.
do an action.
You're talking about wind, not particularly air.
But wind is the movement of air.
Yes, but when there's no wind, the air just is.
That doesn't mean I can't feel air or know what it is, because it doesn't always not move. It does move. So I can feel air. I can detect the air. I can measure the air. I can tell how much different gases the air is made out of. It is quantifiable.
Well,
And it's
you
no
can
way
tell by
analogous to God other than for the invisible bit. But there's lots of things that are invisible that we can detect. I can't detect God.
Well, even that, the wind isn't always invisible either. Like when you have
maybe
when it's hot,
you're
you have a
looking
heat
for
gradient.
'em in the
You can
wrong
see the
place.
heat gradient in the air.
Yeah, coming out of the road.
Maybe you're looking for him in the wrong place. That's why you can't detect him.
But it doesn't matter. Moses
Maybe,
saw
but
God.
that's not an answer to anything.
Moses saw God. I think it says he saw his backside. I think a lot of Christians imagine that's literally God's back or back of his head, but I like to imagine God mooned Moses.
Mooned him. Yeah, I always thought that too.
If I was God, I would have mooned Moses.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. What's he going to say? No one's going to believe him. God mooned me.
I swear, he bared his giant ass.
That's why
It would
Moses
be
there was no
heresy.
light.
I think God is the entire universe.
You're pantheist. Cool.
From a perspective of where he is, he's everywhere.
Do you consider yourself a Christian?
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you have to understand who Christ is. Christ is the mediator between the supreme God of the universe and man. Okay, so we're the man, and God came in the
Really?
form of a man, and was killed by God
I know
also on the
all of
cross.
this.
You understand that, so
Absolutely. We all do, dude.
okay, so
real quick, Yuri, I
Jesus
just want to double check something.
obviously first came as a man, and then rise up to a level of a sacrifice, basically. And then without him, we basically have no way to communicate with God.
Wait, I have a question, Yuri. So if
Sure.
you think God is the universe,
Yes.
would it then be correct to say that we are a part of God?
Yes, he's in us.
Right.
That's why you see my name.
Well, no, not just in. Like
But yeah, because we're also in him, because he's the universe and we're in
well,
the
not all of us are in him. That's.
Oh, well,
he
then
could
God
be
isn't the
in us.
universe.
No, you're talking about spirit now.
We're in his creation, if that's what you want to say. We're in part of his creation, yeah. But in the mindset, not all of us are with him, in him.
But if you say that God is all the universe, you're saying God is creation as well.
Well, yeah, because he basically he takes.
And
he
you are
takes up
creation.
everything.
Therefore, you are a part of God.
Yeah. You're a part of God like your liver is a part of you.
No, we're not. Our body is like a temple of God, but
Wait, are you saying we're not in the universe? Is that?
We're in the universe. It's just the universe is. I mean, God could be in any organism, really, but he's not residing in all the organisms at once.
No. We're not saying he's residing in all the organisms. We're saying all the organisms are a part of him.
I think of him as a spirit, but he's everywhere.
Well, everywhere would be all the places my atoms are. So that.
Anywhere there's creation.
Yeah.
If he
I think
chooses
this
to
gets
be,
you to the same
let's
problem.
say, if he chooses to be in you, then you will definitely transform as an
Well,
individual.
if he's everywhere, and he's the universe, he has no choice but to be in me.
Let's say
And I have no choice.
God chooses to reside in Sammy over here, and
Wait, how would he choose to be
tomorrow
otherwise?
Sammy wakes up and God chose him to be his temple that he's going to reside in for a while. Well, do you
Wait,
think Sammy would change?
if
Do you
God's
think
everywhere
he
and
would
God is the
transform?
universe,
I think Sammy would transform completely. Like
wait,
he'll
But what we don't
go.
understand,
He'll be like Apostle Paul, man.
Yuri, is that you keep getting off the track, and we get to a point, and then you go sideways.
It's because it's
So
like the wind. We're trying to catch wind.
No. God is the universe, right?
Yes.
And all of creation, and we are a part of God's creation.
Yeah, we're part of His creation. Yeah.
So you can't see what you just did there. God is creation. We're a part of it, but we're not part of God.
No.
You've contradicted yourself.
And you can't see the contradiction.
Well, not all of us are part of God. That's
okay. Then some of us isn't
So
creation.
but this is where you're going sideways. Now you're not talking about the same thing. Now you're talking about accepting Christ and a different idea than God is the universe.
Why do we
And
need Christ in the
accepting
first place?
Christ.
Why did we need Christ?
See, and now you change the subject.
Why did we need Christ? Is to understand God.
We don't need Christ. That's
Yes,
a
we
you
do.
thing.
Yeah, especially if we're a part of God. That would just be weird if we needed Christ at that point.
We need Christ to connect to God.
But we are God.
No, we're not.
We're part of creation, right?
If you only had one of His spirits, if God was to grant you one spirit, because He's the host of spirits.
Okay, so there's a spirit in creation.
Let's
I get it.
let's say He give you a spirit of wisdom. That
Okay.
one spirit would set you to be a superhuman, just like He did to Jesus. He gave him a spirit of righteousness.
Okay, but the spirit isn't the universe, right? It's God's the universe.
Correct.
Okay, but so I'm a part of God because I'm part of the universe.
Yes, but I mean,
Okay.
isn't air part of this world as well?
Yeah, air is also a part of God if he's the universe.
Yeah, and there's many things. It's all He can be in and out of anything He wants to, just like a spirit.
No, he can't, because he is everything. By your definition, he is always everything.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a choice but to be, like, if you're going to say God's the universe, that makes us part of God, and then if you're going to say we need Jesus, you're saying God needs Jesus.
Yeah, well, obviously, our creation needs Jesus, like the humankind.
Yeah, but we're God. Why would God need Jesus?
Why do we need Jesus? To understand that we're not just humankind, that we're more than that.
Well, I think we just came to terms that I guess we're more than that, given what you believe, right? We're God.
Okay, if you're God, why can't you do certain things if you're a God?
Well, because I'm not all of God.
Because you don't have the knowledge.
Well, yeah, I'm not a part of God that has all the knowledge. I'm a part of God that has some knowledge.
Obviously, the spirit of knowledge is not in you.
Okay.
And your point is?
If you had the spirit in you, that means that God would be in you.
Well, no, I am God. There's not. I mean, you could say the parts of me that are inside my skin.
From the source of everything, and He would guide you in that.
Okay, so I got a question. Does God have? Does all of God have the spirit of wisdom?
Well, God Himself, because He's the host of all spirits. Yes, He has all the wisdom and all the knowledge.
Okay, yeah, but does all of God have all the knowledge?
Well, are you trying to understand if He's just the one mind, and where He commands all of those knowledge in one place?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yes,
all of
obviously
God.
it's His glory. We're trying to explain
It's
God's
high.
glory here.
AI or ALE?
in this.
Obviously, he's
So?
all in all, and
What do you mean?
yet we're unseen and all that. So
Have I
it's hard
spelt
to
the right
accept.
Hale here for my name? Or is it Hale? The Hale.
You know,
Not
I don't.
Hitler.
I think you're right.
I thought so, but then my brain went,
Okay, wait. Okay, it says. Yeah, maybe I've been spelling the Nazi version of Hail wrong this whole entire time.
yes, that's
I
what
think
I'm
I have.
wondering. Let's see.
Oh no.
So,
One thing,
Hale.
we talk a lot about God in here, that's for sure.
Hale or Hale?
Well,
Hail can be a noun or a verb where it refers to a frozen precipitation, which is the AIL. It can be a verb that means to be from somewhere, so where you hail from. Hail is an adjective that means healthy and a verb that means to compel to come to court. So none of those.
Even I know it's Heil Hitler.
yeah, but I'm
Is
not a
it
Nazi.
ALE or AIL?
You can heil Jesus as well.
HAIL or
Heil Jesus.
HEIL. I've seen it both ways,
The new
depending on where you're
Christian
from.
Nazi cult. Christian Nazis.
Anyway, I was asking.
That would be Veckel and good old Uncle Ruckus Jillybean, like I like to call him.
Oh my goodness.
They got bad.
We are all wrong.
Huh?
It's a third spelling, Serb.
It is.
Yeah.
Great.
It's and like Mum just said it. It's HEIL. Heil.
They spell it HAIL a lot in the USA, so.
Yeah.
And one way or another, you know what it means, but yeah, there's a lot of dumbasses in my country. I will never say there isn't.
You notice how everything has duality? Like every comment we make, even like, dumbasses, then there's smartasses. Then you have, Nazis, and then you have what would be the opposite of Nazis? Communist?
No, not really. There really
People that
isn't
are
an
free
opposite of
thinking
Nazis.
and all inclusive as much as they can be, pretty much.
So
You don't have to be perfect, you just have to try.
What is the meaning of the word Nazi? Is it a nationalist?
There's
That's
three
what I
people
meant.
talking, I think.
Yeah, sorry. That's the whole point. Nazi is too broad a term to have an opposite. You'd have to pick one aspect.
Basically, nationalist, racist, all those kind of things in high gear, far beyond zealot. That kind of Nazi is usually a neo-Nazi. Original Nazi had purpose to it. Neo-Nazi just goes with the tropes and all the things to be as hateful as they can be towards somebody, at least. If not
So what
everybody,
would be the
that's
opposite
different.
of that? What would be the opposite?
That's what I mean.
What
it's
you
not
were
one
wondering
thing.
what the opposite of Nazi was? That's
Yeah, there isn't.
what people consider Nazi. So just
Well, if you're
antithesis
not a
to that, I guess.
nationalist,
There
Until
isn't
you're
really
a
an opposite of
universalist.
nationalist and socialist.
no, there's different things that you can do to oppose them, but they're different things. They're not all the same thing. They're not synonymous. So yes, I agree. I think I don't know. I'm half stoned and just like I'm still thinking about the past chat I was in with on Knox channel after he left. I'm sorry.
Well, Yuri, I was asking you if all of God knew all things. Was that? I think I got a yes out of you. Was that correct?
Listen, how does your memory work? How do you remember things?
I explain it to me.
I really
Right.
wanted to answer to that
I'm
question.
trying to ask you, like, how does your memory work? How do you remember things?
I don't know all the biological functions in the brain.
What's connecting you to certain experiences?
Connecting me to certain.
He just said, "I don't know."
Yeah, but
Something's
now he's asking me
doing
a
it,
different
isn't it?
question. I mean, there's a bunch of different connections to different kinds
So
of
how
experiences.
does God know all these things when you don't even know how your mind operates on the level of storing information?
How does God know all these things?
Well,
I mean, I would
somehow
be
you
asking you
remember
that
things.
question.
Let's say if you don't remember anything. Let's say we talk today, and tomorrow you wake up and you don't remember nothing.
Okay.
But that's not the case. You wake up, and
Well,
tomorrow
I don't know if it's the
everything,
case yet.
everything just like you remember it. Why is it so?
Yeah, I don't know. How does this answer? Does all of God know everything? Is that
Well, there's your answer.
was that a
I'm
really
answering
complicated
your
yes or a
I'm
really
answering
complicated
your
no?
question to as close
with
of
a
understanding as I can get
really
it to you.
unanswerable.
So how does
You
God know
answered.
everything? Well, I'm answering your question by telling you how do you remember things.
That just seems like you're asking me a question instead of
You're not
answering a question.
understanding it though.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm not. Is it? Are
The
you trying
reason the
to?
reason I'm asking you this question because I'm trying to answer your question because I want
Oh,
you to
okay. Well, then
think
let
about
me ask you a
you
clarifying question
remembering
about your
things
question, Yuri.
and then ask yourself, how does God know everything? Well, how do you remember things?
I didn't ask you how does God know everything.
Oh yeah, I think you did.
No.
No,
I asked
you
you, does
didn't.
all of God know all things?
Well, yeah.
Or
How
does
if
only
he knows
part of him know all things?
Yeah.
So obviously somehow he knows and remembers.
Is that a
And the
yes
thing
to
is,
that question?
and he listen, and we're doing the same thing because we remember yesterday and the week before, and
This
these
might be a
things.
language barrier or something because you're
No, it's not a
answering a
language
different
barrier,
question.
man. It's just I'm trying to kind of explain the way I understand the way God knows
Okay, but you're
things
talking about
because
how God might know. I'm asking you, does God know?
obviously he does
What?
know because you can remember.
But
Yes.
specifically, Yuri, because
Yeah.
God's all of creation, right? So does all of God know everything, or is it just a part of God that knows everything? That's the
Well,
question.
since
All or part?
since he's the potter that makes the clay, obviously he knows what he's doing with the clay, and that's why he knows
Well, I
everything.
would hope so.
Yes, well,
I'm not sure
it's
how that
obvious
answers
that
the
he
question,
does
though.
because look at your body.
So, but the clay doesn't
Look at the
know,
craftsmanship. Look
right?
at your hand. Look how detailed everything is. Look
So
at it.
let's go. Let's follow your logic. God made the clay. It's part of Him because all creation's part of Him. But the clay doesn't know anything, does it?
How can the clay know? The
No.
clay
Yeah,
doesn't know.
just a
It's
yes
part
or
of
no. We
it's
all
part
know
of the
the answer
vessel.
is no. The clay doesn't know. Correct. So there is a
Well,
part
which
of
it
God
depends. Listen,
that doesn't know.
it
By
depends
your
which
logic,
clay. Like if you look at the
so
animals,
only
like
part
they,
of God
like the
knows
animals, did they
everything.
know?
It's your
See, that's
answer.
why what makes us are different. You know, we're
And
different than the animals. We're different than the rest of the clay.
it's not part of. It doesn't know anything. So not all of God knows everything.
Okay, when
Right?
you died, what does your body know?
I'm agreeing with you. Now let's get to the next step. There's parts of God that don't know everything.
Yeah. So I guess all of God does not know all things. Only parts of God know all things, or a part
Which
maybe
parts?
even.
Which parts are you talking about?
Well, we can
You
ask you
have to
that.
tell
What are those
us.
parts?
Well, everything is him, man. He's everywhere.
Okay, so
So
does
the
all of
clay
him know?
knows?
He's not the clay, though.
So he's not
But you
the
just
universe.
said he's everything.
He's everything, and at the same time, he's nowhere to be seen.
See,
So he's everything and
now
nothing.
we got to the end and
That's his glory,
we
man.
see that
We're
That's
trying to nail his glory down, but we
that's like
can't.
the biggest contradiction you could possibly state.
Yeah.
He's everything and nothing.
I am.
Okay.
But that's the gymnastics I suppose you need to do.
I suppose. I mean,
But guys, isn't
I
that
could never. Oh, go ahead.
No, sir, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I was gonna say that like there's literally a 0% chance Yuri could ever convince me that his God's real.
I don't have to convince you.
Or
Just look at
anything.
your hand.
Can't convince-
Look at yourself in the mirror.
I don't
man.
see a non-existent thing that also
should
exists.
be convincing enough.
I don't see a non-existing thing that also
Well-
doesn't exist. Or does exist. So, like,
Hold on. So I've got two things, Jerry. I'll come back to this, but I'll forget it if I don't do it now. Like I'd like to ask you when I look at my hand, how that would get me to anything other than my hand, because I don't. You're just look at your hand. Just look at
Well,
the
look at your
universe.
hand and tell your hand to stick a finger in your nose.
Sure, but that doesn't do anything other than me picking my nose. But
It
let me
just
come back to
happens.
that.
It just happens. Look at that. Look, it happens.
Let me come
It
back to
doesn't
that.
just happen. We understand how it happens. So you can't
Let me
just say it just happens. Carry on, dude. Sorry.
No, what Serb was talking about to me has always been like this problem, because it's like, well, who are you? No, that's the wrong one. It's you can't know the mind of God. And if that's the to me it seems like if that's the case, right? Like if I can't know this thing, or it's like shadowed in like all this mystery and you can't truly like know what it is, how the fuck do you know it is, right? Like you're literally, on one hand you're saying I know what God is real, but I have no idea of the concept, right? Like what that concept is, because I'm so feeble-minded, I can't possibly wrap my head around it.
Well, can you understand the concept of you taking the breath and exhaling the air out and in and out?
Yeah, of course. That's easy.
Okay, so if you understand that concept, tell me what happens to your lungs when you breathe in.
Well, as far as the way that they process the oxygen and turn it into carbon
Yeah,
dioxide,
what
is that
actually
correct?
happens to your lungs, not as far as
They
oxygen
expand?
consumption.
I'm old and I've forgotten.
Okay, so when you breathe in, what actually happens?
So Yuri, the short of it
It's
is,
the opposite. When you breathe in, your lungs contract, and when you exhale,
Yuri,
they expand.
Yuri, the short of it
the
is,
opposite.
Oh my
what is
God,
that?
Yuri.
What is that, Yuri? What does that do for you though? Because we know exactly what happens, how we
'Cause
process
when you
oxygen.
inhale air, you think that your lungs
Your
expand, but they
diaphragm
actually
contracts. Your diaphragm contracts, my friend. Your lungs expand when your diaphragm contracts.
But Yuri,
So
hold on.
basic.
I don't want to gang up on Yuri. So
Oh,
hold on,
we're not
Hellbob.
getting up on it, dude. If he's gonna say stupid shit, I'm gonna call it out.
Yeah, but Hellbob,
look into it. You think that your lungs expand when you inhale air, but it's
Hold
the
on.
opposite. They
Hold on.
contract.
Yuri, hold on. Do you not think we know what happens when we breathe? Do you not think science is like showing us exactly what happens when we take in oxygen and spit out carbon dioxide?
And what is carbon dioxide?
No. I don't care. I'm asking. So, how old do you think the Earth is?
Does it matter?
Yes, absolutely. That's
You
exact.
can't answer a question without a question.
Nobody can answer that
All right,
question.
yeah. Anyway, that's just. I mean, at this point, it's just trollish, but it's kind of fun, Yuri. Thanks.
I'm good. Is it wrong that a small part of me wanted my darkened understanding when he started talking to Yuri, talking about hands, would just be like, Yuri, I lost my hands.
Yeah, if you sit there long enough.
I was in the military. I don't have hands anymore, Yuri. This
Oh,
is
you don't
not
have
cool.
hands. I don't know that. I apologize. I don't know if you had a... Well, if you sit there staring at something long enough,
not so,
you'll realize that if you pay sharp focus on one object, if you just sit there focusing, let's say if you can withstand 24 hours of focus on one object, just take a day out of your life and just stare at one point. I guarantee you will see God.
I don't
And
know,
what was
Yuri.
the object? What was the object you did this with, Yuri?
His penis.
My penis?
Oh shit!
You don't even have to look at anything. Just sit there and close your eyes for 24 hours.
you
But
got-
make sure you're sitting there.
You got someone's
Sit
attention,
there
Yuri.
without moving, without doing anything,
Yeah, don't breathe.
without doing nothing. Just inhale air slowly and exhale, and just sit there.
Yeah. Do
With
you know
closed
what?
eyes and do nothing, and you will experience God.
Do you
I
know what a
guarantee you.
sensory deprivation chamber is? Do you know within about 1 hour in one of those, you will see more than God. You will have the trip of your life. So I imagine if you sat perfectly still and had your eyes closed for 24 hours, you would start hallucinating. Absolutely. That's what human brain does when you deprive it of one of its senses.
I appreciate the freak having a call back out in the chat. Those aren't hands, those are 5 small peni.
I really want to know how old you think the Earth is, Yuri.
It's irrelevant, really.
What?
This
It's
is
irrelevant.
really.
Well, of course it's relevant.
No,
like
it's
so,
not.
and the reason I ask this is this: what do you think happens when we take in oxygen into our lungs? Do you think like God's doing some magic in there, or do you think it's all biological process?
Are you really inhaling oxygen?
Oh yeah, so yeah. There you go.
So when we're bored, how come our umbilical cord is connected to our
No,
belly button?
I don't. Oh, that's. Hold on. So what do you think?
And you're swimming in liquid and not
Hold on, dude.
breathing.
Hold on, I got 2 questions. What do you think we're breathing right now? And 2, why do you think we
We're
have an
breathing
umbilical
the
cord?
atmosphere that's been here since this Earth was created.
Yeah, it's oxygen,
Your father,
right?
your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers, your great-great-grandfathers were inhaling the same atmosphere.
So I have to keep asking, like, what does all this do for you? Because you're not like you're not committing to anything.
Well, what I'm
right?
saying here, these things you never thought about. You only
No,
speak of
fuck are you
things
talking
you've
about?
learned.
Are you literally that obtuse to think that like we've not thought about like what we're breathing, like the world that we live in? Come on, man. We're literally talking about all of this, but you're avoiding actually
Let me
answering
answer your
anything
question,
like
Yuri. I'll answer his question about the lungs, the baby
What
organ.
question? Which one?
We
There's so
breathe
many.
oxygen into our lungs, right?
That's what the book
Because
says,
we
yeah.
need oxygen in our blood. That's the whole point of the lungs, is to get the oxygen into the blood that can then transport it to different parts of our body that need it. It's all about the oxygen. And how the fuck are we going to get it in?
That's the book.
Breathe
It's
it in,
the
right?
man.
When we're in
What
our
taught
mother's
you that?
stomach, we don't need to breathe and we can swim in liquid because we are attached to her blood supply. We get our oxygen from our mother. Now that I've answered your question, how does any of that answer any of the questions that my darkened
Well,
understanding?
can you answer to me how come our blood is so similar to salt water?
It's not. It's very much not. I mean, there's sodium in the blood and there's water in the blood, but there are so many more things in blood than salt water.
Yeah. I'd like to know how blood is like salt water.
Yes.
I don't know, Yuri.
How is it like salt water?
He just
So
told you exactly how it's like salt
when
water.
God spoke in the Bible about splitting the Red Sea, what sea do you think he was talking about?
I don't believe in a God. I don't think there was a God that split any seas.
You sure you don't believe?
Pretty sure.
You basically telling yourself that you're pretty sure, but are you really sure?
Do you realize that you have not answered a single question on this panel?
Is this a panel? Is this what this is?
See? There you go. You
Richard's
responded to
stream.
the question. Is this a panel? What's existence?
Panel.
You're
Sounds very
so-
official. Sounds like some kind of prostitute ring or something.
Let's vote. I'm going to vote troll. Has to be. Like, this dude can't be serious. Sure.
Well, I have a way to figure out if it's a troll or not. And that is act like Yuri to Yuri.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when
try
Yuri
that.
asks you a question, ask him a different question that has nothing to do with
Yeah,
his question,
nothing
but
to
act
do
like
with
it does.
See, I thought you were just a weirdo until I heard the grin in your voice. And that's what gave you away. You're just having a laugh. You don't believe any of this bullshit. No one could. No one's that illogical. Surely.
You know, there's two types of beings in this universe: demonic,
Only two.
and what's the other one? And divine.
This is your story.
I thought there were redheads and no non-redheads.
Which one do you prefer to be, divine or demonic?
I want to
I
be
don't
non-redhead.
believe there's such a thing as divine or demonic.
Well,
How do you
we're
know?
born as such.
How do you know those are
Pardon?
the only two options?
We are born as such.
Says you.
So when you're born, you're already predestined to be a demonic being or a divine.
Well, then what does it matter which I'd prefer?
So what makes us?
None of us get a say, obviously.
First,
So
you have
we're all
to
just
determine
God's
what's the
puppets.
difference and what constitutes divine and what constitutes demonic.
But what's the soul?
So you want to change the subject?
I love you, sir. Thank you. That felt amazing. So, but I still don't know. Does it? That means he's not a troll.
No. Well, it means he is because he can understand when the subject is being changed, and he's doing it on purpose. When you do when he asks you a question,
You can call me troll. You can call me whatever your intellect desires because
it's not malicious. I don't think.
Has to jump to conclusions.
Is that because he didn't recognize that the exact same thing just happened. That's why he said, "Oh, you're going to change."
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He has no clue that that's what he's been doing every time he opens his mouth.
He can recognize it's a change when it's not him doing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize that it's the exact same thing that he's doing. Yeah. Okay, no, you convinced me. Yeah, he's not a troll.
Wow. And is that cognitive dissonance? Is that what you call cognitive dissonance?
No.
No?
It's like being unintentionally a hypocrite, maybe. Like I said, though, I don't think it's malicious.
So do you want to know about the demonic soul, or do you want to know about the divine soul? Which soul do you want to know about?
I want to know how you know there's only those two options.
Look at my background, and what do you think I would pick?
Okay. Obviously, that's not divine.
Yes, it is. That's
how
my choice.
Dare
what
you?
are you talking on about?
How dare
That's
you call
my
Abraham
God.
Tiger not defined?
That is
Not
the most
divine.
defined being in the universe to me.
It doesn't practice purity. It does now
does.
good.
Well, that seems pretty pure to me.
Doesn't practice truthfulness, does it?
Well, it's a
See,
picture.
my God has good and bad.
Well, you say there's
It's
no
everything.
universe
It's all of
because there's no
existence.
God. You say you don't believe in the universe because I say God is.
No, I believe in the universe. The universe is my
How
God.
do you like that one? Hold on, we're just starting.
How do we like what one?
Well,
No
you
one
said you
even
don't believe. You said you don't believe,
Hold
and now you said the universe is your God. So what do you believe? Do you believe in the universe, or do you believe in God, or you don't believe in God?
I believe in the universe.
Okay. Do you believe that God is the universe?
No, I believe the universe is God. Is a God.
Yes.
Can be a God. Yep.
You believe that the universe could be a God, then you do believe in God. You are
Yeah, just not
I
yours.
believe in gods, yeah.
Yes.
It's
So
not-
when you say I don't
not
believe in God,
necessarily-
you say I don't believe in the universe.
No, I don't believe in your God.
You don't believe in the same universe we live in?
I believe in the universe,
Okay.
but I don't believe in your understanding of God.
Of the universe? You think I'm seeing something else that that you go outside and look at the stars and think I'm seeing other stars?
No, I don't think we see different things. I think we understand very, very, very differently.
Yeah, we're perceived different.
That's the whole
But,
point.
We're still experiencing the same thing then.
No.
Yeah, but just because we're not experiencing the same thing the same thing might be happening to us, but our experience is how we're perceiving things, and we perceive things very differently. We could be in the exact same situation and having completely different experiences.
Well, yes, that's true. But we're human by kind. We're humankind. I'm a man. You're a man.
Well,
Obviously, we're
yeah,
not
I
female.
think everyone in the room would agree that we all exist and we're human. Although sometimes I question you, Yuri, whether you're an alien or not.
Well, don't even get me started on aliens, because I'll tell you stories.
Uh,
I think you're
know.
full of.
I don't know.
I think you're full of shit, Yuri.
Well, you can think whatever you want to think.
I just think it's
not for me to change your mind.
No, not in regards to any of this. I just think you're trolling. That's it. And somebody said it. Somebody said it best a minute ago, and I don't know who it was, but I can hear the smile in your when I heard the smile.
Well, I choose to
Was
be
that
in
right?
a good mood. That's just by choice.
Oh
You
yeah,
can.
he's got it. He's
Like I can hear you're smiling now. You can hear a person smiling in their voice.
Yep, and when he said that kind
fine.
shit, it was just like, oh, like I'm a kind.
And I am smiling because I'm just enjoying talking to you guys. I'm enjoying.
Yeah, we believe you too. We
So
really
Yuri,
do.
what do you do outside of troll atheist on the internet?
I do what all the other men do. Work.
What do you do?
Right. What do you do for work?
I have many
Yuri?
skills, but I do what's necessary to make the money.
Are you employed?
Definitely, yes. I'm employed. Yes, I have a.
And what is your current employment?
I
What do you
just
do
deliver produce to your local stores. Well, I don't know if you local store because you're in different countries.
Yeah, so you don't actually deliver anything to any stores.
To your local stores, but the local stores in my area, yeah. I'm just a delivery guy.
Well, delivery guy's not a terrible job.
No, keeps you in
Job's
shape,
a
man.
job.
Anyway, so should we continue with demonic, and then move on to the divine?
I don't know. How does the outward layer of the brain function?
You want to change the subject as well, huh?
What, is it the change of subject?
Well, first we have to understand who we are. Who are we?
I don't know. Let's see. How would one know upside down from backwards?
Only through your eyes. I mean, that's how your eyes perceive it.
Okay, so if our eyes perceives upside down and backwards, how does green sometimes not be red?
Sometimes it's different. Everything is an illusion.
There you go. Everything's an illusion. That's something we can maybe agree on. So, Yuri, are you going to tell me your illusions?
Sure.
Oh, on a quick side note. Oh, is he out? Oh.
Yeah, he died.
I think he got disconnected. He just froze.
Yeah, so he can't come back in probably.
No.
Yeah, because we're still alive. I mean, unless you guys can let him back in.
So Cerberus, on a quick side note, I was riding bikes with a Christian friend of mine, and it was literally that fucking argument that Yuri was like, "Look at your hands, look at the trees, look at the like look how God made this
you know
world."
why
so...
I say that?
Hold on, Yuri. Yuri, hold on. We can go back to trolling in a minute.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it was that like we just had like this. We read a book on beauty, and he was just talking about like the beauty and like God couldn't have made it any better, and look at like the sight and like the way your eyesight works and how beautiful it is, and like you couldn't see colors more vibrant, blah 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 blah. Well, it just so happens riding these bicycles, I'm wearing a pair of polarized lenses, and the lenses that I'm wearing make everything so much more vibrant and so much better when I wear them. And I look at like on a sunny day, like the way the light hits the trees, it's all so much more vibrant. And I said, dude, put on these glasses.
Oakleys, yeah. Put on the Oakleys.
Can I give you one critique?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
When you handed him the glasses, you could have said, "Yeah, your God might not have been able to, but existence can. Take a look."
So this existence is going to be. I'm going to have to listen to you run it a few more times, but I like the existence. Although I didn't like it when Faisal was doing it, because I just think, like, the vagueness, right? It doesn't do anything for me. It just never has. Like, anytime anybody wants to, well, God is love, God is existence, God is this. We already have all these words. Why label them God, right? There's got to be something special in that God, and that's what I don't really. And it's the agency, right? There's got to be some sort of agency. Maybe
Yeah,
that's
it's agency.
Maybe
Well,
that has to.
I don't know. I mean, there are some Christians who
Enlightened
think
is
God
to
doesn't have a
realize
mind.
that God is in everything and
But then
everywhere.
it gets weird because I'm not even sure if I would consider them theists at that point.
How can you be a Christian without? Do you think Jesus walked around like a fucking? Well, I mean, obviously zombie afterwards, but was he walking around without a brain?
No, it's like so for example, like if Yahweh knows all things, he knows what he's going to do, and because he knows what he's going to do, he can't do anything else. So he doesn't have a mind. He's always going to do the thing. It's predetermined, even for God. Goes through it.
That was kind of like what were you guys talking about last night? It was about the two. It has to be two, and like, could they communicate to each other, or would one have preferences that the others didn't? And it was, the conclusion came up as far as, well, they just have to have the exact same thoughts, right?
Oh yeah, well yeah, exact same thoughts. I think I asked, why are we assuming these two beings, if they're both purely good, would ever disagree on anything?
Yeah, that conversation, the whole thing was interesting to listen to. Oh, Yuri, not enough fun for Yuri.
I wonder how long Yuri sticks around if everyone just starts asking answering his questions with questions.
That's kind of awesome. Fuck. Yeah, I just call bullshit. He's just trolling. You can hear him fucking giggling in the background.
Yeah.
No. Cerberus, it was nice to meet you. I'm Sean.
Oh, hi, Sean.
Yeah. I try and come on Richard every now and then when I can.
Have I seen you in the side chat? I don't remember.
Oh, I'm not a chatter.
Okay. I was about to say, I miss a lot of people in the side chat. There's only a handful of people that I recognize ever in the side chat, because I only pay attention to it like 1 out of 10 times.
Right. I wonder, with like the gamification of YouTube now, with so many of like the content creator having opened up rooms and doing like open mics and things like that, it's amazing to me that more people don't jump in, right? Like, you've got people constantly like flooding the chat with stuff, and that does seem fun, but it seems to me, I was never too interested in the chat, but you would think that, like, with all the people chatting, they'd want to jump in too, but it never seems to work out.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people like to be antisocial together, though.
That's fair. Yep, I understand that. Yep. When I drank, we used to like to go, just a few of us, back to people's houses because the bars were too social.
Okay, well, I mean, unless you got a question about something, I think I'm just going to go to bed. It's like 1 o'clock here.
Oh, where are you at?
Illinois.
Oh, goodness. No, I'm in Georgia, so I don't even know what fucking time it is. Probably 2 if it's 1 there. Yeah, it's almost 2. Anyway, yeah, it was nice chatting.
Well, but